These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
Okay now.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún léje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
When you go to major banks, they leave
as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri chukuma, tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri chukuma duku tuba dodiri ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
It is everyone, be free,
ayandaba 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 Ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basani ga ponto mo. Iye de bugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
After when they for their brand yourself when I knew since I was born, but now I am 20 youth. I gonna motan, I gonna talk book.
Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the...
All right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. My audio, I don't know quite. I had to switch my system somewhat. Thank you, Ogbeni. Let me set you to the back. So thank you, Ogbeni. I'm not quite sure what happened there. The gremlins are after us. That's probably what it is. The gremlins, they're after us. But never mind. Yes, the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio and all of those good stuff. So do all of those things. The problem with this system that I'm using is a bit glitchy, but you Oh, all right. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, illegitimate. But the system is a bit glitchy, but you have to endure. So let's just manage it for whatever it is. I'll sort it out by tomorrow. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? So I have so much stuff to go through. So let's just launch straight into it. We'll launch straight and immediately into it. And we kick it off with this one. So we kick it off with this. Yes. So we kick it off with this one. Let me know if you can still hear me, because I'm going to have to switch my system around again. Can you still hear me? Yeah, somebody indicate if you can still hear me. Can you still hear me, Wendy?
Yes, Mama.
Can people still hear me?
Yes, Mama. Mama.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mama.
Yeah. All right. So let's launch straight into it, and we kick it off with this one. Invest in Lagos State at your own peril. Mogalu's wife fights citizens after asking investors to stay away from Lagos. So disappointed, yes, I am, because any and everybody knows how highly I rate Kingsley Mogalu. So hopefully this is not it is his wife. So this disappoints somewhat, because I never had Mogalu down as a jingoist. Invest in Lagos at your own peril. Mogalu's wife fights citizens after asking investors to stay away from Lagos. So why would she do that? Mariam, the wife of the young Progressive Party YPP presidential candidate in the 2019 general elections, Kingsley Mogalu, exchanged words with citizens after being heavily criticized for warning investors to stop investing in Lagos. Correspondents report that this follows the recent demolition of a section. Okay. So I see where we are now. All right. Mariam, the wife of the young Progressive Party YPP presidential candidate in the 2019 general election, Kingsley Mogalu, exchanged words with citizens after being heavily criticized for warning investors to stop investing in Lagos. Correspondents report that this follows the recent demolition of a section of landmark beach, the Mami Chala Beach Lifestyle, in the state, to pave way for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. According to the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, the demolition began after the inspection of kilometers 13, 16, and 20 to ensure the most economical and viable way to access the coastal roads without much damage. He stressed that the demolition would affect several structures and added that compensation would be provided. Reacting to the demolition, Mogalu's wife, in a post on Twitter on Wednesday, said anyone investing in Lagos does that at their peril. So there it is right there. It's shocking. So actually, let me go again. Apologies, but let me go again, because I want to speed through it. Mariam, the wife of the young Progressive Party YPP presidential candidate in the 2019 general election, Kingsley Mogalu, exchanged words with citizens after being heavily criticized for warning investors to stop investing in Lagos. Correspondents report that this follows the recent demolition of a section of landmark beach, the Mami Chala Beach Lifestyle, in the state, to pave way for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. According to the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, the demolition began after inspection of kilometers 13, 16, and 20 to ensure the most economical and viable way to access the coastal roads without much damage. He stressed that the demolition will affect several structures and added that compensation will be provided. Reacting to the demolition, Mogalu's wife, in a post on Twitter on Wednesday, said anyone investing in Lagos does that at their peril. She wrote, "Invest in Lagos at your own peril. Best practices requires adequate and sufficient compensation for affected properties. This should be vigorously pursued." So I think the government has already indicated that I think the compensation is actually already ongoing. So, but invest in Lagos at your own peril, but much to your chagrin. Don't invest in Lagos at your own chagrin. So you don't invest in Lagos and then come back in 10 years' time and try, and then see if you can afford to. She wrote, "Invest in Lagos at your own peril. Best practices require adequate and sufficient compensation for affected properties. This should be vigorously pursued." The post generated mixed reactions as some Nigerians knocked Mariam over the comments, further leading to an exchange of words and insults. So, of course, it's insults. The regulations on that social media space is almost an inevitability now, the way Nigerians carry on. So I just give you some of the exchanges. So this is from Adex Smith Jr. It says that this is what we want in Lagos. A Lagos that will be unattractive for, yes, it went in that direction. It went in the direction that you suspect that it might go. So this is what Adex Smith Jr. wrote. This is what we want in Lagos. A Lagos that will be unattractive for Igbos to come live in. So that's what he said. Another person, take your investment to your land. Enough of emotionally blackmailing us. We don't need illegal investors like you. So I don't think Mogalu's wife will be an illegal investor. So this is from a Chukwudi Opa. It says, thank God, invest in Anambra. Igbos are relocating our space, our spare part businesses and baby factories to the east. So I'm not quite sure. I suspect that this Chukwudi might well be a Tunde in disguise, because I'm not sure what it means by baby factories. I'll give you just a couple more. Another chancer said, it says, at some point, your husband, Kingsley Moghalu, wanted to become the president of Nigeria. This is not how you speak on matters currently heating up the nation. This is completely sad. You are not just another random Twitter user. You are Mr. Moghalu's wife, FGS. For goodness sake, I suspect that means. Last one, it says, this is why my uncle, who is in Europe, has refused to buy any property in Lagos, despite the persuasion. He is buying all his properties in Delta. Well, good luck to him. But it's just anyway. Well, good luck to you. You put your money where you feel it best serves you. So this is Leke. This will be the last one. Your type is the reason why some can't. Anyway, it goes in that direction. I don't want to read anymore. But the level of toxicity that you expect that sort of commentary will engender is the level of toxicity that it did engender. So let's go from that to this one. I'll give you this one as a headline. Federal government. Okay, I might well give you a readout off the back of that one now. The federal government on Wednesday commenced compensation of people whose buildings and structures are affected by the construction of the 700 kilometers Lagos-Calabar Coastal Way. So does it take us to a video? I suspect it may well do. Let's see. If it's a short little video, we might just play it. All right, let's see. How many minutes will this be? Let me give you this. So this is the compensations now being paid. Dave Umahi, very much now the money man in Nigeria.
Your Majesties, the
Kabiyesi. Can you hear anything?
Kingdom, and the Kabiyesi
it's not giving me anything in terms of volume.
And their representatives.
No, it's not giving me anything. So let me leave it there. So it says, the federal government on Wednesday commenced compensation of people whose buildings and structures are affected by the construction of the 700 kilometers Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, who disclosed this at a stakeholders meeting in Lagos, said the government is commencing the payment of is commencing the payment is commencing the payment worth 2.75 billion naira, spanning channels 0 to 3 today. So they are paying as they are destroying along, I suspect. I wish to flag off the compensation of channels 0 to 3. So from ground 0 to ground 3 in a total sum of 700, not 700 though, in a total sum of 2.75 billion naira, Umahi said. This is very ambitious, and it is my pleasure to invite the Director, Design and Controller to call the people and give them the symbolic amount agreed upon. 1 p.m. today, you will all get your alerts as agreed. So they'll give them so that's the symbolic checks, not this checks though. That's the symbolic checks being given out to the people being compensated, and of course the money is to be electronically transferred. So that's the compensation taking place right there. So this is just a quick throwback to February last year. We had the United States said that the election reflected the will of the people, and it looks as though ECOWAS concurs. ECOWAS hail free, fair, credible election outcome in Nigeria, Liberia, Senegal. So the endorsement continues to come in. The endorsement continues to come in. Let me take you to this one. Africa's top 10 richest cities with highest millionaires by population. So let's say now, Africa's richest cities with highest populations are by millionaires. So we want to say, I took a peek, and I think it's I think number one might well be a Nigerian state, but maybe not the one you suspect. So the 10th, the city at number 10, cities with the highest number of millionaires, and I think we're talking dollar millionaire, proper money, I think. Yes, dollar millionaire. So yes, at number 10, the city with the highest number of millionaires, Pretoria. So Pretoria, followed by Casablanca. I think Casablanca, is it in Egypt or Morocco? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, Morocco. So yeah, followed by Morocco at number 9. Number 10, the Garden Route. So I don't know where the Garden Route is, but we'll find out. That's in South Africa. So South Africa too now. Durban, Umhlanga, and Balito. I might well send this to Kaizo. Maybe he will wrap a session around it. Neighboring towns along the South African Natal coast. So yes, still South Africa. The Cape Windlands. So that's almost certainly South Africa as well. So, and then of course, Lagos comes in there with the highest number of millionaires. More millionaires in Lagos than in more dollar millionaires in Lagos than in that's Cape Windland, not Cape Town. So more millionaires in Lagos, but there are more millionaires in Nairobi than there are in Lagos. That quite surprises me. I didn't even know there were any millionaires in Nairobi. More millionaires in Cairo, number 3, and then Cape Town, South Africa. But wait, you'll be surprised to see this space. Some people will whoop, and some people will holler. You'll be surprised to see the space that has the highest number of Johannesburg. I thought I saw that an Eastern. I may have misread that, but there it is. So there's more wealth in South Africa, at least more wealthy people in South Africa than there is in Nigeria. But I thought I actually saw a southeastern state when I first read it earlier on. But so that's that one. All right, so this one now, stop inciting Igbos against Tinubu, Umahi fires Peter Obi. So I'm not going to read that one out because there's a video clip that goes with that, which I'm about to play you in a moment. Our biggest mess created in 2023 was Naira devaluation from 460 Naira to 1,400 in Nigeria. This is Dangote lamenting that is $50 billion is now $49 billion. The chairman of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has described the floating of the Naira by President Bola Tinubu's administration as the biggest mess that affected his company and other business owners in 2023. Floating the Naira allows market forces to determine its value in relation to other currencies. Dangote said this on Tuesday during his remark at the annual general meeting of Dangote Sugar Refineries Limited, adding that many businesses were affected by the policy. Dangote said several manufacturing enterprises were impacted and suffered operational losses due to variations in Naira's value against the American dollar. He said the biggest mess created was the devaluation of Naira from 460 to 1,400. You can see that almost 97% of companies in the food and beverage business, none of them will pay dividends this year, but we will try and get out of it. Pardon me. Pardon me. A bit of water. And by the way, we are not seeing those super chats stream in. We did agree 5 super chats per session. Ayo kicked it off. Richard followed, but then it looks as though everybody else are hiding their faces. Right. Yes, you can see that almost 97% of companies in the food and beverage business, none of them will pay dividends this year, but will try and get out of it. Shortly after Tinubu implemented the policy, the country's prominent billionaires Dangote and Abdul Rashid Rabiu, who were listed amongst the 500 world's richest men, both lost $5.85 billion. Data available to Bloomberg Billionaire Index, BBI, a daily ranking. I'm going to actually go check that. I never knew there was a daily ranking of billionaires. you know, there's this thing that that daily ticks. Let me see if I can find it. I never knew that this. Let's see. I wonder if it indexes in real time. Let's see. Hold on one second. I just the curiosity got the better of me there. All right. As of May so it updates in real time. Let me just show you this quickly. This updates in real time. So the richest person in the world, Bernard Arnault. So it's a Frenchman. Total net worth 202. I thought it would be the Rothschilds, and if I don't see a Rothschild here, then no, this is an incomplete. It's an incomplete list, because you expect the small hearts. You know the people they call the small hearts. You should know. You expect them to be at the top of the list. So Bernard Arnault, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk is not the richest man in the world anymore. Apparently, Mark Zuckerberg, number 5. Paltry $149 billion, Bill Gates, etc., etc. So I wonder where the Nigerian comes in. Unbelievable. No, not in the top 50, nowhere even close. But so yeah, no, that's just a little aside. Where was I and what were we doing? Let's see, where was I? What were we doing? Okay. Okay, yes, we were here. Data available on the Bloomberg Billionaire Index, BBI, a daily ranking of the world's richest people portal. So anyway, Dangote claiming then that the naira devaluation really messed him up. So there's that one. Lagos Calabar Highway. So this seems like a topic that is not leaving the headlines anytime soon. Lagos Calabar Highway landmark has no claim to 250 meters shoreline. This is what Babati was explaining, and Kulata, just as early as yesterday. Lagos Calabar Highway landmark has no claim to 250 meters shoreline. Umahi. Okay, it's not a long read, so let me speed through. The Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, has stated that Landmark Africa has no claim to 250 meters shoreline, which is part of the right-of-way for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway being built by the federal government. He stated this during the demolition of properties at the beachfront of the Landmark Resort, where he accused the owners of the property of playing politics and pandering to public sentiments. Senator Umahi stated that the federal government made efforts to spare the properties of the company, noting that the core of the facility was spared. He said, "No claim for Landmark. He has no claim. We spared all his infrastructure. We don't pay for shanties. The shanties are... We spared all these infrastructures. We don't pay for shanties. The shanties are on our right-of-way, which is 250 meters from the shoreline. So he has no claim. We made all the efforts to spare all this infrastructure, and that is why I say he is a politician, whilst I am an engineer. I don't know the attention he's seeking." So there it is right there. So just for the records, he's not actually due any compensation. His property was not affected. He has no entitlement. That's what Dave Umahi is telling us. So that's what Dave Umahi is telling us. Let me see, just a couple more. I think we may well have we cycled through? Let me see, we may well have. Let's just see. Ding dong ding. All right. Let me bring you this one. I'm only really bringing you this. No, I didn't want to bring you this one. There was a particular headline that I saw that a northern girl had the highest scores in our school exams in Nigeria, which goes against the grain of the prejudices that we have. Yes, so there's that. Oh, okay. Let me play you this clip. Still a few clips to play you. So let me take you to this one. We kick the clips off with this one.
It brings me to some of the comments made by my brother, His Excellency P2B. Brings me to some of the comments made by my brother, His Excellency P2B. I'm not supposed to comment about it because some people have already done the work. And I saw what Arise brought to say courtesy channel, and they were bringing, similar scenario when His Excellency P2B was governor, and he made a statement. He said, any infrastructure that stands on the way of road construction must go, and there will be no compensation paid, quote and unquote. That's what he said. But look at me, by the human face of Renewed Hope Agenda Administration, we are even paying for people that are illegally staying on the coastline and do not even have, valid infrastructure and valid documents. That is messy. That is messy. Some people darken counsel without knowledge. There is devil in details. When you bring judgment, when you condemn people, you bring judgment upon yourself. And that's what he has done. And I think he's inciting some of the Southeast people that are not well informed. He's inciting them, and he gets them into trouble, and he doesn't go to fight for them.
All right. I hope you can still hear me. Sorry, I'm bouncing back from somewhere. All right. I hope you can still hear me. I wanted to pause it there because what Dave Umahi said there is quite a pertinent thing. So I was just reading what Pansat was saying. Pansat, of course, on a special diet. It's quite pertinent what Dave Umahi is saying there. He's telling us then, and I'm glad that it's a Southeasterner saying this, that the whole of the obedient movement. Listen again, because I'm going to scroll it back. What Dave Umahi is telling us there is that the whole of the obedient movement is nothing more than ethnic jingoism, which we've always said, which everybody knows as well, but it carries more potency when a senior voice from that space tells us it. It's not that we don't know. We know, they know, we know. Everybody knows what is going on. The whole of the obedient movement is ethnic jingoism. We all know it. We know it. You know it. You know we know it. We all know we know it. The whole of it. How can it be the case that the totality of Igbo land sees the good in Peter Obi, and they tell us that it's nothing to do with his ethnicity because he's a good man and he painted some school buildings in Anambra some time ago and he put all of the money? We know that it's all about tribe, because it cannot statistically be the case that 90% of Igbo land, so he's telling us it's ethnic jingoism. And so let's hear him say it again.
It's inciting some of the Southeast people that are not well informed. He's inciting them, and he gets them into trouble, and he doesn't go to fight for them. Wisdom is a defense. We know money is a defense. But wisdom gives life to those that practice it. And I want our people to have wisdom because I'm involved. And there is no humanity method to landmark. Some people darken counsel without knowledge. There is devil in details. When you bring judgment, when you condemn people, you bring judgment upon yourself. And that's what he has done. And I think he's inciting some of the Southeast people that are not well informed. He's inciting them, and he gets them into trouble, and he doesn't go to fight for them. Wisdom is a defense. We know money is a defense. But wisdom gives life to those that practice it. And I want our people to have wisdom because I'm involved. And there is no humanity method to landmark. That matter should be buried because I was there. And so We fought everything possible, even people.
Governor Obi ordered the demolition of the Premier Brewery fence, which has led to the delay in the rehabilitation of the road. The governor says the fence has to be brought down to enable government to expand the road, which he described as critical to the people of the state.
The governor was in Onitsha to inspect the ongoing construction and rehabilitation of Premier Road, which is abandoned by previous administrations in the state. The contractors handling the project attributed the slow pace of work on the road to the Premier Brewery fence, which the management refused to bring down, even after the company had been told to do so. This complaint angered the governor, who immediately ordered that the fence be brought down. The order was carried out instantly as people watched with surprise as the fence goes down. The governor warned that any structure standing against development in the state should give way.
Our next program is that we have to remove all structures on the road as long as we are reconstructing the road. That's why we are even leaving most of the structures on the express. Once we start the work, the structures must go.
The governor also made it clear that no compensation will be made by the state government over such demolition. The governor's pronouncement is already getting.
So there it is right there. Rank hypocrisy. It's unbelievable stuff. So there it is right there. Rank hypocrisy. Unbelievable stuff. A couple more clips. Let me play you a couple more clips. This one is on a lighter note. It's still within that Dave Umahi parameters, but this one is on a lighter note.
Yes, you mentioned the ESIA is currently being carried out by.
Sister, I was raised in the village. Me, I'm not here for me.
Well,
so
sorry.
So try to speak.
I can't help the way I speak. You mentioned that the ESIA was being carried out at the moment. The EIA Act of 1992.
I need interpreter.
Well, you have enough people next to you. The EIA Act of 1992 states that an EIA must be approved by the Federal Ministry of Environment before the commencement of any project.
No,
unless an exemption
it's
has
not
been
done
given.
so. There is preliminary approval. There is final approval.
Has an exemption been given? And if so, if you have the preliminary approval...
Exemption of what?
For the project to start without the final approval. If you have the preliminary approval, can this be shared?
We are following due process.
So can we have a
copy
of the
It is federal government that
approval?
gives the approval. It's not you.
So can we have a copy of the preliminary approval?
We have the approval.
And you can make that public to the media?
Everything in order.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Brian. So that's Dave Umahi mocking the phone of whoever that journalist was, one of their rights babes, one of Ruben Abati's babes. But the thing is, Dave Umahi was only really poking at that woman because Dave Umahi, of course, he has children all around the world. His children are internationally schooled, so he's used to that sort of phone language. So he was just wanting to prod at that lady. So that's just a bit lighthearted, somewhat something. Let me bring you this one. It's not at all lighthearted. It's heart-wrenching. This is really sad stuff. You know, the people who live in this accommodation that I'm about to show you, would you believe that they were paying 250,000 naira per annum? All right. So hold on. I'm bouncing back. So sorry. All right. So those were people living under the bridge. So it's quite sad actually. But then Lagos is already filled up. So if you don't really have anything in Lagos, then just don't come. Stay in your own home state and be a local champion there. Don't come and live under the bridge in Lagos. You have to feel for them, or because you won't believe that they were actually paying rent to live in that sort of a space. But there it is. That's the nature of the. It's urbanization, isn't it? It's not. It's a global phenomenon, by the way. It's nothing unique or peculiar to Lagos or Nigeria. You'll find that in Delhi. You'll find that in New York. You'll find that in virtually every other spaces. But it's just a sad indictment on the way the world is now. So a sad indictment on the way the world is now. So I think that's sufficient enough to be going on with. Still plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. We play the Kegite music and the session will commence. So and by the way, yeah, let me acknowledge the super chatter so far. We did say 5, we've got 2, so there's 3 more to go. So that's Ayo, of course. You know, he always gets a mention, and that's the majestic Richard right there. Good evening, fellow countrymen and women. So that's Richard right there. So keep them coming. Keep all the funky stuff coming. All the funky stuff coming. Let me give you a little bit of a funk with the Care Guys. I was expecting to land on it before I finish that phrase, but as ever, here it is.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is, right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. So sorry, are you hearing me twice? Let me know if you're. Hold on, actually.
It brings me to some of the comments made by my brother, His Excellency P2B. I'm not supposed to comment about it because some people have already done the work, and I saw what Arise brought, the say courtesy channel, and they were bringing, similar scenario when His Excellency P2B was governor, and he made a statement. He said, any infrastructure that stands on the way of road construction must go, and there will be no compensation paid, quote and unquote. That's what he said. But look at me, by the human face of Renewed Hope Agenda Administration, we are even paying for people that are illegally staying on the coastline and do not even have, valid infrastructure and valid documents. That is messy. That is messy. Some people darken counsel without knowledge. There is devil in details. When you bring judgment, when you condemn people, you bring judgment upon yourself. And that's what he has done. And I think he's inciting some of the Southeast people that are not well informed. He's inciting them, and he gets them into trouble, and he doesn't go to fight for them. Wisdom is a defense. We know money is a defense. But wisdom gives life to those that practice it. And I want our people to have wisdom because I'm involved. And there is no humanity method to landmark. That matter should be buried because I was there. And so we fought everything possible. Even people donated their rights of occupancy to save his two big infrastructure. And that should show, appreciation. But some people have taken on it alongside with him to play politics. Some people are already very bitter. Why should it be President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that is the one to develop this coastal road? Oh, it will be a lasting legacy for generations to come. That is just their own distance. So they look for an avenue to attack. But it's all about darkening counsel without knowledge. And I'm very happy that the president has directed me to begin the design of one of the, spurs linking to this coastal route, and that is the Sokoto to Badagry. That was conceived by the President Shagari administration. It's going to connect the ongoing route, Lagos-Badagry route, that is being done by federal government and state government. There is also another route, which is the Enugu-Abakaliki-Ogoja, Cameroon, African Trans-Sahara, route. It's the coastal road is also going to connect it. And we are also presenting the construction. The Sokoto-Badagry is 1,000 kilometers. That of, from the spur of the Trans-Sahara trade route down to Apo in Abuja is 461 kilometers. It means that anyone that is traveling from Sokoto to Lagos will do it in about 10 hours. And traveling from Southeast to Abuja, we do it in a maximum of 5 hours. These are the benefits of the coastal road. That notwithstanding, we talk about an economy that needs foreign investment. These roads are going to be constructed with concrete pavement and it's EPC plus F, which means that there is foreign investment that will come in. This foreign investment will strengthen the Naira. It will stabilize the Naira. I made mention that the Lagos state government is building the deep sea port, very commendable, as dreamed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu when he was governor. He had master plan of Lagos and it's been judiciously followed.
And many ship that we are paying for transloading right now from Togo, from the way the sea has good depth, we're going to be saving the money because this coastal road is going to be an evacuation corridor for that deep sea port. So no more transloading. They go straight to the deep sea port and offload it. And so you can have your goods. If you are going to northern part of Nigeria, you just come straight to Badagry and then now to Sokoto. And this Sokoto is cutting across Kebbi, Niger, Kwara, and so on and so forth. That of the southeast is cutting across Benue, Kogi, Nasarawa, and the Enugu, Ogoja Road. These are tough decisions, and these are for economic revolution. So quote me any way that the shoreline was never given to landmark, and we've taken back our shoreline, we are passing the road. And in the language of His Excellency P2B, any shanties that stands, his own is infrastructure, but my own is shanty, because I try to avoid infrastructure. Any shanty that stands on the way of this coastal road and other roads must give way. And to show sympathy for our people who voted for Mr. President, we will do everything possible to pay a human face compensation.
All right. Hopefully you can all hear me. I'm having a bit of problems with my system, but hopefully you can all hear me. Just give me 1 second. Let's kick it off with Ogbedi. If you can hear me.
One man, I can hear you. Although it's echoing, but I can hear you.
Yes. I'm not. Let me try and figure it out. You take the floor, and I'll try and figure it out.
Well, anyway, I don't know where you want me to start from. I think I will just pick 2 issues. I think there are so many other news today. There are some other news today I think you didn't cover. But yes, I think we have enough to discuss. Let me start with this Mogalu woman. Well, I don't know why. Let me first say that I think Nigerians should begin to be thanking God by beginning to see the reality of what underpins people's bellies. You know, most times you can have people pretending to be who they are, but issues like these make us to understand what exactly they stand for. Somebody like this woman, for me, it's either a matter of for Mogalu, which is very unfortunate. You know, is for me, it's either a matter of Mogalu, you know, having a wife that you cannot really control, or you're refusing to tell you, or someone you refuse to tell.
Sorry, Ogbeni, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mama.
Is the echo still there?
No. I think it's
all right, brilliant. Carry on. I think we're good now. Carry on.
So for me, I see the case of this Mayam Mogalu as for Mogalu, I think it's very unfortunate and sad, particularly for somebody who wants to lead Nigeria. I think Mogalu is one of the promising, you know, youth fellow that people still think one day will still lead our country. But such thing coming from his space, it's I think brings out probably what exactly the family really represents. And over time, they've been probably pretending about it that we don't really know. You know, for me, I see it as for him as either, which I've said, probably having a wife that you can't really control, or you refuse to tell about yourself. You know, I pay close attention to Mogalu, particularly when he was contesting the last time and that the previous time he contested. And his story was what actually attracted me. The Mogalus generally were, you know, people who actually benefited so much from Lagos. or Nigeria than even many that benefited even more than so many, Lagosians or owners of the land called Lagos. His father Isaac, in his name now he has a foundation. He was a Nigerian Foreign Service officer in Lagos, and his father was, he was inducted into what do you call it, Ministry of Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs since 60s. Shortly after, after independence, they've been staying in Lagos. Even his mom, what was her name? Shinelo, late now, I think, was a school teacher in history. His mom was a school teacher in Lagos Highland there. And, at a point in time, his dad was from that same Nigerian Foreign Service office. His dad was posted to Switzerland. I think from Switzerland there, they went to Washington, D.C. and all this, spending Nigerian money. He was representing Nigerian there. There were other Nigerians, of course. But, you had that opportunity and that privilege. You stayed in Lagos. You stayed in Ireland. You had your life there. I think Mogalu was also even born from his story in Nigeria, but shortly afterwards, they left Nigeria for Switzerland. And Mogalu returned home. Yes, civil war, everything happened. His dad has to go to the eastern region, and then throughout the war and all sort of. Mogalu schooled in, I think, somewhere in UNL, but he had the secondary school in Abia and others. But afterwards, where did he start his life? He had to come back to the same Lagos. This is the same Lagos this woman is talking about. Don't invest in Lagos. So why did his own husband come back? Mogalu relocated back. In fact, I think he did his NYC in somewhere in Bradley Shell in Lagos. Go and check his history. It's his own biography. He wrote it, autobiography. He wrote his own profile back then when he was contesting. And even his banking life started from Lagos. So I wonder, but sometimes when you see people, is it politicians have this way of pretending? But when they are not in power, observe what they do, observe what they say, observe their demeanor and disposition. That is exactly when you can know who exactly they are. For me, I don't want to use this woman as the yardstick to determine what the Mogalu stands for. And that is why I would rather put it in a way of probably a woman you can control or a woman you refuse to tell your story to. But somebody drew my attention to something this afternoon. The person said, when I was talking about this Mogalu thing, he said, go and check Isaac Mogalu Foundation, which Mogalu started, for the less privileged and others, and go and see where most of the projects, the space where he has most of the projects. I've not checked it yet, but I will take my time to go and check. And what I want to do a quick research on possibly is the person said I should go and focus on COVID, because after during COVID-19, Mogalu roll out palliative, rice and all these things. I really want the person said I should go and check the space where Mogalu focuses palliative on. It's on record. I'll go and check it. I don't know yet. But the person was trying to, point my attention to something that if I picked little things like that and I align it or synchronize it with what this woman is saying, I will understand what the family stands for. I still don't want to make my decision now, but this is a red flag for Nigerians, to know who is
Does it surprise you just how many people that you thought were above the pedestrianness of ethnicity are suddenly turning out to? Yes. Mogalu, I would have bet my mortgage that Mogalu. I'm a fan of his now, as I suspect you know. That his wife will be,
Same with me, and that is why I said I'm a bit surprised, and that is why I don't really want to use this woman as a yardstick. It's just like Cecilia Hebrew. You remember the Cecilia Hebrew saga and everything, and eventually, remember family came. Don't use Cecilia Hebrew to judge Hebrews. We had our honor, we have our, we know her. She came to marry us here, and don't use will I but when that my friend drew attention to the Isaac Morgan,
your system is chopping up a bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better. Carry on.
Okay. So, you know, by virtue of my training, I don't, when I see red flag, I don't avoid, I don't just dismiss it summarily. And at the same time, I won't draw conclusion from it, but I will take it as red flag and I'll run with it to do further search on where exactly is this thing coming. I find out that okay, it's what do you one of these people who still believe in this parochial divide of tribal or this narrative of they all hate us, they and us narrative. I pity Mogalu with all his education, with all his awards here and there, and what the pedigree he has in Nigeria. I don't think this kind of thing should be coming out from the family. But that said, that's which I don't think we should waste too much on Mogalu. I would like to address the second issue, which is Umahi. You see, there's a Yoruba day. Don't let me go to Yoruba day. You see, when you are a sadist, you don't see good in anything you think is not good, even if that thing is good. You will always find the negative part. Umahi said something today. He said, the reason why many of them are spewing their negative narrative about this ambitious project that everyone should be hailing is because they saw themselves doing it. They felt, I should be the one doing this. Why should it be this man doing it? Instead of looking at the merit of the thing. And I think I've said it before on this platform. That is the way I see Obi. In fact, I don't even really see Atiku in that space. I think I see Atiku most time trying to say, you know, more like what Yoruba will say, Anita Bellori to Shin Kilo Feso. Atiku wants to still maintain his relevance. Atiku still wants to say, okay, let me still be playing the opposition politics. We don't know what tomorrow will say in the political space. And you see him coming out once in a while. But it's different from the approach Peter Obi is giving the whole thing. The approach Peter Obi is giving the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned, is this. Whatever you see, you think it could be something you should have done. Look at removal of soil subsidy. Look at his reaction. Reaction to it would have been in basis. Oh, not the way. Or it's because of how he announced it. It wasn't part of what they wrote for him. Is that criticism? Is that the reason why they shouldn't implement a policy? The way you present the policy is what matters. So, but let me narrow it on this. Look, I look at this EU from 4 major perspectives, and I've been looking for the opportunity to probably come on this and hear my own opinion. I look at this EU from the legal aspect. I look at this EU from the business aspect, political aspect, and then moral aspect. What is the legal aspect? One man is very clear. And that is why sometimes when gullible ones like Rufai Husseini Abati and others, gather themselves on that platform and speak some nonsense, I cannot just bow, it baffles me. But sometimes I'm just disillusioned. I'll just laugh and leave them, because in many cases they don't really understand what exactly they're talking about. What's in EU here is very simple, Wama. Very, very simple issue. Prior to all those 1982, 1990, before 18, the 70s, there were issues on the laws of the IC. What's the issue? The issue is that demarcations on the laws of this, after the Second World War, there were many issues. US took over territories of some coastal, some coast, or some continental shelves of some countries, which they counted as enemy during the Second World War. UK also took over some. Why? Different countries, they took over different territories, for strategic reasons of war and others. But there was a conversion that came in the, I think, early 80s. There's a convention that came in. They call it, let me get it. We used to call it UNCLOS. We call it UNCLOS, but that's the acronym. The full meaning is United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Yeah, no, the UNCLOS. Yeah, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. You see, you know what that convention states? That convention clearly demarcates territories on the high sea, and then donates or vests interest or power or ownership of those areas and their resources to different bodies. So it's like this. Let me, if I won't waste your time, let me break it down a bit. Now, there's IC itself. That is when you are in the Atlantic or Pacific, you are in the main ocean. Now, the moment you are getting closer, okay, to the territory of a nation, that's where you find land. The first place you get to is what we call continental shelf. Now, that continental shelf, by that UNCLOS law, says that converts 200 nautical miles, right, from the sea down to where you find land. We call it continental shelf, and that is not where I'm going to. Now, within that your continental shelf, next to get to, or what you can call boundaries or division now, is what we call exclusive economic zones. Now, the exclusive economic zone is another. I'm saying miles now. I'm using nautical miles. That's what they use now in law. So 200 nautical miles from the baseline, okay, and then so the coastal states now have the exclusive right to export to anything you want to do within that area. Now, don't forget, I said the background to all these things in Second World War. So that for me to protect my territory, the moment you are moving to 200 nautical miles from the baseline down to the high sea, you are within my territory. That is my exclusive economic zone, right? And then you have your contiguous zone, you have territorial sea. There are divisions like that. So I won't go really into it. But where I'm really heading this EU to is the legal aspect I'm trying to treat now. Where I'm heading into is this. When you now enter the territorial sea, that is within the coastal line. Don't forget Nigeria, what we practice is federalism. Federalism means there are federal components, each state. And don't forget in Nigeria, we have states that lies along our coastal line. Okay, so over times, those states took ownership or possession, don't let me say ownership, possession of those territories with almost unlimited powers. Don't forget when our Land Use Act now came in 1979, the Land Use Act vested every land in the state in the custody of the governor. So everybody started using anyhow. But don't forget Section 49 of that Land Use Act now say, but any space that is being owned by federal government should still be allowed, should still be reserved for the federal government. So yes, they were reserving areas where federal government have had probably what you call immediate possession of. Okay, in those times. Fast forward it in 2018, there was a judgment. Attorney General of Federation against Attorney General of Abia State. And that is the judgment you see Umahi referring to. What happened in that case? About Abia State, about 8 states in Nigeria, particularly those ones along the coastal line, they took the federal government to court and it became a serious issue, Supreme Court that fast forward, the decision of the Supreme Court on that is this. It's very simple. They said 250 meters from the shoreline. Okay. So once you get your water, that's, after your exclusive economic zone, your territorial, within your territorial sea, which is that 12 nautical miles now, within the exclusive economic zone, into land, you now count it from there, where your water stop, 250 meters of it into your land, inside. State government cannot own it by virtue of Land Use Act. It takes it away from the state government and vests it in the federal government. And mind you, it's not that judgment that vests it in them. It has always been. The controversy arose then, and then the Supreme Court made the clarification that, see, this particular space, right, belongs to the federal government, and they can use it for anything as long as it's the federal government that is using it. Now, don't forget I told you that UNCLOS convention, the background to it was that way.
Ogwene, I think the audience are saying they are getting intimidated by the legalese. Give us the idiot's version, not the. I know you're a lecturer, but give us the idiot's version of it.
No, one man, you see, the point to this is this. Everybody, many people think when Umahi spoke, they think everything is just political, or many people see it from this political and the moral aspect. But it's not. Umahi was telling you more of legal foundation.
People like me, we're enjoying it though.
Yeah, Umahi was telling you the legal
Enjoying it
foundation.
too, but the audience is going over some of their heads. Like if you're watching the comment section, they are starting to pretend. Anyway, carry on, Ogwene. I think
Don't mind them. It's very informative, so don't mind them.
Well, we have to mind them now. We have to mind the audience. But carry on, Ogwene.
Those people are LFA people. Leave them alone with their own. Continue.
Woman, let me round up that point by saying possession of a land in law is different from ownership of a land. I can be possessing a land that is not mine, but the day the owner comes, that is the day you must vacate my land. So the fact that you are possessing my land doesn't mean I am not still the owner of the land. Now the owner comes, the person possessing it is now saying, oh, why will you chase me from this land? That's the way I want you to see this case. It is clear. That place is owned by federal government, and I've told you the background to it. For Nigeria to preserve its sovereignty, federal government needs to be in charge of the whole territorial. That if you want to take over in 1861, when the British came and demolished Lagos and took over Lagos, they came through your coastal line. Any country, if you go to defend the integrity and sovereignty of your country, your state, which is the federal government, must be in charge of your coastal territory. And that's what Umahi was simply saying, that this thing belonged to us. Now, yes, landmark came, but he said something today. He said landmark is not even, his investment is even nothing to some people. There was one man he called out today, I think one Bolaji. He said that man, the whole of his estate is going down. But what baffles me is Arise, and all these guys. When I watched Arise 2 days ago,
the Elekushi family, they are losing they own that space. They are losing a sizable amount of land as well, a huge amount of land.
There was another community that came today that they said they are losing the whole of their ancestral land. Those guys, in fact, those guys, they were almost fighting. Because they came, they said, we are losing the entirety of our aboriginal, of our indigenous land. Why? Because the land, the initial plan should not go through their land. And they said they got their final say of in 1999 from the same Tinubu, and that they settled in that land because it's their ancestral land. But the initial plan should not go through. Because when the minister saw that if they've maintained that initial plan, it's going to affect a lot of communities, they have to break it into two and allow one to go left side and the other one to go right side. And then the one going left side, I think, is the one now that is affecting these guys. They were not originally to be affected. And the man said,
Mr. Speaker, is the Oniru, not Elegushi.
It's the Oniru. Yes.
Yeah.
Those guys came and they were almost fighting. If you see them, they were even snatching the So how much more? You're not talking about landmark. See, you know what baffles me? Let me tell you what baffles me most is I don't understand what exactly is the motive of Arise. When that young lady that you saw, that Umahi was just trying to intimidate that girl, that young lady in a report yesterday, either a day before that I was watching, she stood around a particular property that was being demolished and she was portraying it as landmark. And she was saying, oh, you can see now that is landmark, so million. And she was telling us how many thousands of Nigerians that will lose, that landmark is going to sack, that will lose their job. You would think she has all the statistics and everything. And today, Umahi was just telling us that it was shanties. So obviously, to me, what that lady was showing from the background yesterday was not.
In fact, he sublet that space to private people.
That is another thing, and that's why I brought in the possession and ownership. So what Landmark simply did was that, okay, you got that land. He has his own portion, a particular part of his own land that he got. Then the part that belonged to the federal government, which the state government never gave him, that was the area he now sublet to some people. And subletting it, there were no, according to mine, there were no, and he told them, bring your contrary evidence and let's discuss this. That in the whole place, he is not demolishing any infrastructure anywhere. There are shanties. And we all know what are shanties now, caravans and all these pan and all these things. That's what you are destroying. And you are comparing it, and you are not emphasizing on those ones that they are really destroying their buildings. The one that Obi and others can pick and be discussing is because the one that can, that can feed their narrative of this tribal thing.
Obeni, can I come in here with you for a minute? I try to give...
Let me land. I told you 4 points. Is the legal aspect I'm dealing with.
And I know I want to just deal on that area. Then you continue. It's your time. That's okay.
No interjection, please.
That's I mean.
Let me just write down. So
hold on. I just want to in a limited area so you can continue.
Please step in.
He said no. He said no. Just for the purposes of whoever has the floor gives the permission for the interjection. But carry on, Obeni.
No, I would love to write down. I know Pansat now. You won't be able to conclude your thoughts.
Just a little question for you that you continue. What's the
Pansat, you won't ask questions.
Yes, absolutely.
You won't ask questions eventually.
Let him continue. We don't want any interjection.
You can ask later. Except if I don't have time to do this, then
it's a lot of people here. Can you round up quickly then so we can all get in? If you don't want to interject,
let one man say that you are not the one controlling the platform, please.
All right, whatever, go ahead.
You are just one of the panelists, please. So that's the point, one man. So my point there is this: legally speaking,
of course, there is time for everybody. Right. Let's wait.
Legally speaking, the federal government is right. Umahi is right. They are on a firm basis. If Landmark feel legally cheated, you should go to court. You should go and test his case in court. And I'm so sorry for I just feel very sorry for the guy because the guy has not really been on the media talking too much.
Should you really feel sorry for the guy? The guy has been mounting some sort of campaign of calumny against he live streams his platform. Do you know he live streams? I find it. I say I find it. It's even here. He's live streaming it almost like Snow putting a megad. This is the guy. It says save Landmark. Can you see? And it's live streaming it every single day, monitoring activities there so that the guy is waging a campaign of calumny against the state. This is a live stream that you're seeing right there.
One man, you see, the man is just trying to save his business here. And that is why if I deal with the business aspect, I think I'll be able to go to this direction. I think what he's just simply doing here is probably prioritize the federal government to see his own view, prioritize the federal government to see his own view to this and try to have some concession for him in terms of probably make a redirection of their policy. That just but the tribal sentiment, brought into this issue is not really by this guy. Those who brought the tribal sentiment to this issue are the Abatis, are the Rufai Husseinis, are the Obi and others. We should just say that's the pure truth. They are not bringing all these. It's because the man is Igbo man, it's because they are the one bringing it out. They are the obedient. They are the one bringing all these issues out. That is the truth. But for me, that's the legal aspect. On the business aspect, this is what I see. One man, like Umahi said, it is a tough decision, but it is for economic prosperity. And for me, I look at this from this angle. So, if I put myself in the shoes of Landmark, what would I have done differently? Yeah, I would have been doing the same thing Landmark is doing presently. Live streaming it, going everywhere to beg them, just to make them see reason why they shouldn't do it, go to court to get injunction, I'll be going up and down. At the same time, if I see that eventually nothing will come out from there, I will be begging them for compensation or relocation to a place where I can still get my market. Why am I saying this? For me, I think the guy's attraction to that place was that sea view. Unfortunately for him, that particular corridor, the entire line belonged to federal government. So, but because federal government has, over time has abandoned that space or has left that space over time, then the fact that you are possessing it doesn't mean that you owns it. So he's missing possession with ownership. He's mistaking possession for ownership. That's just his problem. So as it stands, business-wise for me, and if I were Umahi too, business-wise, I would think twice before I enter that landmark and even many other businesses around that side. I'll find a way. But if there is no way at all, I'm supporting the federal government to continue with their policy, because there are many projects also in the world we can cite where they've taken tough decisions like this. And today we all travel abroad and we're enjoying all this. Do you know the kind of havoc that they have caused, to businesses when they were doing many infrastructures that we go abroad today that we're all enjoying? Now, what is the political angle to it, Wama? Those that injected political narrative into this is not landmark. Arise TV, Rufai Hussaini, Abati, Obi, and others. These are the guys that injected, they hijacked the guy's cause and start peddling their usual narrative that, they all hate Igbos. And they put it and lace it with that tribal narrative. Boom. And throw it to the obedient, the headless.
That will only be tenable. That will only be tenable if it was only an Igbo man's property that they are demolishing. But I think 80% of the property has been demolished belongs to Yoruba people.
That is what Umahi has shown. You see, if Umahi has just been there probably keeping quiet, federal government just doing their own without him coming out to be saying all these things, it would have been very difficult for us to be analyzing this thing objectively. Look at that Bolaji man. There are a lot of them that today now, they even gave some of check. I know tomorrow, you see, obedient to come out and say those guys are fake. I know now I prepare my mind.
Didn't they see Esther Jaidia, the prophetess?
Yeah, I saw that woman. You see, I've not come for me to, it's time now for us to start getting used, to the obedience space. And it's time for us to start knowing how to relate with them, because they have come to stay with us and they will be here for a very long time. And we know the way they think. So we won't be wasting our time too much to pay too much attention to the narrative. And finally, Wama, morally speaking, which I said is the fourth angle I see to this issue. If you ask me, is it morally justified to destroy landmark shanties in that place? I will tell you, I will balance it with others. How do I balance it with others? I will balance it with others by trying to look at what is the nature of havoc you are causing landmark compared to others too. For me, it will be utilitarian approach to it. Okay, if I have 100 people, we're going to offend here. This man that is crying, Mura, is the one making noise. Is it the one that will really hurt most? If it's not, then why should I now go to others and without going to him? Why should I exempt him? Because he's the one making the loudest noise? The answer is no for me. And well, I know there is no, like I always say, no moral universalism anywhere. There's moral relativism. So to some people who are landmark guys, it will be morally unjustified, because probably they will feel hurt, and naturally landmark guy must feel hurt, particularly for somebody who said he relocated from the UK and believe in Nigeria and this is happening to him. One man, I think that's all I just wish to say on this point, and Pansat can ask his question or probably wait for his own time to make his own contribution.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Jack, could I please go before you, and then I would sit back and listen. Instead of asking him a question, let me just go ahead and take my turn if it's okay with you. Ajan Lekoko.
No, I think you wanted to interject, didn't you?
Yeah, I wanted to interject.
Because after Ogbeni, I want to go to Ajibade Olamide because I think it's his first time here. And you know, we always proud. Yeah.
Okay, let me then do the interjection. Then you go to that guy, because I've seen you do it many times, and then come to me. That'll be fair. Ogbeni, thank you for your presentation. I was glancing over at the comment section. It seems like a lot of people do like your input on the platform. And I had quite a cordial dialogue with you the last time I was here. So I want to continue that. I promise one man that we don't want to dabble the session. But you do know, aside from the concern that you have, that you consider the legal aspect of, say, an individual and the state fighting over land and all the gossip about it's tribal and all that. That's normal. I'm not gonna go into that area. It really doesn't concern me. It's none of my business. But as an attorney, a lawyer, you are aware that we have an agency and a law that caters to public private partnership. In our case, we call it the ICRC.
Sorry, apologies, Pansat. 1 moment. Suman, can you switch on your camera so I can see you? I've not seen you here before, and we have some problems with our people trying to spam. So switch on your camera before I let you onto the screen. Suman. So I want to say who that is. So I'll wait for you to do that before I put you on the screen. Carry on, Pansat.
All right, thank you very much.
So that's to Suman. Yeah, carry on, Pansat.
Yeah, so I'm disappointed that instead of you going to that area, we have our laws in our country. We have what's called the ICRC. That's Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission. And they regulate private and public partnership. In the colloquial sense, what we're talking about here is like bidding on a contract. If you're going to do anything, it has to go through. If anything has to do with the federal government, it has to go through that particular regulatory commission. It was established in an act in 2005. Tell you how far back it goes. But you call it the 2008 ICRC. First of all, let me ask you, do you know about that?
You're asking me a question?
Yes, I did. Do you know about that agency that regulates somebody? Whenever federal government is going to do anything, there has to be a bidding process, a public process. Yeah.
Yes, I know it now.
Okay. You think it's kind of customary in pretty much in every democracy.
Of course.
In the West, you cannot just assign contract to somebody, right? So now, you know that was violated in this case, and that is a big deal. It's not when people are talking about the tribalism, for example, the victim in this case, an Igbo man, but it's not really. It's all of us that are victims. Now, let me post on the private session, and I hope one man will then share with everybody who actually is who is the one that we have that owns the company, the Chagari Group. Who is he? Sheyi Tinubu is just made like a director in the company, but he's not really relevant. He's a small potato. This Chagari Group, I'll post maybe let me give you a couple of links so you could look at who actually is benefiting, who is behind this. I also have a State Department profile on this guy, and then
where are we going? An interjection is meant to be just a short little infusion into. You're taking us on a merry-go-round.
What I'm doing is I'm showing you the legal aspect to this for the real serious critics. It's not the tribalists who are talking about this.
Why not save that for your space?
Can I ask that question?
Hold on, I am doing it now. Let me do it this
Can
way.
I answer that question for you? Because I'm a procurement man, so that's my job.
Okay, but please hold on. So why don't I use this opportunity for this interjection to give you a signpost of where I want to go? Now, that'll be fair for those who are not familiar. So when it's my turn, then I'll really get down to why we should look at this with serious lenses, right? Where all of us, all Nigerians, should be concerned about. It's not a tribal thing. It's a matter of you following our laws or who's breaking the law. The law is being broken by the federal government. You cannot go doing a project and then just bypass our laws, procurement laws. It's in the books. We have an agency for that. So it's not the little tribal stuff. Yeah, I agree with Obeni on that. I don't know anything about that, about the individual story. I'm a big believer in individual rights, obviously. And he's supposed to have his right of occupancy, whatever certificate is given, right of ownership. But the question is, Dave Umahi, who is a perfidious individual, right? I notice that a lot of people enjoy people like that, a deceitful person. Right? Perfidiousness is we cannot, if you're playing one tribe against the other by being deceitful, duplicitous, unfaithful, and with infidelity, you come and they say, oh, we know you're from that tribe, but if you switch over this side, then you could just fool all of us. People like this Shagori will come in and break our laws. This is a big breaking of the law. It's a bigger thing.
All right.
You signpost ahead of where I'm going. Now I'll take that question from that guy who wants to answer. You want to answer the question? Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, but he responds, but then Ogbeni takes the floor after that. So we have to maintain the structure. Yes. Jibade, good to see you. Good to meet you.
Okay. Sorry guys. I'm not a lawyer, but I think I've had Umahi said side of the law, that counter what you just said now. Okay, I'm a procurement man. Okay. And now, what we need to look when we are giving out the contract, number one, it depends on there's some contract that is that have something that we call a bottleneck, and what I mean by bottleneck is there's that contract is not, or maybe that kind of material is not being produced or being supplied by a lot of people. Okay, so and in that case, there will be a clause on that aspect that fine, before you can do this, you could have done this, or you could have different, like previous experience on that aspect. Now, what Umahi is saying, and which is very, very right, and I believe is according to the law in Nigeria as well. Like, these people, forget about who owns it. That who owns it, whatever, that's in my say. But what we are talking about, who can do the job properly? Who has a track record of doing this job? We have, like majority of us are from Lagos, and then we know what Babish is all about. If you don't know, please ask somebody about Babish. During those time, yeah, during that time I live at Makoko, and if I ran towards the end of maybe towards November, December, or December time or November time, there will be this water that will overflow to Babish, and the whole of Makoko also will be full of water. Are you getting my point now? So this has been an issue from day one, from my birth. I think now I'm about maybe like 40, 43 now, and I've been experiencing that entire of my life, all through my life.
You're not sure. You're not sure how old you are.
No, I'm just being. I don't want to be specific.
No. Carry on.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, since my life, I've been waking up and see that water is coming out to take all our stuff. So, and I believe that the water from the Babish is the one that overflow to Makoko. Look at the distance; it's quite very long distance. Now, Shaguri I mean, like that complaint. I can't remember it's H. I just say H or whatever. They are the one that solved that issue for us at that time.
High tech.
Thank you. They are the one that solved that issue. And if you look at the years that they've done that, we've never had that issue from then. And look at now, all the Lekki, the Babi side from NTA going to a hotel and stuff like that. Now they even proclaim majority part of the sea. So that should tell you that these people have the experience, they have capability, they have history of that. So it will be very unfair to go and call a complaint that is not expatriate on that area to come and do that project. Now, if you have other complaint that has similar experience towards that kind of on that field, because everybody have their own specialization, their own specialization. Yeah, we know Julius Berger can do anything on the road, wherever. We know iTech can do on the sea and stuff like that. So, according to that, what they said is that they give that project according to their specialization. So we cannot go that one out.
Mike, can I respond to him?
No, I want to maintain the structure. So thank you, Jebade. Suman, you have to switch on your camera before I can let you on. I want to identify who you are because we've had people come here to spam. Ogweni, back to you. Round up that space, I'll take you to one more space.
One man. Just one answer to Pansat. Yeah. Pansat, I know over time you try to, at least you've shown us here that, or you told us severally that you have some understanding of law. Probably not Nigerian law really, but at least US and others. You've shown us. So I'll give you that benefit that you understand what it's called Public Procurement Act in Nigeria. I think the present one we use is 2007. Now that Public Procurement Act, I've used it severally. Why? Because I've applied for contracts before. I'm a team lead of an IT firm. Okay. And I do IT infrastructural contract. That's what I do. And so I have a good understanding as a lawyer first of our Public Procurement Act. I've handled some cases that has to do with a breach of public procurement, where I lost some, I won some. Those I lost, those public officers were jailed. Some of them are still in prison today. So I have some understanding of how this bidding process and others work. You see, when you go to our Public Procurement Act, it's been long I read it now, and I heard Umahi citing some sections, which I can't specifically state now because it's been long. And but I understand that there are different types of bidding you can have there. Bidding process. Okay, that's the bidding for procurement. Few ones that I can remember, let me quickly tell you. I know that you could have open bidding. In one of the procurement I've done with NIMC before, that's the National Identity Management Commission, on the National ID card. Not the last one they did, the one they did under that Niger Data guy. I participated in it with Sham City and others. Open bidding. There's one they call closed bidding. I'll try to explain this if there's time. There's competitive bidding. Now, when you go to advanced country,
there is no bid contract too.
Yeah, there is in advanced country there's another one they call sealed bidding. The one I just did, I just had recently.
Sorry, when Suman, check the check the private chat. I left a message. I left a message there. Hold on, carry on, Ogweni. Suman, that's for you. And Kadri Bakari, the same principles apply. Switch on your cameras before I can let you on the screen. I'm not going to let you on the screen with your cameras on, but I want to see the face because we've had spammers. You switch it on, I see you, then you can switch it back off, then I'll let you on the screen. So that's how it works. Sorry, Ogweni, carry on.
Okay, no problem. I can't even remember where I stopped. So I know competitive bidding. Now, in advanced country like the one my younger brother just did in Glasgow here for some IT infrastructure here, what they used was what they call reverse auction, because the facility has been there already, but has gone moribund. So they wanted to, to pick it up. So they call it reverse auction. We've never heard it before. We have to go and read about it. And it's still public procurement. There's one also we did, they call it request for proposal. All these are types of bidding. There are lots. There is one two-stage tendering. There is design, bid, build. Now, so many. I can't best value procurement. There are so many that I know. And I've listened to Umahi saying, look, the fact that you have competitive bidding doesn't mean that is the only type of bidding. And that's why, you see, we as educated ones should be the one enlightening, because Reno Mercury always says something. He said, see, 60% Nigerians are still illiterate. That's the statistic coming out from United Nations. 60% of your population are illiterate. So when illiterate are cooking stories or narratives, the educated one should be, depending when we will educate them, should be the one correcting their narrative and say, look, that is not it. It will only be an illiterate.
All right, but Benny, you're not responsive to my question. I mean,
I'm
you can go on
responding.
and on if you want, but it's not responsive to what I'm saying at all. I'm saying, are you
it's
familiar?
My space now. Don't worry.
I know, but it's your space, but don't behave like you're responding to me. You could go on.
20 minutes, I take to
leave it
respond
to one
to
man
your
to go to the next person. I don't want an education on law.
No, don't
I'm
say
saying,
go to the next person. Apansat, I've told you are not in control here. You are just a panelist like me. You are in my space. You have asked question. If it will take me 30 minutes to answer your question, be patient enough to listen to my answer. If you don't like listening to my answer, you can mute yourself pending when I'm answering. And if I finish answering, you think I've not answered your question, you can push further. If I feel to continue answer, I will answer. If I feel not to answer again, I close it there. That is how it should be in the gathering of intellectuals. Let me just continue and land on this. Now, my point is this. It is only an illiterate that would think that competitive bidding should be the only bidding. Our Public Procurement Act allowed for other closed bidding. And Umahi said that is what they did there. And he gave a reason why they did that. I know you are aware of that reason, but many people like to close their mind against it. And that is the reason the last speaker just told you. He said, this is not just an ordinary project. This is a project where you have identified a particular company that have solved it before. And instead of you to be wasting your time on competitive bidding, you have a particular contractor that you have singled out, then you call for negotiation or proposal or from that contractor, then to come and do that high-tech project for you. And that's why they went
all
to
right, but Obeni,
so,
if you're going by history, I also posted on the private chat, not just for one man, for you too, that this man is convicted of various crimes. He was Abacha Shagori Group that owns this high tech.
Who is Shagori?
Right? Hold on,
that's
high
tech. They gave the project.
I know, but high tech is a subsidiary of the Shagori Group. Just let's hear me out.
The company is different from the owner. The company is different from the owner. You can't just be saying that.
Hold on now, hold on. The owner, like he said, hold on. The owner, he says, has a history of doing a good job.
Does anybody who owns a company?
And hold on now.
All right. When it start to bring it home, I did want to take good. No, I did want to take you to another talking point, but I'm conscious of people waiting for a while. So bring it.
I'm okay. Yeah. I'm okay if I land only on this point and then you move to another person. The last thing I wish to say is that it is only an illiterate also that will say only one man, a man owns a company. There is nothing like that in the corporate world. Wigwe died when? Today, as Access Bank died, you would think Wigwe owned Access Bank. That's not. Companies are owned by their shareholders and their subscribers. So if the fact that Shagori has shares, and you just mentioned that Tinubu's son has they made him something in high-tech. I'm not aware of that. The reason is this. As of 2 days ago, I wanted to write a paper on this issue, and I went to Corporate Affairs Commission website to search for details of this high-tech. I can't find Tinubu there. And you see, when we throw all these narrative, where there are space we throw it to where they gob it and they don't even question it, they don't integrate
Here's a
it.
link for you. Here's a link for you on the
Okay.
Tinubu song. It's right there.
Yeah,
That's to
and
Twitter. One man, please show that on the screen for him. You can click
Twitter.
it if you want,
So
but
it's
yeah,
Twitter,
the
it's from
Twitter
Twitter
is
you're
gonna
getting
give
your
you the link if you want, but
Twitter.
it's gonna tell
We
you.
can't
Yeah.
follow
One
Twitter.
man,
He has
please.
gone to Corporate Affairs Commission in Abuja to
No,
search
but
the
you could,
paper.
one man can
And there
click
is
the link on Twitter too.
there's
But it's just,
article of association and which he has gone through.
he
He
said he
has not
doesn't
seen a
know, and I'm
Tinubu
showing
signature in
him,
it.
and you're talking. The point
You're
is, he
talking
doesn't
about
know.
Twitter. We are talking about documents here.
Okay,
Federal
but
documents.
one man, please click on it, please. Click on it. It will take you to the magazine that has the long story, but this is just a nutshell. You don't know,
magazine.
so now you
High-tech
should find
is a
out.
corporate citizen of Nigeria in law
All
and in
those
spirit.
magazines written by David Udain and others, and all those guys that speak
No,
to your
just
narrative.
let's click on it and find out. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I don't care. The point is that we want to get to the truth.
All right. All right.
click on it
No,
now.
no, no, Jip, no, no. Don't
This
worry.
can't be verified.
No, no, no. Just mute yourself, please, Jibade. Bring it home, Ogwene, and then we'll move. But Pansa, please don't. Yeah.
You see one man, when you see somebody saying he believes in Twitter over, he believes in Twitter, he believes in news, speak on Twitter over what is the document in Corporate Affairs Commission. Doesn't that sound so funny? Twitter, where the likes of David Udain and others, they are other
Twitter.
parading themselves and be throwing
Yeah,
news,
that is
pieces of news
a
over
view
there.
by Undein.
And
You are not David Udeni's pinky toe.
That's where you bring, for instance, this Africa Intelligence is one of those spaces where you see David Udain and others throwing their news. That is where I will go to pick public record that I should find in Corporate Affairs. It sounds very fun, and it sounds very funny most time when we see that this narrative are come from people in diaspora who are living in so-called enlightened society and environment. These are the things that you can't go to. Pastor stay in the United States of America. You won't go to United States Congress to go and be peddling this kind of narrative. They either don't take you serious or they cite you the next day for some offenses. Because
that's Africa Intelligence, not Twitter. It's Africa Intelligence on Twitter. But so when I post it, the least you owe me is to click on it and then see if it's not credible. Then you could criticize it. Fine. But
my point is simple, Pansat, if you actually listen to me. My point is that I won't rate what is on Twitter or even in Africa, even in Tel Magazine or even in Punch over what is in Corporate Affairs Commission. Why? They are all written by the people of the Mogalu's wife and others, the David Udain, which we all know their narratives. So the Chimamanda Adichie and all that. So why do you want me to rate that over what I find in Corporate Affairs Commission? Let me round off. So my point, one man, is this. You see, we will continue having people peddling this kind of narrative in our space. I think for me, and the people around me, which they listen to me, I've told them severally, brace up. This kind of people will remain with us, perhaps for a very long time. They have come to stay. We should know how to manage them. We should know how to tolerate them. And I won't be surprised if Umahi is giving Soludo treatment. You will start seeing them attacking Umahi now, because already Obi is potting them against Umahi, and they are catching fire with it. And you see them going straight for Umahi. And that is what you will be seeing in that space in the next few days. So,
no, absolutely, you are right.
So there's no problem.
Yeah.
They have come to stay around us. We don't have any problem with it. One man, I think it is a very safe place for me to say Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you also, Pansat. Bye.
All right. Stay there still, when there's still many more topics to hear from you from or on rather. But just to move it around quickly, I'll go to Jibade, and I was going to go to Kadri next, and then Kadri come back. Sorry, BKB, did you want to say something? Just to move it around quickly. All right, let me mute you. Yes, I'll go to Jibade. Jibade, a 5-minute monologue from you. Then we go on.
I prefer Ogbeni to use my space, please. Yes.
All right. So, Jibade, a 5-minute monologue. A 5-minute monologue from you, just to introduce yourself to the space, come into the conversation at whichever entry point, and then from you we go on to Richard, and then we continue to move the conversation around. Jibade, you're up next.
Hello, hello guys. My name is Jibade, as you said. Well, I may not even use up to 5 minutes. I just want to throw up one or 2 points. I've been since the last election. I've been, looking at what is going on, on social medias, and I look at it that the majority of hate, coming into the country is basically coming out from one tribe. Yeah. So, and I look at it, what could have been the problem why is it that this side of the country are just bitter about what is going on? I mean, like, even though if the country is moving forward.
Sorry, Jibade, I wouldn't call it the entirety of the tribe. It's just a sect of. I think you have to narrate to the obedient, because the expansiveness of the Igbo people.
Oh, no. I'm not. Okay, what I mean, let me say maybe the uneducated part of the southeast or something like that. Maybe uneducated one, because the educated one, they're basically enlightened, because I have a lot of my colleagues here who are educated, and they basically understand. They could read by themselves, they could think by themselves, they could reason by themselves. But there's some part that they only speak on what they've been told of. They can't make research, they can't do anything. So I'm not trying to name them, but I'm trying to listen to where I'm going through. So I now look at it, that what could have caused this. The main thing that the majority of people are always being negative, even though whatever is going on is project the country in a very good manner. And I look at it, I say, probably, and then could it be the issue of this war of a thing that happened during the Biafra war? Okay, and last week as well, I read through the Reno Street, and it said that from the war there could have been kind of like a peace talk to the people to liberate them and clear their bitterness from that aspect. So I believe, that we as a person, we still have one obligated thing to do to these people. I know they are very bitter, and I know where the bitterness is coming from. They see anybody, if you say anything now, they will attack you. But to them, they see that everybody wants to chance them, or they want to shoot them. So I think basically they need something like therapy, to talk to them, to make them feel that they are part of us. Because the bitterness is getting too much. So if you look at Hausa now, not concern Hausa with Hausa that is doing their own thing. Look at even Calabar. Look at every part of the tribe. But you notice that the majority negativity is coming from one side of the country, and I believe that if we could give them a bit of therapy, to see how they are part of us, to see how important they are to us, this negativity will be out of it. That's number one. Now, let's go back to Obi. Personally, I don't see Obi as I see it as the one of the worst candidates that ever emerged or maybe ever campaigned as a president was. But I don't see anything, because before anybody want to talk about things, you look at their past record, you look at what they've done, look at their investment that they have done, look at the states they've, I would prefer what's it called, Showore than Peter Obi. And if you look at this Peter Obi, they know themselves that Peter Obi is not that brilliant. They know. But because it's Igbo, they just want somebody, not Hausa, not Yoruba, they just want Igbo. They don't care whatever product they brings. And unfortunately, Peter Obi was the only one that emerged. They painted Peter Obi to be an angel, forgetting that Peter Obi was in PDP. It was Atiku's vice president last election. They forgot all those things. And you're not kind of looking at what exactly is going on. Why are they doing like this? I think it's still part of that bitterness I said in my first statement. So anything that is okay to be like opposition. It's okay. But if you are being opposition, when government do something good, you should recommend them and give them their flowers. But I see Peter Obi as negativity. He's just trying to, paint this region. And if you notice that when he came into the campaign, he came in with this emotion pattern. He knew that Nigerians are very emotional, and he used that to twist the image of Nigerians. He almost succeeded in it. But I think Nigeria will not make that mistake again. So, concerning this issue of landmark, I'm really sorry for the guy, because David, the Minister of Works, when this issue first started, he was trying to be respectful, because I watched his interview on Channels Television, and they asked him that question about what is going on with landmark and stuff like that, and he said he doesn't want to say that government owned that part. He just said, "Oh, it's my brother. We've talked. I went there yesterday, and this and that." He was trying to be politically correct. But I think Channels Television, Obi in particular, Rufai, those people, they use this guy. I think they use this guy to treat their ambition. They are looking for every avenue to discredit this government. Right? And if you look at this government, they are really doing very well. There's never in the issue of Nigeria that things goes up and it comes down. It never happened. It never happened. But now we are seeing it. This is just 1 year. And let's look at what is going on. Either we like it or not, this government is been there. At least the minimum they will use is 4 years. Let's support this government. This is our country. We that we are in Europe, that we are in abroad, we are tired already. We are tired. We want to go back home. We want to go back home. This country needs to be good. And for me, I look at it that in the next 20 years, 30 years time, Nigeria will be, it's very difficult for all this country to compete with Nigeria. The way this government is doing. If anybody have that vision, this guy is a visionary leader, and he's doing very well. He's trying to match everything together. So, but these people call themselves opponents or disobedient people. They see that if Tinubu could be able to achieve this aim, they say that it will be very difficult to move him from power. They know Tinubu is very wise. Atiku too know Tinubu is very wise. They know Tinubu will do anything that will make history. Hello?
All right, start to bring it up.
Okay, so in one sense, what I just want to say is that I mean, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, we are one. I know the negativity is coming from the not from the Igbo side, but they are our brothers. We need to speak to them, encourage them, give them a bit of this kind of therapy, because they've not given them this kind of thing before. We need to encourage them, bring them
All right.
close. So I think if we'll be able to do this, all this negativity coming from them will be very, very, and it will be very different. And then we have different Nigeria, and we call ourselves one in the future. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. So good to meet you, Jebade. I hope you are subscribed already. So that's Jebade, of course, another new discovered voice. So I've put the screen up because we have a guy called Suman here who we are not sure of. So Suman, unmute and give us a 5-minute monologue. Suman, are you there, Suman? SUMAN, unmute. All right. I'm not sure what this guy's game is. Let's go on to Richard. Then from Richard to Baba. Richard, you're up next.
Good evening, one man, and good evening, the entire house. I hope we all had at least very productive day today. I will dwell much in the issue of the land ownership and most especially the coastal road. One thing is this: globally, there's a law we call eminent domain, which gives the government the power in any part of the world to say, hey, come and take this compensation. The government wants to use the land your property occupies for a public means anywhere in the world. So the only thing you can do as the owner of that property is to go collect the compensation. And I will give you examples. Some years back, I was still in New York City. Then we had a billionaire mayor, Michael Bloomberg, who is a visionary, a businessman. He saw that Manhattan, which is a business district of New York, was becoming overpopulated and over expensive. So they needed to move to Brooklyn, which is the closest part of the closest, and the biggest borough in New York City. And at the end of, we have Brooklyn Bridge. That's a bridge that links Brooklyn and Manhattan. So at the end of the Brooklyn end of the bridge is where we have downtown Brooklyn. Then downtown Brooklyn was full of drug addicts, homeless people. There were robbery. As soon as it started getting dark, you see people robbing people, stabbing people, and doing all those nonsense. Now, Michael Bloomberg approached them that, hey, the New York City wants to bring development to downtown Brooklyn, and that people who have properties there should come and collect compensation. And the liberal people, led by the guy who called himself Reverend Al Sharpton, they started running their mouths. That no, black people have historic places in downtown Brooklyn. Now they're not living. Okay. The mayor gave them the deadline. You don't collect it, I will start the development. And then before the news, they went to court, they lost. Then the mayor brought his bulldozer and they bulldoze everywhere. Today, downtown Brooklyn is so beautiful. Properties have gone up. We have a 5-star hotel in downtown Brooklyn today. It's so many jobs. People who are saying how they have their historic family houses there. Then everybody's now smiling because the value of properties has gone up. So I will link that with what happened in Lagos recently. I don't know why people have problem with that. Eminent domain gave government the right to say, I want to use the land your property occupies for a public place. Go to any court, you cannot defeat the government. The only thing is that have you received compensation? That's the only thing any judge in any part of the world will tell you. So if somebody says, oh, my property is being demolished, I feel bad too, because we are attached to our properties. We are attached to everything we have, even our cars. When your car has problem, you have to sell your car and acquire another one. That attachment, that memories you have with the old one is always there. But the good thing is this: if you are losing your property and you are being compensated, definitely you can go buy now in that area too. Because guess what? In 2 years' time, the value of properties in that area will triple, if not more. Landmark is still very lucky. Maintain the property you have in that area. The value of your business is going to triple in the next 2 years or more. Look at Ibejuleki axis. Until I think it was somebody that constructed that dualized road. Ibejuleki is selling for millions of naira now. I can assure anybody, from Lagos to Ondo, Edo, Delta, all the way to Akwa Ibom, the value of properties along that coastal road will triple in the next few years. That's number one. Now, because it's an highway, we're going to have gas stations there. And gas station means jobs. We're going to have hotels because they know travelers might want to spend some days. Just stay in some hotel for some nights before continuing their journey. So we're going to have hotels. That's jobs. That's employment. That's business opportunities. So those are the things those who understand economy, as apart from the guy who calls himself a trader, who doesn't know nothing. You call yourself a trader, you have nothing upstairs. We don't even know how you acquire your wealth. So those who have foresight, that's what they're looking at. They're projecting into the future. That is true. At times, we need to go backward in order to go forward. Now, Land Bank is going backward. But in very few years' time, the value of his property, the value of his business is going to triple. And then more and more people will come around. More and more businesses, more and more jobs will come around. For instance, if you are somebody that lives in Akwa Ibom, but for all, if you have a business in Lagos, it takes them 2 days. Now, after completing this project, this road, they said it will take only 8 hours, which means you can leave your business or your house in Akwa Ibom, come to Lagos the same day, get your business done, and the next day, you can get back to your Akwa Ibom. And another thing people are saying is this: oh, it's not now. Why now? There's no money. There's inflation. There's problem. Guess what? In 2008, when Barack Obama became president, American economy was very, very down. But this guy injected over $1 trillion, $1 trillion into the economy. And he was just giving money. Oh, do this, construct this, do this. And some conservative economists were like, why are we acquiring more debt when we are already in debt? Guess what Obama said? We are going to spend our way out of this recession. And that's what happened. Whenever you have recession, when you spend money, you are inducing the economy. Contractors will be hired. Those who will serve them food will be hired. Those who sell building materials, cement, they will make money. That is how people with common sense reasons. For instance, in China, when they saw that they were making the money, as far back as 10 years ago, the Chinese government has built new cities, about 5 new cities. The money they spend then, if they want to spend it today, will be like times 10. It will be like times 10. Everyone on this panel that lives in the US, you will know that anywhere in the US, all the 50 states, the value of rent or buying a house was around, let's say, it was around X before COVID. That was like 4 years ago, common 4 years ago. Today, after COVID, because COVID affected the supply of building materials, And guess what? Most of the building materials we use in America comes from China. Since then, the value of properties in America has doubled in every way. Just 2020, 4 years. Today's 2024. So people who bought homes in 1999, they bought it. Okay, where I live now, average price of homes is around $545. $544,000 for just a single family house. But people who bought the same in the same locality in 1999, before COVID, it was $250,000. So if you bought a property in 1999 in Raleigh, North Carolina, in 1999, that's just like 4 years ago, and you want to sell it today, you will walk away with double the money you bought it. Everywhere, the currencies are losing values, including America. The green dollar is losing value. The $1 you fail to spend today will become $10 you must spend tomorrow. So Obasanjo was the one that said, we need this road. But they didn't do anything, despite the fact that his government made a lot of money, because maybe he was scared of starting a new project. I don't know why. Goodluck Jonathan also saw it. They didn't do it. His government also made billions of dollars. Now, this guy said, hey, let's do a private-public partnership. Government will put down this amount. And a private company that can do the rest will give you maybe 10 years to collect a toll on the road, make your money back, and then government will now have it for the rest of wherever. That makes sense. We have companies that can put down the money. Government has done its own part. And guess what? The project is kind of slow right now because they started from where it's so difficult. Filling the sand and then putting the concrete on the sand. But there are some areas where the filling will not be this difficult. There are some areas where they will build on a already solid ground. So it's going to quicken up when they get to some areas or some states, maybe Ondo, Ekiti, pass through Delta or some other states. It's slow now because of what they have to do, but it's not going to be in the same speed when they get to some areas. That is that on eminent domain and the government right to acquire any land if the government is going to use it for a public means. Now, it's sad that we are still dealing with tribal issues. I know we cannot get over it, but unfortunately...
Yes, just on that space, I'm seeing a lot of complaints in the comment section that it gets too tribal sometimes. So maybe we'll start to grab. I know we get drawn into it by the obedient space, but yeah.
Yeah, what I would just say is that I encourage us, when something happens, I encourage us to really do our own personal investigation to see the truth. Anybody can just, go on Twitter and put down something. Oh, they're after me because of my religion. They're after me because I'm a short person, or because I'm a light-skinned person, or I'm dark. We need to find out what really happened. We really need to find out. It's so easy for people to go online and do damages today. So many doctor offices are going through this same. People will visit doctor's office and they'll go online and give them bad recommendation. Oh, they don't know how to treat people. They talk to me anyhow. They are just not good. And it's affecting businesses because anybody can just go online and just write anything. It's unfortunate. Those who establish social media, they did it so that information can flow. But unfortunately, negative information flows faster and more than positive or the truth. It's unfortunate. That's what we have to deal with. And what again do I need to talk about? Woman.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I was actually going to suggest that we move away from the let's go. Let me take you to the lamentations of the richest black man on the planet, complaining then that the Naira devaluation, he described it as a devaluation that has significantly affected their businesses. So this is Dangote. He says our biggest mess created in 2023 was Naira devaluation from 460 to 1,400 Naira. So this is Dangote then telling us then that our shareholders should not expect any dividend.
Yeah, if I have a million somewhere and I have company somewhere too, I will feel the same that, hey, the value of my property has depreciated. But the good thing is this, it will appreciate again. I remember in America here, 2007, 2008, 2009, those who bought their homes for $200,000, those homes went to as low as $100 in some places, $1,000. And they have to continue paying the same mortgage, even though the value of their properties has really gone down. But the agreement with their bank, their lenders, is still the same. So with time, you will see that the property will go up again. The value of his businesses will go up again. It is true, everybody will feel it, that, oh, I know the value of, I know what I had in account. Now, because of the depreciation, instead of me being the second or the third richest, I'm now so. Look at our man, what's his name again? The Tesla guy. He was the richest in the world, but he bought Twitter for about $40 billion, so if I remember very well. And with time, the value of Twitter did not work as he thought. Twitter lied that they had so billions or millions of people, but majority of those people or accounts are ghost accounts. So when they found out that they are not even true people, that affected the value of the social media. And the investment affected the value of his bank account too. So it's now the third richest. But that does not mean that Twitter or X today cannot get back to where it was. And that does not mean that it cannot become the richest in the world in another year or 2 years to come. I understand what Mr. Dangote feels. If the CBN continue doing what they're doing, Naira will gain back some of its lost values. And we hope if it can become something like 750, 700, that's better. But the truth is this, it is better they let Naira compete among other currencies other than we trying to use money or our saved up money to strengthen it. That we can't continue doing that. Let it complete, let it find its own value instead of us taking part of our saved up money to give it, to paddle it. So I believe Dangote will still, some of his, investment will still regain their values in years to come. I strongly believe that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Richard. I want to move the conversation around just so everybody gets to speak out fairly quickly. I'll come to Baba next, but on my way to Baba, let me acknowledge the presence of Prince Daddy, who had his birthday yesterday. So he's now 16, now legally able to drink. So happy birthday to Prince Daddy.
Hi, Prince Daddy, the senior maga.
Yes, he's now 16, and he's now
you're still a teenager.
He's not allowed to drink. He can drink alcohol now, so we have to buy him a beer. So happy birthday to Prince Daddy as we welcome Baba. Baba, I know you like to free flow, but did you see this story of 86 rooms where tenants paid 250,000 naira a year found under Lagos Bridge? Did you? That was, everybody was sending me it.
That really shows the heart of man. We are man is very wicked.
No, it could be 250,000 a year, not every month. 1 month. Don't buy into all this narrative they put on Twitter.
Yeah, the bridges are constructed by government for public.
No, it's 250 a year, not a month.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay.
But I'm saying, even if it is 1 naira, you grab what government built with government money, with public money, and you are now renting that out. I hope the government will go after them instead of going after those who are.
The money state, but it's enterprise, though, isn't it? Hold on for Baba Richard. But I wouldn't go that far. This is the government demolishing the structures. Sorry, Richard.
Okay, let me just say another thing on it.
All right.
It is not a new thing. It really shows the heart of man. Come with me to New York City. We have some immigrants. It's very rare to see this among African Americans or Caucasians. But come with me to New York City, Brooklyn, Queens, where we have immigrants from Haiti, immigrants from the Caribbean. Some of them live in, there's what we call Section 8 housing, which is a federally funded housing, low-income housing. So they live there for free. Most of them are senior citizens, 65 or older. They are living there for free. Some of them have 3 bedrooms. But to your surprise or to your disappointment, they now let out a room and collected the value of rent in those areas. Government gave you something for free. You are immigrant. You weren't born in America.
No, that's enterprise. That's been enterprising.
It's very common among immigrants from Haiti. If you go to Brooklyn, because you have many of them.
No, hold on, Richard. Richard, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
It may be common amongst immigrants in Haiti, but it's also common here in the UK as well. Okay. We have a social housing system in the UK as well, and then that subletting culture. Ogwen is here; he will tell you as well. That subletting culture is also here as well. I wouldn't say. I think it's clever and enterprising that because you see all these immigrants they know more and appreciate more the value of money, especially the value of hard currency, and they want as much of it as they can get their hands on. So I wouldn't go as far as to say it's inhumanity.
No, for me, I won't give no credit for I see it as wickedness. For instance, in Brooklyn, New York, the rent goes by neighborhood. If your neighborhood is crime-free, no crime, and your school system is good, definitely your rent will be high. But if your school system in that neighborhood is poor, they are not graduating, they are dropping out, and it's always gunshot or stabbing, then the rent will be low. Drug flows on the street, the rent will be low. Now, for me, born outside America, to now enjoy a free housing in America, and I'm now called some of my people from Nigeria and say, hey, I can rent you 1 bedroom. We share bathroom and maybe kitchen and the living room. And I'm forcing you to pay what people are paying in good neighborhood. That's wickedness.
Okay. Can I go ahead now?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I don't want to waste time. All protocols observed. And one man, are you there?
I'm here, Baba. Carry on. Good to have you here.
Yeah, okay. All protocols observed. I don't want to waste time. There are other people still waiting. I think someone asked a question in the comment section about how many states the coastal road traverse, starting from Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River State. I hope that satisfies you. Yeah, one man, don't be sucked in. I think let's put things in their true and proper perspective. There is this pushback. I hear bigotry, tribalist. There is that. Who are the people driving this agenda? They are the people who are throwing it in other people's faces. They are the bigots of the highest order. They are the tribalists who are dividing our country and trying to tear our country apart and render it asunder. These are the people. We will fight them. We will defeat them. That is the Nigerian state, whether they like it or not. With their disagreeability, and their acerbic attitude, they will fail. They are bigots, they are tribalists. I repeat, why I can boldly say it today, because I'm tired of these people. You can't call me bigot, you can't call me tribalist. There are places I can enter in Nkpo, Arushuku, and Osu cannot enter. And even an Igbo that's not standing well cannot enter. I hold two chieftaincy title of two autonomous communities. I have families there. So you can't call me, hold your fire, you can't call me bigot, you can't call me tribalist. You are the bigots, you are the tribalist, trying to tear this country apart. Why? I do not know. Because you lost an election, live with it for the next 4 years. If your Obi, your Saint Obi is ordained to rule Nigeria, sure, he will. If he will not, he will not. Live with that, whether you like it or not. Thank God we are having people like Umahi, another rising star, apart from the Abia governor and the Anambra governor. Those are the people showing us where to go. Because I say all of this, I've spoken to a lot of people. Spoken to a lot because I'm confused. And the question I asked these people, those I spoke to, is this hatred, this neo, N-E-O, neo hatred, is it directed at Tinubu as a person or the Yorubas as a people? Nobody has given me a convincing answer. Nobody has given me a convincing answer. But I have advised myself that this is not just Tinubu. It is about the Yorubas. And they are doing a great disservice to themselves because they are opening the eyes of the Yorubas. They are alerting us as to what we've been suffering, but because of our liberalism and the Omoluabi culture, we've been taking it in our stride. But no more. No more. And that is why a state, a Yoruba state like Lagos, is instituting Yoruba Day. 5 days, the last 5 days of September, every year will be a Yoruba Day. Will be a Yoruba Day in Lagos. And I'm sure other Yoruba states will follow suit sooner than later. We are becoming wise. Our eyes are becoming open. Because I like to wax historical. Because I'm a witness to history. This thing about the landmark thing, the owner of landmark, though has been using subterfuge, I didn't see it. I didn't read between the lines because I'm very, very plain and open to arguments. But at the end of the day, where did it all end? In the corridors of tribalism. Those who hijack it and sucked the man into it, they know themselves. All gloves off. This is bare knuckle, whether they like it or not. Bare knuckle. And you can't call a dog a monkey for a man who has 2 eyes. He can see. Because what is it? The law is very clear. Very, very clear. 250 meters from the shoreline belongs to the federal government. It has absolutely nothing to do with Lagos State government. And here we are. A man on this platform have advocated, begged, and talked about that this man is qualified eminently to be the central bank governor instead of even Cardoso. At times you make prayers, God does not answer it. God knows what he's doing. I never knew where I was advocating for a tribalist to be the central bank governor of Nigeria. Ogbeni was kind. Oh, maybe it's one of those wives that will not listen to the husband. God forbid me marrying a woman that will not listen to me. If she can't listen to me, then let everybody go their separate ways. Because I'm African. Oko, Luluri, Uwu, Aya. Even my Bible tells me I am the head of my household. So the voice of the wife, to me, in my literacy, in my bigotry, in my tribalistic attitude, the voice of the wife is the voice of the husband. Aṣọ ti ṣí lójú eégún, afẹ́fẹ́ ti fẹ́ àti rí fùrọ̀ adìẹ. So these people has to be attacked. Don't be sucked in and say, oh, they are complaining in the comment section. Let them complain. Can complain to no end. Nigeria must move forward. There are a whole clan, a Yoruba clan, and a Awori clan, whose ancestor owned their land. They are shifting them away. What can be worse than that? The royalty, the Oniru, who owns the land originally, they are losing some of their land because of this project. And here you are talking about a landmark, just a structure. Who wants that thing moved from landmark and go elsewhere? Oh, Ishuma Shemi or my Lumini Koshe. Oh, devil, don't afflict me. Afflict another person's son. That person's son is not a human being. Thank God, Umahi comes from the southeast. He's an Igbo man. Imagine if that minister, Umahi, has been an Hausa man. We were talking different thing entirely. To be a different narrative. And when we talk about high tech, as far as I'm concerned, the man has capacity, or the company has capacity. They've done it before. And they are building the biggest project where America will eventually have their largest embassy in this part of the world, the Ocean City. They reclaim that land and stop the sea cutting across the road, destroying a lot of properties there, and up to even NTA and nearing the Federal Palace Hotel before this high tech came and stemmed it. So they have capacity, they have the money. So it's a closed bid contract. Closed bid, they did it, and the government has a right. Closed bid, it's like all security contracts. Have you seen them on the pages of newspaper? No. Have you seen them talk about we want to buy Kalashnikov and then they have to put it on the pages of newspaper? Everybody should bid to supply or supply jets and stuff like that. So there are closed bid contracts. and they gave it to who has capacity. We don't want to be deceived. That project is so important, it has to move ahead. Whether they can finish it in 8 years, 4 years, or that, I don't know. I'm not too sure of, but let it start. I'm saying all of this because I'm seeing a pattern. And I don't know why they don't have the gumption to shy away from anything like this. Coming after a state, what has the state done? You know, you are enlightened. You were born in Lagos. You speak Yoruba language. I don't know of your wife. You know this thing has nothing to do with Lagos state government, and you are attacking Lagos state government. For even Prophetess Esther Ajayi, I don't know what property she lost there, but I just hope it's not at church. And if it's at church, that's unfortunate because that church was commissioned not more than 3 years ago or so. That church was
It is our church. It is our church, brother.
Jesus Christ. Are you sure, Adewale?
Is it that beautiful multi-million? The one that Ambode commissioned.
Adewale, is that true?
It is our church. You know, it's close to the yes, it is our church.
So what's her name again? Pastor Esther what?
Ajayi.
Esther Ajayi.
Prophetess.
Yes.
She has clout. She knows a lot of people. She has spiritual clientele. Her Rodolex is rich. And she's losing that edifice? What are we talking about here? I will not allow myself to be emotionally blackmailed. Nobody is going to blackmail me emotionally. They can get away with other people. I hold proper credentials.
Sorry, is it this edifice? The Oni was there when they were coming. Is this what they are demolishing?
Is it only Oni that has been there? Who in Nigeria has been there?
They are destroying this. Is it this one, Dewale? Dewale.
I will fact check him. Because I'm surprised if
they can't demolish this. How can they demolish this? It was Ambode that commissioned this now.
Wait. Why not if not?
We're talking millions of dollars.
Billions.
Not some
dollars. Okay, millions.
Not some holiday resort where people are playing volleyball. Wow.
So what are we talking about here? And she sat down at that meeting with Umahi today. You can see, if it is true, what Adewale said, you can see her smiling, smile of pain. But she understood that life must go on. A nation cannot stand still. A nation doesn't revolve around only one person. You can't, because of one person, maybe stop the enjoyment of other 1 million people. It is not proper. It is not edifying. And Umahi talked about another, he mentioned Ajiboye or I can't remember the person, that even he sympathized more with that person than you, who didn't lose anything. You are even subletting. Umahi even went as far as said, look, go to that place we reclaimed, the federal government land in front of him. You can see they even filled the place. If you go deeper, you find out a different soil, which is original, or which is traditional to that waterfront. They filled it with something from outside soil, just to prove to us that, look, it is not Islam. And he was even subletting to other people who are selling beer. I know he's paying. And why he said, look, if you have the money, fly over the thing so that your guests or your this thing, if it's the beach line, they can go over the flyover or the pedestrian bridge and have access to the beach. Nobody's stopping you. Or you can even go underground and build a tunnel and things like that. So they've bent a lot for people. And here we are talking about tribal, talking about Dombody. Look, Lagos State is Ojaoyingbo. Ojaoyingbo, Does that market know if I attended today or not? Ojaingbo doesn't care. Anybody can take their investment away from Lagos. After all, Yorubas have suffered enough. If I have to go historical, who has suffered more from this container economy than the Yorubas? Where is the Odutola tire factories today? Where's Adebowale Electronics? Where's Colinton Electronics? These are people that were manufacturing and putting a stamp of Nigeria to it, made in Nigeria. The container economy ruined that. Ruined that. I can mention a lot of industries owned by the Yorubas, which the container economy ruined. We don't complain. We roll up our sleeves. We go inside ourselves. We may not be seen to be working hard like some people proclaim, wanting to say the Yorubas are lazy. We work smart. I know my history. I know where I come from. Don't tell me I'm a bigot when the highest bigotry you practice, when you point one finger at somebody, the remaining 4 fingers on that your leprous hand is pointing at you, are pointing at you. What is it? Why wouldn't they let us rest? It is good for people to spit into the eyes of the Yorubas. They should carry on. We are getting wizened. But nothing can happen. Nothing. Look at, has any Yoruba man been president of the Senate before? No. During Jonathan's time, where were the Yorubas in the hierarchy of government? Nowhere. Did the Yorubas fight? Yes, they went to Aso Rock, met Jonathan. The women went, the men went, royalty went, political class went. They wrote, they tweet, they do everything possible. Did they allow Jonathan to breathe? All we know is that good luck, Jonathan, good luck Ebele Azikiwe Jonathan. Is he bearing Azikiwe today? We know what happened in the Ministry of Finance. We know what happened in the economic session, in the economic committees, severally, which Jonathan instituted. When these people, this man who is in government today, who is the president, call him drug addict, drug lord, fraud, certificate forger, who is the president of Nigeria today, Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, when they were in the trenches fighting for this democracy, people like Baba OBJ enjoyed, even ahead of them. Where were these people? With some elements in Yoruba land, they went in Aso Rock doing business, making money. And but when these people, they all went into exile. These same people, today, they are after the showing cars. They rubbish him on the floor. Now they are even eating up their own. You know, they are eating up Umahi. We will not allow them to eat up Umahi. He's doing a very good work. Nigeria is a patriarchy, so he's doing a very good work for our fatherland. I don't care. Abuse me all you can. I'm telling you the truth because nobody wants to hear the truth. They should stop it. This hatred for Yorubas should stop. The hatred for Yorubas should stop. If they don't, they will get their upcomings. I tell you, the Yorubas we've woken up. The insult is too much. Even the best of them, Mogalu, can't believe it. I grew up in Lagos. I know the history of my people. I live it. I know what happened in the 50s. I heard. After all, my forebears were NCNC. They joined because of Abat Macaulay. Abat Macaulay is the son of the daughter of Samuel Ajayi Crowther. Zeke was the secretary. Ajayi Crowther died. I mean, Macaulay died. Zeke became the leader of NCNC. My own forebears followed. We know what we suffered. NCNC headquarters is situated in my own neck of the wood on the island, Campbell Street. Did we gain anything? Wasn't the party hijacked? Tos Benson, Adeniro Ogunsoya, and all the rest, they were all Zikists. NCNC turned into Zikists overnight. That's how they were labeled. And we know what we suffered for it. They should stop it. Stop this Yoruba hatred. Don't tell me bigoted. That's the mantra. Bigots. They are the bigots. They are the tribalists. Thank you, woman.
All right. Thank you, Baba. I think you spoke from a lot of pent-up spaces that you've held back for so long there. I'm not sure that I endorse anything that you said, but certainly I endorse your rights to say it. So that's Baba. Baba, should I take you to one more topic? Do you want to speak on Dangote's lamentation about his loss?
Oh man, I'm too angry to speak now. I yield the floor.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's go on then from you, Baba. Let's go to Dewale if it's ready. If it's not ready, we go to Prince Daddy. Dewale. All right, let's go to Prince Daddy. There you are.
I'm here. You know, this is not fair. You know why I said it's not fair? Can you hear me?
We can all hear you. Carry on.
This is not fair. When my own favorite speaker speaks and you want me to, I don't know what about just say. I don't know. That is wickedness and high. Woman, can you hear me? Hello?
We can all hear you. Dewale, carry on.
You can hear me. I know you can.
You know what Baba said there is quite a delicate thing to navigate. Let me just say it did not actually start with Tinubu becoming president. I think it actually started with Buhari becoming president. And there was a free lunch at him. And because they're so conservative in the north, and they didn't seem fully equipped to take it on. So we had all the shallow graves in Saudi Arabia, the Jubril at Sudani, his wife is a man, and all of this, and they were not able to respond, or they did not take it on to respond. So I think that culture now transmutes from Buhari now to the Tinubu administration. But I don't think the followers of Tinubu will allow what Buhari suffered.
Not at all. This is talking about sophisticated, group of people, not just this sit-down look type of people in the north. I mean, the northern people do not care anyway. I mean, they if there's one thing, they have the power. The power was vested in their hand for 8 years, so they didn't care, and Buhari himself did not care. But We're talking about people that also know their onions that can give a reply any day, any time. It is not surprising to see, people that would deem to be bright mind, vomiting rubbish in the public. I was struggling at first, to hear what Magalu's wife put out there in the Twitter, and also, to see the connection with her husband. Look, I know they are two different individuals, but you have to have the like mind in your household as a couple. You cannot separate Remi Tinubu from Bola Ahmed Tinubu, likewise other politicians or any governor, because they benefit from the position that they occupy. So that means you can hold the husband or wife responsible for any action. So, however, I'm not surprised that the life of Mongalu's spouse will be putting such in the public domain that invest in Lagos at your peril. If you look at it, for every single one of us in this studio, even those who are listening at the comment section, I would say significant percentage of us actually benefited from having been living in Lagos at one point in time in our life. Virtually everyone abroad, maybe if just few people can lay claim that they traveled from Abuja to where they now reside permanently. So Lagos State play key role in who we are today. I'm one beneficiary of having resided in Lagos for a while. And to now say, when your spouse, your husband, had a, best in his career in the city that you now, talking about in the bad light. Honestly, I struggle with it, but Yoruba will say "Okudia Kato." Anyway, who am I to judge? The mouth speaketh, and I've seen people trying to, you know, explain more about the importance of building this road, and seems just that what do you call it, beachfront facility is more important to some people that an infrastructure that will expand the economic of those linked states. In their myopic mindset, they just could not fathom or see or envious that this is going to happen during the time of Tinubu administration. Maybe. And I could see, because I'm trying to rationalize some of the argument that I've come across online, none actually come close. And to put injury, sort upon injury, the Asleep TV and the likes of Rufai Hussein, coming to the public to speak rubbish, pure rubbish, simply because of one individual. I said earlier that Easter Ajayi's church is going to be affected. Not the entire church, but part of that edifice is going to go down. She was there today. I'm even surprised that despite all this shenanigan going on in the social media and all that, the Federal
She did
Ministry
the
of Work,
closing prayer.
exactly, see, the Ministry of Work was still trying to compensate this particular individual. It is insane that you will still come out and allow, even if you are not enabling it, your silence, your constant silence, not putting it into black and white. It is clear that certain portion of the shoreline belongs to the federal government. It is established, it's constitutional. Now, and the fact that the land was loaned or leased to you to build your business, yes, but for a national interest. You see, when the third mainland was conceived and was about to be constructed, there were some properties that had to go, that were demolished. And they did. And today, every single one living in Ireland will have to be given credit to those property owners that have to forgo their lands and their property, their buildings, because it was for good cause. I watched that speech that Umahi made. I don't know how much they can be compensated. I mean, those property owners can be compensated. That will be enough for all the years of suffering and everything they've put into it. But they gladly embraced it and they collected their checks. They signed an agreement. You know, we should have some level of patriotism in us. Simply because your kinsman did not become president doesn't mean that we should burn the house down. The likes of Umahi is building bridges. Yes, you may say that he's doing the bidding of his master now, but a time will come, a day of reckoning, that somebody somehow will remember him and say, you know what, I think this man has paid his due. He has served this country diligently without any iota of bigotry or bias in his mind. So I think he's worthy to, put him in the highest office in the land. I'm just saying, he may not be interested. I mean, he's still a young man, but everything we have to speak into, when I read Obi's tweet about the landmark and I shook my head, this is not how opposition is. I mean, is conducted. No, not everything being discussed in the public, you have to get yourself involved. You will lose your value after some time. You will. It's just natural. To think people are praising you now. Shawara was once the pride of opposition. The younger generation loved him. They still do. But because of the bias, that's why they seems not to be following him anymore. So it's unfortunate. I think Baba has done a great job addressing that. And the lack of Dangote. That man, I think there's anyone that in Nigeria that can say he has benefited more from government, he should count himself number one. If not any other person, he's number one. Yes, it's of course because of what happened. Nigeria was supposed to not devaluation. Nigeria did not devalue the currency. Floating in doesn't mean that it loses its as a matter of fact, it's trying to regain its strength, its worth. So, honey, federal government has been giving him foreign currency at a certain subsidized rate. Yes, I can understand him being an industrialist, but you should also understand it's not just him that was affected, other people were affected too. But you should be grateful that the government even trying to give him some form of, incentive in some areas. Well, he can lament, but he's still the billionaire. He's still the richest Nigerian. He's still the richest African man. If he's complaining, what about the other smaller industrialists? What would they be complaining about? Or ordinary Nigerians try to make a living for themselves. Well, he's a rich man, but I don't see his outcry as one big deal. He will make his money just like one of my brothers said earlier. He will recoup his money. All the losses will be recouped. It's just a matter of time. There's always a downturn in business. A situation like this also happen. That is why companies always try to make provision. Some of the dividends also plow back to that business to grow it back so that it can be able to compete, in any situation that they found themselves. So people have spoken well. I think this time around, today's news is more or less like everybody's drawing a dagger because nothing's been in the news that is actually, it's like a bombshell. And I'm glad Umahi is not holding back. I'm glad he did not hold back a bit. This guy is very good when it comes to public speaking. He will say the way he feels. And I'm glad he was able to give it out in a clear cut because somebody has to call these people out. You can imagine you trying to rationalize the insignificance of that coastal road. We're talking about almost 6, 7 states that will benefit, that will link up with that road. Yes, it is going to be a toll road because of the private partnership, but you can imagine some of the businesses that will be done across the shore of that road, all the way to the south. My brother, it's a significant. To be honest with you, it's a legacy that it will take a while before somebody can, break that benchmark. I mean, third mainland. when it was conceived and when it started, there was a lot of outcry too. This thing is this, they will abandon it. But Babangida see through to it because, I mean, it was inevitable because Lagos Stadium was terrible, completely terrible. Only, I think only a co-bridge, I mean, which, not a, yeah, it's a co-bridge that linked it island then. Now here we have Terminal Bridge that is can rival any other bridge in the entire, West Coast. People are enjoying it now. So why not just, let them do their job? Criticizing, just criticizing sake is uncalled for. It's not necessary. And I've decided not to respond to anybody online. Anybody can type whatever they feel like. Anybody can, but the truth will always be there. And guess who will benefit the more? Is it people going from Lagos to the south, or the southern people, southern people, or southeast coming all the way to the southwest? It is true that we are liberal, we accommodate, we allow people to come in and be part of us, but people shouldn't take it for simply because we are very much accommodating. No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Yorubas are not going to take it lightly. Anybody that is trying to rubbish this tribe, I can assure you, they are busy on Twitter too. They're giving back to back. They're giving them. I would just imagine what is the purpose of rerouting that road? Simply because the initial plan they said was went through closer to the shore, right? But you can also imagine the engineers and the technologists also, they understood the fact of building on not on a regular soil, but I'm talking about building on the water itself. It takes a lot of research and all that. And if their finding says, look, it's better we build it on these areas and all that, I think we should listen to them more. We should listen to scientists more than just come up with their own theories in our own houses and propagating all those things that are not true. Nobody is going to build roads simply because of one person's business. It doesn't make any sense. And some of those businesses, according to Umahi, are makeshift. It can easily be relocated. So, because of one beachfront, a lot of these are the things that can be artificially put together. Dubai does have beach; it is artificial. They don't have, they're not close to Atlantic, but they have their own, uh, beach out there. So, honestly, we should just, I don't know, but I'm glad Umar is able to speak up, and it seems he can hold his own, and he doesn't care who saw his God. I just hope that one day those tongues that are speaking against him will look back and take back everything they've said about him. And for the Mogalu, I hope it will come out, maybe put something out that would debunk what his wife just said. But for now, there's no way he can separate his wife, public person, with his own stand because they're family. And it's unfortunate that somebody from Mogalu's household is going to be the one saying such things in the public. Thank you, woman. Woman.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Yeah, so thank you, Dewale. So that was Dewale. So from Dewale, we go on to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, the floor is yours. Birthday boy.
Hey, thanks, woman. Yeah.
Look at that. So you've had your first drink. Have you? Happy birthday to you, Prince Daddy. Come into the conversation. Wherever you want to
thank you,
approach it
woman.
from.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Like, share.
No, carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I was going to say like, share, and subscribe. I love the show. Yeah. Where do you want me to start? Actually, I heard a lot of stuff from.
Yes, a lot of us have been wrapping around that landmark space still. I'm not quite sure if we've flogged that to death already. But do you have any thoughts on these people who have turned under the bridge into real estate, and they're charging 250,000 naira per annum? So actually, let me play you this clip. the government just went in and broke this whole space up. So that was a shanty town built under the bridge, and the people living there are these gentlemen now that are being manhandled by the authorities. 250,000 naira per annum they are paying for that. Surely they could have gotten a face me, a face you for half that price. So what are you making of the travails of these people?
Yeah, well, that's quite interesting. 250,000 naira. Is that true? That sounds kind of a far-fetched somewhat. I'm assuming that's in Lagos, right? Somewhere in Lagos?
Yes, it will be.
Yeah, I mean, is that person was really living not only under the bridge, but also under the rock. I mean, for
No, there were
250,000.
83 people, though. There were 83 people. It was a whole community. It was an estate, actually, built from built with the wood that you can see under the bridge.
Oh, to accommodate all those people.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Well, this is legal, but what can you say about people being creative and innovative to take somebody else's property, public property, and actually start to make money out of it? I think the earlier speaker was talking about some people subletting in New York City, how they did it. So, but this one's a little bit different. This is not given to them by anyone. They just assume the property or the area under the bridge and try to profit from it. What can we say? That's to me that's a kind of an ingenuity somewhat. I don't know what to make of it. It's funny at the same time. I mean, it's a desperate situation for people that want to live under the bridge. I don't know what to say. It's a lot of credit for that person to convince people to pay him or her to live under the bridge, knowing very well that the bridge belongs to the government. The guy didn't build the bridge himself, but obviously it did have value to it. I think it did. I mean, for to be able to accommodate those people, you must have done some kind of I don't know, retrofitting under the bridge that accommodated the people to leave. So I don't want to give him credit for doing something legal, but nonetheless, that's a kind of ingenuity. Yeah.
All right. Let me take you. Let me take you to this space, Prince Daddy. Senegal. I didn't read this out, but the headline should suffice. Senegal adopts Arabic as official language instead of French. So, one by one now, the abandonment of France by these francophone countries, and the French are actually now feeling the pain of it somewhat. Their economy is starting to hemorrhage. But from one colonial language to another. So, how about picking up an indigenous language as an official language?
That would make more sense. Exactly. That's a good point. That would make more sense, from English to Arabic. I mean, what exactly are they trying to prove? We all are victims of what we don't know. And for those that know very well that the Arabs were big time slave traders, perhaps worse than the white men, quite frankly, the Europeans, in a lot of ways, than the Americans. But the Arabs were brutal.
They were the first. They were the first to be enslaving us.
Right, exactly. So we don't know the history.
Do you know the word Enoch? Do you know what an Enoch is?
I know the name. No, not really.
They used to chop up members, a certain part of the male anatomy when they enslaved.
Enoch, yeah. Exactly.
They're very brutal people, the Arabs.
Oh, woman. They are. They are. They're. I mean, even now, even up to now, actually, and I don't tend to watch a lot of this kind of videos, but I've seen some, maybe some Africans or black people, of course, Africans, maybe Nigerians, working in the Middle East, maybe Saudi Arabia or Dubai or
Woman,
whatever,
woman.
and how they treat these workers is ruthless. They so I mean so yeah, when it comes to slave trade, obviously this man, this president or whomever that they established the Arabic as a language, official language, they like history. They like history and the involvement of the Arabs in slave trade. They were worse, according to documentation, well documented. They were terrible people.
Yeah,
So
they used to castrate. Yes.
Yeah,
yeah,
woman.
Yeah, Richard.
Yeah.
Prince has the floor. No, yeah. Well, Prince has the floor. It's entirely up to him.
Oh, okay. Prince.
Go ahead, Richard.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. You see, this is a problem I have with people and with democracy. When they show sympathy to this guy who looks like somebody who doesn't know nothing. We want young people. We want young people. I'm always telling people, there's a saying in Yoruba that Ibere Kiishe Onishe. They love him because he's a young guy. He looks innocent. This guy is bringing Sharia law. That's the next thing we'll see. And it's going to deal with minority Christian and maybe those who believe in other or non-believers. That is what he's going to do. A 43-year-old man, I don't know what he does for a living. He has 2 wives. And they were crazy about him. I don't think he has a job. And you want him to run a country. That's the problem people have. They will just show sympathy for somebody because he was out there criticizing the government. Now it's up to them to deal with it. I have no mercy. I have no pity for anybody in Senegal. Thank you.
Yeah, good point made. And this is the problem of when we have these young leaders. They're so ideological in their stance. They don't. It's quite obvious this guy doesn't know anything. I mean, it reminds me of Gbadebo Roseviver that wants to take over Lagos. Thank God, was it yesterday rather that Babati was exposing him, Gbadebo that is, saying that, he worked for the state of Louisiana in America during Katrina. That guy didn't do anything. He was just an intern that had access to whatever was going on there. It was he didn't know anything. Just like this guy. I mean, sometimes you get some young people. They have an idea, but this of what they want to do, perhaps poor implementation. But this president right here, it's a young chap. He doesn't have a clue what is going on. And but nonetheless, I mean, if there's a good reason why he's choosing Arabic for some benefits, that would be nice. That'd be nice. But if he's getting some kind of a benefit from Saudi Arabia or some partnership with the Arab nations, in terms of funding or some kind of cooperation, that'd be great. But according to what you read, I'm not sure the real value of it. He's just trying to abandon one colonial language or colonial master, not knowing that it's going deep into the throat of the lion, so to speak. So it's just another feel good headline without any substance, quite frankly. Now, I would probably be more impressed though if he chose to make Chinese the official language. That would intrigue me more than Arabic, quite frankly. So that's what I have to say regarding this guy. Well, are you there?
I am here. I'm straddling two systems. So, but I was going to take you to Mogalu's wife. I'm not quite sure.
Can I interject? Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Ajale Koko. We've not heard from you today.
I don't know why the condemnation for this guy changing the official language to Arabic. They are practicing democracy there. I believe this decision went through the parliament. And if the people of that country decided that this is the way they want to run their country, this is the official language that they believe they can, that is better for them, I don't know why we are criticizing them. It's a democracy. In fact, it's the most vibrant democracy in the whole of West Africa. I can't remember if there was a military rule in that country. I'm not sure if there have been one military rule in that country. It's the best democracy in the entire of West Africa. So what are you guys talking about? Respect them. Respect that young guy.
Nobody's criticizing. Nobody's criticizing Ajala Koko. It's just that it's quite clear. You two can't deny that this guy does not know history. We simply made a point.
What do you mean by it doesn't know history? Just because they adopted Arabic as official language?
Do you think the Arab slave traders were better off than the Western slave traders?
Do you know millions of African people that the Western nation, you know? I mean, what are you talking about? Do you know the atrocity that the Western nation committed against the black
please,
people?
can I talk after about
Nobody denying that now. That's what we're saying.
Why are you people condemning? You're saying, oh, why is he adopting Islamic?
Let me answer this. Let me answer that.
And listen to Richard. Richard condemning completely. That is the most vibrant democracy in the whole West Africa, the best.
Oh, yeah, me, Baba. Let me come in. Baba Jaleko, this is the reason why. You see, when you are the head of state, you weigh every options. Every option has their advantages and disadvantages. Now, you as a leader, you must choose not necessarily what people want or the Congress. The law still gives the president the power to veto. For instance, when Saddam Hussein was the president of Iraq, we have some different religion. For instance, his deputy was a Catholic. He could have adopted, because majority of them were Muslims, he could have adopted Islam as the official religion. But as the head of state, your responsibility is to protect
what's the official language of Iraq? What's the official language of Iraq? When Saddam was there,
I don't know their language, but they are not Arabs.
The official language is Arabic.
But I don't know, but they are not Arabs. But the thing is this,
the official language. Look, no, it was Farsi. It wasn't Arabic. It was Farsi.
No, the official. Hold on. The official language. The official language was Arabic. The official language was Arabic.
Senegal has some Christians. So are you now saying that by force, all those Christians have to go to Ilekeu to learn Arabic? That is what this guy is about to do. I'm telling you, when somebody, when you have to look at the body language. It started from somewhere. Now everybody by force, you have to go to Ilekeu to learn Arabic.
Okay. Do you take the the religion that is in dominance in that country?
I know it might be dominant, but as the head of state, it is the responsibility of the head of state to protect.
No, they don't want to. Hold on. They don't want to do anything.
Minority religion.
They don't want to do anything with France.
Saddam Hussein did that. He protected the Catholics, the Christians in Iraq.
He's not doing this to suppress.
Baba, you have to look at Baba. Let me tell you,
the language.
You need to pay attention to what he's doing.
No, it's just a language. It's not using it to suppress.
Baba, if I'm a Christian and I've never been taught Arabic, what is my option? A down question.
If you have never been taught Arabic, what's your option? In that country where you learn the language, what's the big deal? The majority always
Baba, oh yeah,
Some
by
of
But
these
this
Ajala
states
age,
Koko,
now,
Baba,
well,
listen. This
Ajala
is how
Koko,
they will force
maybe you
everybody
have
to
a point.
participate.
Maybe your point is
Don't
you're
let these people
arguing
are
from the
doing.
point of democracy, but we're not talking about democracy here. Do you know of any real benefit of making Arabic the official language in Senegal? Is it Senegal, right? What is the benefit? Are they getting some kind of huge, investment opportunity with the Arab nations? Are they forming a coalition, or what is the benefit
Exactly.
apart from just the language?
If
It's not
that is
about
what
religion.
if that is what the majority of their people want, so why are you people they're running democracy? So what is the big deal?
but the
It's
thing
just
is,
a language.
to be fair,
It's
there are
not
barely any Christians in Senegal. There are barely any Christians.
okay. It's not changing. It's not changing the running of the state to Islamic State. It's just an adoption of official language as Arabic.
And it's
Prince
quite clear
David,
it's misguided. It's misguided approach. Really, that's what it is. But that's
And
okay. It's
if
a
you go
young
and
man.
study the history, of Senegal, you will know that Senegal, among all Western countries, is more connected to Saudi Arabia. More connected to Saudi Arabia than any other country.
Listen. The Arabs.
Senegal
Listen.
and Mali. As a matter of fact, maybe they were even one country before the Oyibo came and divide them and break them apart. Just as we have
They were slaves.
Nigeria,
They were
Yoruba,
black slaves.
just
They
as
were
we
just
have
black slaves. Yeah.
Oyo, all the way to Republic of Benin. That you see this colonial criminal came and break us apart, dump some of our
But
people
Angelico,
on the side
okay,
of.
it sounds like you yourself, you don't know the involvement of the Arab slave traders. You don't know because you keep talking about the colonial masters,
What
the
is the
white people.
difference? What is the difference between
And,
Arab slave
okay,
trade
if there's
and
no
the
difference,
and the Western world slave trade? What's the difference? They
so
took
if there
us.
isn't
Both of them
any,
took us as slaves.
Okay, let me
What
jump
are
in
we
real
talking
quick.
about?
I can point out where Baba Jalikoko is right, and also where Prince Dan is right. I think where Baba Jalikoko is maybe right is that Senegal, it's a 90 or more, almost 100% Islamic country, and they all learn Arabic at an early age. They have to learn already Quran. So it's like a country that's already where everyone is already literate in terms of Arabic. But the rest have to it's almost like northern Nigeria, where most of them start learning Arabic at an early age, so they're already more familiar with Arabic. But the French is more of a colonial thing. So that's one part. So maybe for educational reason, hey, so you're already learning Arabic early on, let's just adopt it in our as the official language of instruction in school, so it's easier. Where you know maybe that's one part I see, since it's already there. But on the other side, where President is right is I don't really see how Arabic really benefit them economically. I mean, because think about it, the immediate nations that they trade with or associating with in terms of economic business and things like that, it's fellow West African and Western countries. So, like you say, even Chinese will probably be even better because Arabs, I don't see the Arab world is not a place where Senegal can benefit from, to be honest. Even the most prosperous Arab country, Saudi Arabia, is a Western puppet country. So I don't see how Arabic can be a language that can benefit them as a national language, to be honest. So that's where I see it, Sha.
yeah, points well taken. I mean, it is what it is. As much as good to know that they speak Arabic from a young age, but I can tell you that their proficiency in Arabic cannot be better than their French they've been speaking for so many years. So both languages equally are vital in their country. But again, I think it's more for it's the reason behind it to me. It's not kosher. It's just. But anyways, one man, we can move to the next one. I'm not impressed, but that's okay.
Where's one
Oh,
man?
I'm here.
We wait. Okay.
Go on. Go on. Make that point.
Oh no, I would say while we're waiting for you to come back on, I think Richard was talking earlier about America, Barack Obama doing what? Spending their way out of the bad economy back in its time, trying to make a comparison with Nigeria, and I would say
Quantitative easing, yes.
for what?
I said quantitative easing. That was that not the term
Yeah,
you
yeah.
used? So, yeah.
Well, they had quantitative easing. Yeah, they had that and some other, financial stuff. But the point is that compared to Nigeria, America prints money, quantitative easing or not, they print money. We borrow money. We borrow money and pay high interest rate. America, yeah, they call theirs borrowing also, but they print the money, and the rest of the world carries Americans' debt on their back. So it's not the same thing. We have to spend wisely, okay, because we know there's corruption everywhere, and I agree with that, but we have to spend wisely. We have to borrow and spend the money to generate economic activities that will actually drive the economy, increase our GDP, and other things, not just spend and pay salaries. We're not in the same category as America when it comes to that. And so I just thought I'd make that point. And Elon Musk, about his X or Twitter, former Twitter. I think I'm not sure if that's even part of his wealth portfolio. It couldn't be, because we all know that Twitter was a losing proposition from the onset. It was just a means to get into the media space and maybe try to change the narrative or have a more freer social media platform. That's what it was. It wasn't. Twitter never made money. I hope you know that, uh, Richard. Twitter never made money during the former owner. What's the guy's name? It never made money. They never did. It was just Twitter to me is a propaganda machine in a lot of ways. It was kept buoyant by, if you ask me, the federal government, the CIA, or the FBI. Somehow, some way they get money. They get money, they stay afloat, and because they were penetrated by the FBI, and they use them a lot for their propaganda and to manipulate the public in a lot of ways. So, and that comes Elon Musk, jump into the fray and causing commotion, which they don't like, and they don't care for him. So, anyways, any other topic, one man.
Yes, the topic on the screen, Prince. You said you were not especially impressed. You may not be impressed by this as well. Justin, United Methodist Church lift 40-year ban on LGBTQ clergy. They would now they would now officially and openly bless same-sex weddings. So this is in your country, of course, the United States. I think it's now a case of we just have to live with it. All this LB, you cannot resist it, can you? Really? It's just we have to surrender. It's just no way out.
No, I don't take that disposition, not at all. Now, surrender. What are we surrendering to? To depravity, to. I mean, no, we're not surrendering. There's nothing to surrender here. This is just an opposing force coming into the public domain that needs to be kept at bay. That's what it is. There's no big deal to it. Many of these churches, they've already been hijacked by these people, and that's what is going on. And what is going on in churches today in your country, one man, in England and in America, in the entire Europe for that matter, most of them, is that just like any other institution, quite frankly, they've hijacked these institutions. The church, the institution of church has been hijacked. There's no doubt about it. These people are so calculating and so detailed in their approach when they want to subvert an institution, and that is what is going on right now. It's something they've been planning for so many years. They've installed their puppets. They've changed a lot of the laws that guide these churches, and now it's
So
become
Prince
free
Daddy,
for all.
sorry to cut you off, but I didn't know if the owner of something decide to make changes to it. So what is wrong with that? It's not the first time they've been changing the book and rewriting the Bible. You have King James version and different versions, and I mean they've always been changing it before they even give it to you. So What is this one that you are fighting about? So it's their book. They change it whenever they like. It's their religion. They always reform it, change it, add, remove. So what do
Well,
you mean they're hijacking when it belongs to them? How can you hijack what
no, it
you
doesn't. It
formed?
doesn't belong to them, Mike. And this is
Or it
not about
belongs to you?
changing. It's not about changing the Bible. Actually, you'd be surprised that the prohibition of homosexuality is still in the Bible. They just on their own adopting this lifestyle. They're not changing the Bible.
But they
You
were
have
the
to
one
actually
that
read the
put it
article.
there in the first place now.
Who are they? It's not they. I don't know. We're not going to
Who
go
put
that
it
route.
there?
But
Was it you that put it there? The prohibition
well,
that was there before?
the people that wrote the Bible mostly, which were Jews, okay, from Israel.
Okay.
Those are the people that wrote the Bible. Even before the nation of Israel was ever created, the Bible, the part of the Bible, the Old Testament, the Pentateuch was written already before Israel came about as a nation. So you don't say that.
So where do you have that version?
Of course, we have the version.
Do you have it?
The five. Yes, it's in the Bible. We have it. It's in the Torah.
The version you have is the one today, the one these people gave you today. Do you have the original one that you're talking about? The original person wrote. Do you have it? Do you have a copy with you? Have you even seen it before?
No, I've not seen it before. But that's
so. What are you speaking? You are speaking for something you've never seen before. So how do you know that original one you've never seen before didn't prohibit homosexuality? How do you know?
Because it was translated. It was translated into the English language and other languages for that matter. Because it's not. I don't believe the English language was.
By the Jews? Huh? By the Jews?
No, the Jews didn't translate it. Whichever country that adopted the Bible.
Okay, so you never seen the original one before. So you are talking about it and you never seen it before.
Well, if the Jews have their Torah, is the five books of the Bible, the Pentateuch. That's original. You know the Jews. Do you know the 5 books of the Bible is the same as the Jewish Torah, and they are the master of it. They have the law. That's what they call the book of Moses. Pretty much, they have the law, and they've kept the integrity of that book.
So why are you not reading that one? Why are you reading this one?
I could. I mean, it's the same, pretty much same thing. I could. I mean, if I could read Hebrew, if I could read Hebrew, I'll probably read that book.
The Jewish Torah is different from the ones, these King James ones that you go with today, right? The stories are different, right?
It's the same story. The first 5 books are the same story.
It's not the
this
same.
is an issue of translation or translation. Huh?
You know that it's not the same story. It's not. They are different story. The King James version you read is by the European. That is the European version. Even that the King James is different from the one that the European first wrote. It's totally different from Torah. Do you see the Jew carrying this Bible with you? Do you see them carrying this Bible? No, they go
well,
with their Torah.
you guys rather want to divert the conversation.
This is a colonial master's book used to colonize you people mentally and psychologically. You just have to accept
it. The issue here more so, say the Judeo-Christian. The Christian values is what has kept many of our countries, in this same way they've been for so many years. I tell you the truth.
You mean the shithole that Nigeria is, right?
No. See, that's a confusion like people like you get into. Because you learn something or because somebody showed you something doesn't mean that you are able to utilize that tool properly. Not everybody's skillful enough. So we have to.
No, what you said is the value is what has kept us in some shape, right? And I'm telling you, this is the shape we are in southern Nigeria today.
That's what I just told you. That's the way you guys have chosen to practice the religion. Are you telling me that
who has practiced it well? Who has practiced it well? Is it America?
Yes, they've done
really
very well. But that's why the institution has been hijacked right now by this kind of pushing right now. They have this.
There's nothing about America that's Christian value. I'm sorry, that's really that value too much. Is it the fact of is it the bombing, the pillaging, the enslavement, the genocide of the North Red Indians? Is it the racism? Is it the? I mean, come on, man.
Well, like you came from a perfect society yourself. Because if you did, I guess
No, that's not
you
the
would be
argument.
there.
Now you're saying the value.
No,
There's nothing. They don't follow that hypocritical value you're talking about. I mean, what is the value? What is the? They don't use the Bible to rule their country.
When
They
you
use their
correct clear
constitution.
that. No, if you correct clear that, if you look even the Bible that we read, you will see a lot of atrocities in the Bible. The same. I guess you don't know much about it. You see a lot of atrocity there because you know why? Because the Bible is really a compilation of the lifestyles or the lives of many people and how they relate to God or how they were godless in their behavior. So if you look in the Bible, you see all kind of atrocities, just like I said, and some really bad, really bad people actually.
So what
in
makes
the
the Bible? So what makes it? What value? What makes the Bible not different from other culture, other values? If it's about violence and everything.
It's not about violence. It's
It's a
that's
mixture of
why the
violence
Bible is
and
beautiful.
nobility.
No,
Right?
it's beautiful because it gives you a detailed account of people or lifestyles of certain people in the Bible and how God
So you tell a
plays
story
a
about
role
people.
in their life. Huh?
So you just tell a story about people, right?
No, you're missing the point. How God plays a role, or how God led them, or their interaction with God, or the abandonment of God. That's. But anyway, this
So it's a
LGBTQ
story of
one man.
how they relate with God, not their value. Because you talk about value, and I'm trying to understand which value you're talking about. That's so special that other people don't have. What's that value that the Bible has, the Christians have that other people don't have? What is that value that's so special? Is it the massacre or the genocide? What is it?
No, well, that's just like I said. That's the lifestyle or some things that some people did in the Bible. And to your question, anyway, this is a very good question. What do other books have, or what does the Bible have that other books don't have? And it's a very good question. And the answer is Jesus Christ. Simple.
Jesus Christ,
So
really?
one man.
I will tell one man
Yeah.
to Google something and read it to us, okay? But I'll look for it. Continue. One man, I'll get back to you in
Yeah.
1 minute. Okay. Yeah. He's Major Jesus Christ, right?
So
Okay. Continue.
yeah. So this well, yeah, one man. This is unacceptable. But again, it just shows the hijack of the church by these people, and it's not going to bode well for us, our children, and our future. Quite frankly, it wouldn't. They've done so in our schools, and I know when it comes to this kind of a thing, one man, you are, how do I put it? You are more lax and accepting of their position that it's a lifestyle. Even animals are do the
Yes,
same thing.
I am actually. My only thing is it has to be consenting adults. That's just it. Because otherwise, then we're in the different territory. But if it's between consenting adults, then just don't bring it near me. And then you can't moralize other people's lives now. You can't tell people what they can do in their own lives.
No, because yes, you can. That's why we have laws. Yes, you can. Yes, we absolutely can, and we do that. And you can't say and that's the danger of your position, for example, because you say, well, if you're consenting adults, just don't do it to children. But that's the problem. You see, you can't pretend that keep all your bad behavior in your closet or indoors and don't bring it outside. It's a lie. It will eventually come outside. And if you know the reality of the damage in today's society, you would not be talking the way you are. They are actually, of course, consenting adults, fine, but the people, the group of people that are actually suffering greatly under this tyranny are children, because adults are actually making decisions for children, and that's the danger. I mean, do you know how many children are being castrated? Really? I mean, you don't want to go.
You're using extremes to make already predetermined position, but of course that's an extreme. Nobody will approve of that. But what I'm actually saying is, those in their 20s, 30s, 40s, who through sane of mind, responsible members of society, holding down a respectable job, and but their preferences for same-sex coupling. I cannot see I cannot see that differently from a heterosexual sort of relationship. So long as I mean, who's being harmed? No one really.
Oh, see, again, that's the danger. I hear what you're saying. If they're consenting adults, fine. But here's the case that many times, and that's the ultimate goal. You know, the P word, right? That many times the goal is to extend this lifestyle into our children, and they are making strong headway in doing so. You can't see when you are corrupt, meaning that when you are polluted, when you have a debased mind, you are forever done. Anything goes. So don't ever think that consenting adults we keep it between two consenting adults. It's a lie. They are extending this thing to children. That's why this people in the Catholic Church, if you know, I know you know about the story, the level of abuse that has gone on for so many years in the Catholic Church, having to do with children. Um, I mean, you won't be surprised if you know the story. It's horrible. It doesn't stay between two consenting adults. That's the problem. That's the problem. Just like it's a really a filthy lifestyle that should not be permitted.
If it Prince, if it did stay within two consented adults, would you look the other way?
It's not a reality. That's the problem.
No, just hypothetical. Just as an hypothesis. Yes. If it stayed within, yeah.
Well, yeah, of course. See, let me tell you, yeah, absolutely, one man. But it doesn't mean that if I have the opportunity to show them the light, the right direction to go, I would not tell them.
So
but
your objection is not to the practice itself, but just you don't want it vested on children, which is my position too. So we are actually of the same mind.
Well, to a certain degree, but I am to the practice in the sense that, look, I say if I have the opportunity to tell them the truth or show them the light, that this is a better way to go, not the way they are going. And keep in mind, though, not because I'm more, by the way, I'm not less of a sinner than they are. Because in the Bible, the thief, the robbers, and homosexuals are in the same category. So I belong to the same category as they do. Except that I recognize that if I steal or rob somebody, I can repent because I've done something wrong. But they are in a box. They don't know they're doing anything wrong, and that's the danger about it. That's a real danger. So I'm not against that, and I've said to many people or to some people, like, look, don't ever think you're gonna hurt or kill someone that's homosexual and you go to heaven. You're wrong. You're gonna go to hell because God doesn't approve of it. They're human beings like we are. I'm not any different than they are. We essentially the same. We're just talking about an issue here or doing something that's against God. That's what we're talking about here. See, if a homosexual person was drowning and a straight person was drowning, if I have the opportunity to save the homosexual, I would first. Then a straight person. It's not about straight or homosexual. It's about human beings. They are full-blooded human beings like I am. It doesn't matter the color of the skin.
One
But
man,
I hope you know that.
can you guys take it easy on the man of God on this platform? Attacking the man of God on the show is not fair. Okay, come on. Let's take it easy on Prince Daddy, please. Thank you.
One man, rescue him. Take him to another topic.
Thank you.
All right. All right. If you want to be rescued, you can go to Dangote pleading poverty. But I think that conversation we'll have to have is still because I don't think you can hold.
No man, don't rescue him yet, though. I'm coming in 2 seconds.
Yes.
We'll continue. I'm coming.
I don't think you can hold the Bible to what is an innate human state of being, if I can find a better phrase. These people are built like that. So what do you do with them? You can't. And why would you want to do anything?
Do you believe that we human beings can be corrupt? Like not like in corrupt as in our values.
No, we can be corrupted. Yeah. So yes, I accept that. But what I'm maybe suggesting is that this might not even be a corruption.
Oh, it is at the highest level. It's at the highest level, quite frankly. It's not. It's more spiritual than a physical. The reason one man, you're a Christian, I guess, can I say to a certain degree because of the JW, but nonetheless, it's irrelevant. If you know the implications spiritually, then you would not really want to have a debate against this position. Against my position, you would know that it's not acceptable.
By the way, one man, if you want to have those deep conversations, you have to come to the after hour show. So that's where we have all this kind of So come to the after
Party don't
hour.
rescue him yet, man. Hey, hold on. Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Isn't that amusing? We're talking about Kuli, we ended up in a granite. From Senegal to Bible. What is all this?
It's part of it too. Conversation yet is slow down there. So it's always a hit when you bring religion. If all else fails, go to religion.
I was looking for Prince to say Father Abraham. But even do this.
Wole Agba, Prince Daddy. You didn't even wish Prince Baba T, you didn't even wish him a happy birthday.
That's my cousin. I reach out. Oh, did you travel anywhere?
One man.
No, I didn't
Prince
travel,
Daddy.
man. I was home. Yeah, where am I?
Okay.
You said take a shot.
Hold on. Okay. So you said Jesus Christ, right? His values and everything, he came and saved us and things like that, right? So in your own word, what is Jesus Christ coming here to do again?
Well, he came to redeem humanity, not just Christians, humanity from their destruction thing. Yeah.
Okay, so let me read what Jesus Christ said he came to do on Luke 12, 51 to 51 chapter. Is it Luke 12 from 51 to 53? Can you read it out yourself? One man, can you read it out, please? I'll put it on the screen there.
Big enough. Let me see if I can capture it. It's not big enough for me to read.
Okay. Let me see if I can find. Let me see.
If I can make this screen bigger. It says, so do you think I've come to give peace on earth? No, I tell you, but rather division. For from now on, in one house there will be 5 divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. They will be divided, father against son, and son against father, mother against daughter, and daughter against mother, mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-law against mother-in-law. What's your point, Mike?
That's what Jesus Christ said he came to do now.
Well, I mean, see, because
Who was speaking there? Is it Jesus or Paul?
Well, that's what they say Jesus. They say Jesus according to what they.
No, we have to look at the context of. We have to look at the context of that particular
who was
passage.
speaking? They only tell us.
No, that's why I said we have to. It can be because in Luke, it was Apostle Paul that was talking there most of the time. So that's why I'm saying that the context where you pick this particular passage has to be considered, not just pick one and say, well, this is what Jesus said.
Yeah, who said this now?
This quote is actually it's from Jesus Christ. It's from Christ himself, but you can't just select one or two verses in the Bible and sum it up as the only thing Christ came to do in this world.
So he came to do that and other things.
So
you guys only focus on the one you want. But the other one he said he came to do, you don't care.
Can I come in?
Right.
Yeah. You see, Christ came to do one thing, and that's to save the world from his sin. So in the course of doing that, there are so many sub-activities that will eventually lead to that. One of the activities that led to that was his death on the cross. Obviously, another activity that led to that was his birth, because if he had not been born, he would not have died. So many other activities led to that. In this case, Jesus Christ is saying, I'm coming to let you know that this message I'm bringing will cause division. Everybody will have different opinion. Before, all of them had only one opinion, just following Moses, and some of them blindly doing that. But so with what I'm having, and what the message of the kingdom that I've brought, it will come to a point where a father will have an opinion, even in the same house, a daughter will have a different opinion, the wife will have an opinion. You see, Jesus is saying, I'm
He
creating a
didn't say
world.
opinion, no.
No,
He said he
then
would
when he said
divide.
division, when he said division, it means that his message will cause a division. There will be divergent view of his message. And if you study the scripture, he actually created divergent view. He didn't, even if he said that, he didn't go dividing parents against children. He didn't do that. So, but what he actually did was his message brought a division. The people stood against religious leaders of their time. Some people stood against the government and said, no, this is the kingdom of God. We are not supposed to do it. You see, we have different, they
So
now
how
have
come
different
almost
opinions.
every Christian families today are just divided? And
No,
literally,
no,
when
when it
someone told
means,
me that the person
you
told me
see,
to pay attention to
wait
Christian
now, let me
people.
just finish explaining. I'll close now. It means that it's going to create a society where people can express their different opinions, which is what you have in America today. That's one of them. You see, well, I'm going to create a society where parents can express an opinion that is different from their children. Children can express an opinion that is different from their parents. Before then, it was not. In short, according to the law of Moses, if you have a child that is disobedient, you can bring him to the council, to the elders, and they will take him to the gate
I
of
don't
the
know why when
city.
Jesus Christ say one thing, you guys is trying to help him twist it. Say no, that's not what he
No,
meant to.
wait now.
We all can interpret it from in our
No,
own
that's
way.
from you see, that is the truth. And
Let me
this
tell you,
exact
in my
no,
family, right?
I
Hold
agree
on.
with you. I agree with you. You see, what he said is what is happening between me and you. You have an opinion.
It's not opinion. I'm just showing you what he
Interpreting
says.
it,
It's not my
you have an
opinion. It's
interpretation for it on your own. I have a
well, I can only
different
go
one.
by what he said. I don't have to.
That's
Okay, let me give you my own interpretation from my own life experience.
I
And
agree
in
with
fact, hold
you.
on. Let me. But you talk. You asked me a question. Let me answer now. When someone brought it to my attention was because I was looking at my family. I realized that the people causing all the divisions always crazy were the Christians in my family. Those that practice traditional and those that do Islam, we don't cause trouble. We're just peaceful. You're all Christians. And somebody now say, go and read this look and this thing. And then also look at families around you. Look at the Christian families. And I realized that there's so much divisions. I'm like, we are putting Jesus on here. So that's where me I got it from. So you are getting it from I know your own interpretation. But hey, I just gotta go with what Jesus Christ himself said. That's what he said. And that's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what you are seeing around you in your family. That's not the case in my own
Even the
family.
Christian South in Nigeria, we are the most divided. The
That's not the
Northern
case in
Muslim
my
are united.
family. I'm sure it's not the case in the Prince's family.
All right, back to you, Praise. It looks as though you already have your topic for the after hours, but let me take you to still where I am. Do you want to speak on Dangote pleading poverty? It says biggest mess created in 2023 was naira devaluation from 460 to 1,400. So, what are you making of the lamentation of the world's richest black man?
It probably makes a good, well, it's an obvious point, anyways. Yeah, it is true on its face value. Yeah, the naira devaluation caused a lot of brouhaha last year and up to now. But I'd like to know more about the story. The headline is catchy, but what does it say? I mean, I will assume Dangote, given his level and capacity, that is able to go into details and tell us why. I mean, if he opposes what Tinubu is doing or the central bank, that'd be something else. But yes, the headline is like a number, but
It wasn't actually speaking to the monetary policy, the monetary space. It was speaking during an AGM for Dangote sugar refinery, and it was saying to them that no dividends will be paid out this year for reasons of the headline.
let's see. Okay, well, sure. I mean, so okay. Mm. Dangote is a big enough industry or conglomerate somewhat. It is a conglomerate, right? To not edge its revenue with from foreign exchange fluctuation. Are you telling me that this guy just he doesn't have a financial aspect of his business that looks into this kind of mitigation when it comes to currency? I would think it does, especially him doing business internationally or always having to interact with international investors. So if anything, that would be a poor management on his side, not him personally, his company. That is that be a one reason. Because it's too big and exposed enough to know such an issue can come up in a developing nation like Nigeria or somewhat unstable nation like Nigeria. We've always had currency problem, maybe not in the 80s and in the early part of after independence. But the point here is that you should know that the way the currency was artificially managed by the central bank, thanks to Emefiele, right? And it's not sustainable. There has to be it should have had a projection or a forecast in its portfolio on what will happen to the naira and anticipate governance or changing government. This is rather exposing Dangote as an organization. Quite frankly, it's showing how amateur they are when it comes to financial management. All this risk are in the open. You should know that to edge or to anticipate. You should have an inside knowledge about what is going on. I'm assuming it pays a lot of pay people like Kulata to help him forecast and bring semblance to his business. I would assume that. But again, it could be like, okay, he knows better. He just using this badgeware, let's put it that way, to shaft his investors in paying dividends. So that could be the case.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. I know that was quite I did dictate any really interest in that topic, but you handled it masterfully anyway. So thank you, Prince Daddy, for that. Thank you, Prince Daddy. Let me go from you, Prince. Let me go from you, Prince, to Ajale Koko. I'll line Ajale Koko up, and then after his first response, I will bail out, hand over to Mike, and then you guys can have your fun in the after hours, which I think is really what Babati is waiting for, the after hours. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. All right. I don't think we have Ajale Koko for the moment. So we don't have Ajale Koko for the moment. So let me bail out and hand over to Mike. Acknowledging the super chatters on my way out. Guess which name I'm going to mention first? Of course, it is Ayo. So that's Ayo. That's Ayo right there. So thank you, Ayo. And then that's Richard Bankole, who came on the screen and also did the super chat. So Adaba Gede, Bienpe Yele Ogbo, Yelegbo. So this is Adaba, and then Adaba again, and then Tim Aje comes in announcing his presence with a super chart. Toilet to all the panelists, panel beaters, garage chairmen, and Ara okay people. Jenoko, chop noko, and then he comes back again. He says, one man toilet to all the area fathers, Baba Agbas. And it wasn't Baba Agba that I said Agba Bolas, not but toilets to all the area fathers, Baba Agbas.
Oh my. Finish. I want to say, I always cry for the movie when they want to pronounce one of our names, man.
I mean, one man,
you
talking about this thing is very painful. My God, one man.
Check your battle there. Okay. I'm struggling with this word. You read it because I can't read this word now. Say Tuakasa, but I don't know what Tuakasa means. Tuakasa. Akasa to you, Ayo. So I surrendered to LTV and OGTV only. So that was when I was inviting Prince Daddy to surrender to LTV. Take you.
They still have those. Once she exists in it, they still have OGTV.
They said that the Aquabio to T. You could you know. Another Tima Jack again waving to Chelma with the super chat. So thank you for all those. I'll keep them coming. You can super chat to Mike's session as well. So Mike, the conversation carries on. Ajale Koko not quite ready yet, but plenty enough. You have the company of Babati, of course. Prince Daddy, the majestic one, the birthday boy. Patrick not driving this time around. Dewale there somewhere. I'm sure Ogbeni is already in bed because he's such an old man. He can endure it. So plenty of conversation. Baba, of course, now to keep everything 100%. So no Igbo bashing, no swearing words. Here is the new and improved Mike. Mike, over to you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Mike, before you go, can I just wish my cousin and my fellow Igbo man a happy birthday, long life and prosperity. I do value opinion on the platform. And did you
whose birthday is it today?
Prince Daddy now. So Prince, did you get your ARP card already, or you didn't get your card already?
It was actually yesterday, April 30th.
They gave it to you already. You got your card already.
I'm getting close. I'll be getting my discounts pretty soon. I'm working on it.
Check your prostate and all the lab work. Okay, at that age you need to start checking. Okay.
Thanks, Baba T, for the good wishes. Yeah.
Much love, man. All right.
What I was going to tell one man is how wicked Nigerians are. Baba T, when the people say, "Hey, how do you pronounce your name?" Nigerian people, we don't try to help them. We will say like it is, man. They will say, "Sir, how do you pronounce your name?" And I'm on pocket day. So we don't feel sorry for them. We say that we say it. If they can't figure it out,
so, sorry, before you go ahead, just the topic you guys were discussing, the Senegalese president going to Arabic. That one, I don't know. That is not a good move, in my opinion. That is
all those guys are just acting fast and trying to. They're so emotional, moving. French. They're rushing with the anti-French thing. They're just making quick decisions and not even thinking. Not even learning from the mistake of their.
Even if you're going to go anti-French, don't you have your own local language or something like the major ones that you can adopt?
They didn't think it through. They're just making quick decisions. That's what it is. He's not thinking it through. They just say, "Oh, we French. Okay, today announced we're dumping French. We're adopting Arabic." He didn't think. They didn't sit down to plan all their so-called moves. They're not planning. They're just acting on emotion. That's what it is. He didn't take his time to think. Okay, which language is better? They didn't think. They just acted on emotion just to impress the public, just to go for popular opinion. You know, you dumping French.
I do agree with one of the speakers earlier that I'm also suspecting that they might want to adopt Sharia.
No, Senegalese, they're not fanatic in Islamic. In Islam, their Islamic is more liberal, more African.
Yeah, but that movie is, to me, I don't agree with that. I don't.
It's a predominantly Muslim country now. Senegal, they are almost 99% Muslims or something like that. So it's a Muslim country, but they are not like their own Islam is not a Nigerian Islam or those crazy Islam, those fundamental, whatever they call it, fanatic.
So I looked it up, Mike. They said almost 80% of their country speak Wolof. So more than 80% speak Wolof. So if you have that high amount of people speaking Wolof, why not just adopt Wolof as your official language then?
You have to know Africans don't the way we are, especially when we are those who that practice foreign religion or Islam or Christianity, we don't value our language. Like we just see our language as a primitive language. If you go and tell the people like adopt, they will say we are moving backward. That's what they'll tell you. They'll say we are moving backward. Africans see going back to anything Africa as backwardness. That's always the response. Even Nigerians, we tell them like, hey, we need to adopt this our own way or something like that, or our language. They'll say, oh no, then we are going backward. Because they believe like we have to move forward is to adopt something out there or to go with something out there. So that's the mentality of most Africans. So, like you said, Wolof is the best thing. All could I do is just bring some people, develop their own written and just writing Wolof or whatever.
If you want
Just
to move away from the colonial thing like you claim, then you
colonial
do.
thing. No, Africans are not looking to. They believe colonialism came to civilize them, and going back to anything to Africans, going back to African language or African thinking, African way, or anything Africa is going backward. That's what they believe. It's unfortunate. To me, I see it as taking a step back, but you are going in the wrong direction. So you need to take a step back and start walking in the right direction. That's what me I see it. Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, now I was going to tell you something. Do you know that if you
Yes,
read the
go ahead.
Bible, if when you guys read the Bible, you don't pay good attention very well. You know, I'm not here to decide what is what, but when I read it, I pay attention to what I'm reading. Right? I don't read it and begin to. What happens to a lot of you is you read it and the pastor tell you what he's saying, but you don't read it and create your own, see the literal meaning of what you are reading. You know, for example, if you read the Bible very well, you find out that the God in the Bible committed more atrocities than Satan in the Bible. Okay, let me throw some. Literally, I can't even tell you to go to the
No,
Bible.
no. See, no,
Hold
see,
on.
hold on. I'm not disagreeing with you. Trust me, I'm not disagreeing with you. But you didn't put in the right context. What happened? To what degree? Well, I mean, see, if you read the Bible literally, of course you'll be talking the way you are talking, Mike, and that's why it says clearly in the Bible that the Bible is alive and active. That the Word of God is alive. So if you read it without the Holy Spirit for clear interpretation of the Bible, you're gonna get it wrong. Just like if you read the Bible, just like Shakespeare, for example, what does it matter? You can
So
give
Holy
your own
Spirit got to sit
interpretation.
next to me side by side. Holy Spirit start explaining it to me, Abby.
Yes, Mike, I'm telling you, I'm not being. See, the
Okay, but
Bible
let's leave Holy
is not
Spirit
a
alone for
textbook.
now. I don't disagree with you. Maybe Holy Spirit is uh, it's like somebody chopped somebody head off, and somebody is come on trying to tell me that listen, see that guy that chopped that guy's head off. Forget that he chopped his head off. Oh. He's a good guy. You know those things. Boy, I can see what I see. I don't need you to interpret. I have sense. Okay. So
Mike,
me, I don't need Holy Spirit to
you know
interpret.
you
I
have
just use my own. I don't need pastor and Holy Spirit to interpret. Me, I just read and understand what I'm reading. That's all. I have sense.
Mike, you have two pastors and one usher on the platform tonight. You have Diwali is the usher, so put the pastor level pastor yet. So you have two pastors on the platform and one usher. So let's be careful the way we address the Christians on the platform.
I'm now. Yeah. You see, you know the problem in Africa. We are more interested, and that's why they keep duping us, scamming us, and we ourselves
No,
can't
no,
solve any problem
Mike, the
because
same way
the,
you
the, the
rely
problem
on the
is.
people to interpret things for you. I know
No,
in your
no, no.
country,
I'm actually responding to what Babati said. Yeah, Babati will say, no, don't say that truth too, because you know, you all the feelings of this usher here and this pastor here. She might turn it now. You just turn now. And in Africa, it's like when we start to have conversation, we focus on more of our number one interest is how to protect feelings than to actually solve problems or to address issues. You know. Who say, hey, there's a problem here, let's discuss it. Like, no, it's too sensitive. Okay, let's leave it alone. So you leave problem alone to exist because it's too sensitive to solve it. It's all to address it. You have to have conversation about your life, man, about your society. You can't be ignoring things. And that's why people call us ignorant people, because we tend to see problems, we ignore it. Sometimes we see problems that can be easily solved, but we know that if we start to discuss it, somebody's going to get offended, and we just leave it alone, and the problem just persists. You know, we have to understand why we do what we do. We have to why we think where we think, and the only way to understand it is to discuss it, have conversation about it, and then from there maybe you start to wake up and begin to, you know. It's rather unfortunate why we do that. Like a lot of time when I'm trying to get with Africans to reason, like, hey, let's think before you get halfway. Oh, guys, you know what? This is becoming sensitive. No. The truth is bitter, but it's a bitter pill you have to swallow to heal yourself now. Abi, Nabati, am I wrong?
Well, you know, when it comes to Prince Daddy, I've tried, Frank. I have tried my best to bring him back home, but
No, it's not matter of bringing somebody back home. Me, I don't even make attempts to change people. It's not my duty to go and change somebody.
Yeah, because
like
I told you before, it's supposed to be somewhere. It's not, but it's
but actually, no. Our tradition is forbidden to go and be converting people, right?
But no, his own case is very peculiar. It's my point. I was trying to tell you the other time. So, and he knows
that's why we don't stand on the corner with chicken and say, "Hey, come and join us! Come and join us!"
I know, but
it's the Christians that do that.
Mike, like I said, his own case is very peculiar. So he knows what I'm talking about. So that's the only reason why. So but ordinarily I will not. But it is what it is. Someday he will leave Abraham alone, and he will come home. So let me just leave it at that for now.
He will come back to Oshun Shenge.
I don't know. It will be so. I don't. So the day,
but Patoski, it came from somewhere too. It's coming from somewhere too. But he adopted Christianity, and or rather to follow Christ. So we can always find the light, and I urge you, Mike. There's not, I won't call it similarities, but what you practice, Mike. It's not anybody can interpret stuff. You have to go to people that they're specialists. I think we were talking the other day. What you call it, or dua, whatever
I said evangelism, some form of it. You have to, so evangelism. So that's but it is what it is, So it is what it is. Oh, by the way, sorry to digress. I can, me for tomorrow, but I can't believe that you guys brought up landmark again today. I thought we'll flood that issue yesterday on the platform. So I don't know what else. I don't know why. Unless there's any new development, the guy needs to be sued anyways. Like I've said,
who's that?
But landmark, Oleni guy now.
What did he do?
But I see, you give a compelling.
You know the guy even concessions that beat to other companies to be making money off it, and he was making money from them on federal government property.
But the landmark guy, Babati, your compelling argument yesterday was great. But the landmark guy is how different is it from this other greedy and corrupt leaders or people that have such opportunity?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that don't pretend that you are different is the point. The way they're making it out to be like,
the way they make it a bit different. Also, I got it.
Let's not play that game. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
saying the owner of Landmark. Where's the guy from, sir?
I think he was born in the UK, but he's Igbo. He has Igbo.
Oh, I thought it was a Southwestern guy. I didn't know it was Southwestern.
No, why do you think they all the attention, the whole plan? It's because he's that of his last name now. That's the real reason. Okay, that's why now. If his name was Agbabiaka, they wouldn't care now. That's the truth. So because his name is, you know what? That's why.
You know what's crazy? It's like many non-Nigerians are believing their narratives. Even this Black American guy that's is a Nigerian now. He's also saying they are targeting Igbos. Because he's targeting out with a lot of Southeastern. It's not just lying to him, just brainwashing him. So they are targeting them because they are jealous of them, because they are the best businessmen in Nigeria. They are this and that. And I'm like, what? Based on what? The guy was saying, guy.
Do you know that there's a church? I think it's about 3,000 to 4,000 capacity church close to Landmark that is going down. Big churches are going down, but it's not the select church. The one before that select church. There's another big Pentecostal church going down. The whole church is going down. There are businesses going down in that area, but nobody. Do you see Arise TV covering those people? They don't. It's only Landmark, and it's the only guy that is not touched.
Who owned that Arise TV, sir?
I don't even care.
Because they are really promoting all these things. So.
I want to stroke ethnic tension now for
that Arise TV, man. They are the only one that will invite one to come and push. I'm like, why are you guys doing this, man? And they won't even counter anything the guy says. They won't counter it. They will, even
my
that man that came to that say, hey, we built everything. They didn't even counter him. They even supported his. I'm like, that Rufai guy is just, the guy's becoming so annoying, man. He's so annoying. Sometimes it's like I wish I can just walk next to you. I don't know. I swear that guy's the kind of guy, you leave me and him alone in the elevator in the alley. I will give him some beating of his life, man.
No, Mike.
The guy's so annoying.
No, Prince, the point is this. Forget Rufai, forget Ayo, maybe she's young. But Ruben Abati, by the way, Prince, Ruben Abati went to the Shabbat, so he's an Egbama, no?
I know.
So Ruben Abati,
you know what I found out? Oh, the owner of Arise TV, Unduka of Ibena. You make sense now.
So Ruben Abati.
Is it not from South? It's from South, don't know. Is it from South?
Nah. Unduka is Southeast name. That's Southeast.
Maybe Igbo in some. But the point is, when the Minister of Works came on to Arise TV, Ruben Abati said, they have, your people have been attacked in Lagos. They even said that they're going to put them in Lagoon. I say, what kind of question is that? Why are you trying to stroke some ethnic thing amongst what are you doing? And you're supposed to be the real journalist on the platform. So I don't know what the end game is here, because even their rude fake accent, you see the way she addressed the minister the other day. I don't know what it is about these guys. I don't know what
they have to make money now. They have to make money. I mean,
not that way.
Pander to their audience. I mean, they got to make money. Yeah, I don't know the facts, but I can tell you that Arise Television is probably the #1 television station or network in Nigeria.
No, online and abroad. That's what I don't think locally nobody cares about Arise, but on globe for the foreign diaspora audience, they're big. But I don't think they're as that big in Nigeria compared to like a TVC or channels. So yeah,
they're not.
Yeah,
they're not. By the way, Prince Gary, happy birthday, brother.
Oh, thank you,
happy birthday.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
They're not. They're only training on one. Nigerians don't watch it. The Russians don't watch it. They are too by hands. Globally, people like fitness. People like to hear bad news. That's what sells these days. So that is why you see them trending among the Nigerians in the diaspora. Even foreign media also pick from them from time to time. And it's unfortunate.
You can't hear you well. You're breaking up or something. Huh?
Oh, really? Okay, hold on one second.
I mean, you will watch it, but it's like they always have to find something terrible about any news story.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah. I think I can. Yeah.
Okay, I was using a Bluetooth there. That guy, beware of somebody who appears to knows it all. When somebody is saying, "Oh, I knows everything," or most of the things that they discuss on Arise News are something that they just, researched on overnight, and some of them will now come online and start spewing rubbish. I mean, you are not an engineer; you are just an agriculturist, or what is it even studied in?
Livestock. I did know what's funny. The minister of works is talking about roads and how the components of it break down.
Yeah.
Do you know what Rufai did? The guy brought out the calculator. Wants to debate the engineer.
So let me catch you in the lines.
Like what do you know? The calculator and engineer, civil engineer discussing numbers. What do you know about? The guy just the clown.
Somebody of his age who is still, maybe that guy is even somebody alphabet people who don't know. Because how can somebody be above 40 and you are not a Kobo and you are not married, no picking, nothing? Abba, waiting.
Who be that?
Check that guy. He's a sadist.
Who? Rufai?
Yeah, he's a sadist.
The guy is so annoying. Like sometimes I catch this guy for one corner like that.
You need to
give him one correct. Give him who can walk back up like that, man. All senseless idiots, man. Very annoying guy. I mean, when the guy before he started this whole ethnic thing, I used to say, okay, this guy knows how to talk. I mean, he knows, he's educated. But I just playing this. I'm like, come on, man.
I don't what it is. I don't watch that. I mean, I watch it once in a while when I have time. Maybe I'm driving or I do enjoy the business. What's his name? The other guy that went to UT Houston that does their business story. I do enjoy listening to him.
Ruto, right?
Yeah,
Ruto.
I know the guy who went to your age, right?
Yeah, I heard he went to.
We went to school together, and I know the guy.
Really? Oh, okay.
We went to school together, man. We used to hang out, man.
On the channel, I think he's
the guy live football, eh? I look at him walk back. I used to make how we don't know him because the guy knows how we play football.
The one you pick last or the one you make goalkeeper with.
The one you pick like the guy go back to play. But when it comes to analyzing football, history of Super Eagle, the guy's a die-hard Super Eagle. When these guys start talking football, you know football in and out. From Pele to today, to all the Super Eagle players, the guy love football to death. Rodus, we know that guy, man. But when you enter field, on 1 or 2 left leg, the guy get to 2 left leg. Man, very cool guy, sir. Very cool guy, man. Nice guy. I don't know why the guy is working there. I wish I got his contact, man. I used to have his phone number. We used to chat, man. That was a long time ago. Yeah,
maybe he moved back to Nigeria or something. I think it's been.
Yeah, he moved back. He came here to go to school. That was the time he was on campus. I was in school, you know. So we were in school the same time now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I remember he mentioned it once. But I do love how it ties it covers American economy and it ties it to Nigeria, and I like it does great. I like this analysis. I mean, the way it presents the Nigerian market, I mean, is more reasonable. I mean, on that show, he's the only one the other guy too, the one that came from TVC to Arise. Those two, I listen to them business, but the morning show is becoming unwatchable. So, yeah.
The main guy that just annoying there is Rufai. I mean, the other ones too, I see they do their own, but they don't do it too obvious. Rufai just do it. His own is just too obvious, man.
Yeah.
And then the guy we are attacking oppositions, he make it so obvious that he's partisan. At least that party tried to you could say that party just doing what
the PDP man now. He worked in the PDP.
Yeah, but he still uses his sense to do it in a sense. But you could tell about you give you body language. Now with your guys me talk. But Rufai would do it passion. I think that's what he believes, The guy is so passionate. That's what he call brown nosing for a guy. You know when they call brown nosing in America now. When they brown nose your guy.
But
we stand to kind of my guy make a represent a guy where the guy will say everything with confidence. People are like, come on now, Rufai,
You invite an expert on the platform to listen to the analysis. I mean, you can chime in, but you'll be acting like you know about their own field more than they do. I start quoting some online Google search that you found somewhere. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? They're the professionals. What do you know?
Well, Rufai, it has a kind of a complex. I don't know how to put it. It needs to be heard all the time. It needs to talk louder and trying to prove a point.
And you guys from the Southwest now, or is he all these names?
So it's from the Sagamu area now.
Oseni.
Yeah, it's
not like a northern name now.
No. It's I think he was born in Warri, but he's from the Jabu area.
Why is it that it's always our own people, the Southwest people, that are doing all this kind of behavior?
Another man low.
Even in those social media, they are the one you see pandering. They will even pander against their own region. Like I don't understand. Like we have so many Southwest. They just they will speak against their region. Not only speak against, they will even somebody lie against their own people.
Yeah,
because they're enlightened. No, they pretend.
Enlightened.
They know too much, right?
But even Rufai, I heard
they say we are liberal now. When you talk to them, it's like, guy, why are you doing this? Why are you joining? Some people are sitting there spreading propaganda against your people, and you're sitting down with them. You are even agreeing with them. They'll say, we are liberal now. Is that liberalism or that stupidity?
But to give him credit on one thing, when the whole some people Southeast were the one that created Lagos came out recently, he did give history about Yorubas dominating the space. That is,
He sees response now. He said it was it's not only Southeast. I thought I was going to say give you a proper. He said the German and the Portuguese and English too did it. So you are telling us now is the German, Portuguese, English, and Igbos.
they were just given a more response to the question.
Oh man,
but
Rufai.
if you notice lately, those that were like very liberal or that called themselves Pan-African, I listened to somebody sent me a clip on my way from work. Shehu Kuti was, they were giving him the water, like the guy. Shehu Kuti forgot to call himself Pan-African. He said, "Listen, I'm a Yoruba boy." I said, what happened to Pan-African? He said, "I'm a Yoruba boy." I said,
I thought I heard that.
I was surprised. Before he's like, don't call me Yoruba anybody. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm a Yoruba boy.
I remember where it come from. The guy also do one black man. I mean, I agree with the because of one black man, but more, it's not when it's time to have conversation about where you come. I mean, I can't really wish him. I can give him a pass because his father was more, by everybody. That's why everybody loved the man. He makes songs representing black man. He didn't do. They are marginalizing Yoruba. Fella sang song representing everybody. I get it as an artist.
There's some families in Nigeria you don't. It doesn't matter the kind of political parties you belong to. You don't talk about them.
You don't push them down.
So you just leave them alone.
The showing exactly, especially when like the people are coming nasty at you, or not coming after your people or something like that. For example, Shoyinka it's not like Shoyinka went after ethnicity. It's not what Shoyinka even feel like. It's not that what did they say that's so serious that they went off. Dude, they went after Femi. They went after now they dragging fella. To the point that you're saying fella they're like chicken. Hey, these people don't know. They don't know.
Dude, man,
well,
this young generation, man, they don't care, man. Come on, stop. This young generation. They went after Shoyinka. They'll go after Who is Shehu Kuti? Come on. They'll destroy him.
It's not generation, though. If it's some young kids that are doing this, I can say, hey, these are young, they're elders. Are you kidding me? It's not the kind of young generation. It's Samuel Ekpa, young generation. Samuel Ekpa is in his 40s. He's old enough to know who fella is now.
He's not fella now. He was given a history, calling him a weak person. What did he call him? He called him something. He didn't care. He don't care.
I was reading the old Twitter. I love Twitter. I like when I'm bored. I just read. So Mogalu's wife. Somebody dug out at one of our old tweets. Mike, do you know that Mogalu's wife tweeted years back that during the war, their father's house in Lagos was preserved by the Yorubas, and when they came back, they gave them the house back. That they safeguarded their properties for the Igbos in their area during the war, and when it was over, they gave back. Somebody said, "So how come you're not going against that same Lagos now?" In terms of don't invest there, they will destroy things. Like, why would you say that? But
who said that?
Huh?
Who's Mogalu is speaking against? Mogalu is not one of doing that.
No, the wife.
Oh, the wife is speaking against Lagos.
That nobody should invest in Lagos. That if because of the whole people should invest in somewhere.
Mogalu, it has a Yoruba name. It's very.
He was born in Lagos now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mogalu was born in Lagos.
Yeah, it was. I know it's Igbo, but it was a Lagosian. So I'm surprised his wife is talking like, dude, that's not good, man. People talking.
But I don't know why we guys always respond like this when they are talking that they want to invest, they want to move, and you guys always trying to appeal to them. Like, why are you talking like this? Let them talk now. He's telling their people to not invest and move on. Let them move on now. I also always notice something too. Whenever they are doing this labeling, like trying to paint us as this and that. We always trying to defend what they are saying. Now argue, we're trying to prove to them that we are good. I don't know why Yoruba people do that. I don't know. You know, you don't have to prove anything. You ever seen when they talk about a Jaws, Kili, or other tribe? Those are trying to prove to them that no, we are actually innocent. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I think once you let them think in their head, I don't give a damn if you think I'm good to you or bad. First of all, are you good to me for me to be good to you? I mean, we're always trying to prove ourselves, and that's been our problem. And that's why they constantly, feel like they have to constantly come at you because they know that you're the one that care. You're the only one that always care.
So were you here? So something caught my attention yesterday. I always enjoy listening to. It's not here, so but I'm going to just say this for the benefit for the discussion. So what is this? Life is Good was here yesterday, right? And you studied in Anambra, right? He went to Anambra, and I think Ekene then said, "Well, you should be thankful to Peter Obi because it was during his time that he made you who you are. Without him, you would not have graduated. He gave you education. So life is good." Now asked the question and said, "Well, you do business in Lagos. Are you going to thank Tinubu for giving you the opportunity?" He's like, "Nah, what do you mean?" I said, "Wait a minute. How come when it's the other way, they have to thank Peter Obi, but when it's the other way, now we can't thank anybody in Lagos for anything? It was me that it was I."
Is that double standard nature?
Yeah, that's
double
the
standard.
In the whole.
Everybody must be good to you, but you don't have to be good to people. That's that mentality, and they do it with Southwestern. But Southwestern, I don't pick it. It's like they will be mean to you. Then, I mean, like to me, I blame Southwesterners for their. I don't know if you guys call it liberalism, but to me, I just think it's foolishness because in nature, even to me, that defies the law of nature. Like in nature, it's even in physics, action equals opposite reaction. Whatever is pushed out, you got to push back. Can't be doing this. Slap me up on the other cheek kind of shit. I don't know where we get that mentality from. Oh, I'm Oluwabi. I don't know who define Oluwabi to be like that. And to me, that's not my definition of Oluwabi. Where people just stomp on you and you just think you have to. They got used to it. That's why we are where we are. Where it's double standard. They can stomp on you, but you have to. You can't push back. It's almost like sometimes I always even here on this show say I always wonder like you see one of them will come and just like any example, the guys talk shit about Tinubu all day and then you see National come and talk about Tinubu bad and someone talk can you compare the way anybody talk about Obi to the way National talk about Tinubu? Rational mind losing call Tinubu names, all kinds of names. Enigmatic don't lose. Whenever you come here and now talk about Obi and then Kenya wants to kill, he wants to burn everything down.
I think the one with
how far now?
Mine, I think it's a more personal thing with Rational Mind than Tinubu. I think there's other things going on that we don't maybe.
I get that, but that's not the point. I'm just saying, like, for example, if you want to hold on to a standard, if you want to hold a view, it has to be based on a standard. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like no one should talk about bad about your candidates, then you have to make it a rule that okay, no one should be talking about bad about all candidates.
Yeah, but you
can't say so you can't sit here and say it's okay for a group, one person to talk bad about one candidate.
I always say this, regardless of how you feel about anybody. What I don't like about the way we discuss politicians is I don't particularly like when people have emotional attachments to politicians. I can like you as a candidate and I want you to win because I believe in what you have to offer. But I don't think it's healthy to have this emotional where you are willing to lose brotherhood, lose friendship with other people because you like somebody.
If you ask me, Babati, I don't think anybody has emotional attachment to any of these politicians. It's just ethnic attachment. That's what it is. Because this whole thing is about even those of us that are, to be honest, even those of us that are people that are defending Tinubu, they don't have emotional attachment to him now. It's because they feel like the people attacking Tinubu are also attacking the ethnic group. Like me, for example, I never had any emotional attachment to Tinubu. For where I don't have any this whole thing. In fact, the obedience made me a Tinubu supporter because I wasn't a Tinubu guy. I was even when Osibanjo, I was doing the primary APC primary. I was Osibanjo guy, but I thought the guy was he's younger. You understand? And he knows what Tinubu knows. I feel like he can perform well. I thought Tinubu should have made Osibanjo the main guy. But I was never emotional. I don't even have emotional connection, attachment, or anything. But they made me to kind of support him because when they were attacking him, they were attacking his ethnic group, and I'm a member of his ethnic group. So
Yeah,
that's why I'm like, okay, since you want to go like that, let me, go against you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know that kind of thing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
to separate the individual from the ethnic group or to separate the country from the public official. I think the line gets blurred when people are making like an argument. Like you can abuse Tinubu as a president of the country without bashing Nigeria. You can
during
go
the hold on now during the campaign,
so you don't have to go against the people so that kind of emotional charge towards people. That's what I don't it bothers me when people get hooked and
and it's so during the campaign, like when the campaign started, the presidential campaign, in the beginning, everybody, even some of us, everyone, it's not Nigeria. This is not the first time we had a presidential election. Man. Nobody really cares about ethnicity. Everybody just focus on the candidates kind of thing. You should be all the last election we have. Like, we didn't make it about each job when Jonathan was running, or each job people, or Sasa people, or so. We never make it about that. Everybody, it's more about PDP, APC kind of situation. They do the campaign when they're doing obedient. Next thing, when we're having conversation, this is Yoruba people, Yoruba people. I'm like, they just turn the whole thing to Yoruba. Yes. When I even during the end of the campaign, when I call in Rudolph show, I don't want to say the name of the show. This one girl was like, I was like, hey, I was just doing comparison. I'm like, hey, Tinubu did some great things in Lagos. So I know B2, they say it didn't happen. I was just talking, it's just political conversation about the candidates. Next thing, I know you Yoruba people. I'm like, oh my God, man. Since when Nigerian politics have become about ethnic group? So they turn it to that ethnic stuff now. So,
yeah, that I don't think is a healthy approach. That's it. If you have a position on somebody, say it. If you don't like Tinubu, just say you don't like Tinubu, but don't use it as a conduit to then spill ethnic bigotry against other people, or because even when I address people, come on, it's always him. I don't. If not, I've always said. Well, I used to like Kisne Mogalu until the whole called BS of his wife. That one. I've always said my top two is always been Ngozi and Mogalu, right, on the show. That if they had anybody from the South that I would vote for, it's going to be Ngozi, Mogalu, and Soludo. But Soludo is not well liked. Then this guy, this Minister of Works, I've been impressed so far. I mean, the kind of
Umahi.
Umahi. I mean, the Badagry to Sokoto. I mean, the kind of, I mean, integrating Nigeria through highway, like I like that. So if
Umahi is a different guy now from day one. If you look at
it, time I know Tinubu is going to go to the north. Left to me.
I wonder why Umahi is not so popular in his region.
They should make him a VP, Mike. When is please make this guy a VP. I will vote for that ticket. This guy, I mean, it's really impressed me within the short time that he's been there. So I like that kind of individuals, and I like what he said.
But you think it's people who support him,
I like what he said. Mike, do you know what he said today? I like he said my people. He addressed the Igbo people on that. He said, listen, don't let somebody stroke use you. Okay, he addressed, don't let people use you, stroke tribal tension for political gains. I like someone that is very bold and courageous to address his own people and tell them, don't fall for the trap. So he's very direct. I like that about him. And he spoke the truth, even though people might not agree with him or what he said. But he's bold enough to address his own people and not attack any emotional thing. He was very bold, very direct, and he's very effective in what he's doing. So to me, that was very appealing. If he ever runs for any office above what he has right now as the president, even if it goes against maybe when Tinubu, if it goes against anybody after him, I will vote for Umahi. I like the guy. I've been impressed so far. So for me, I like that kind of leaders, not people that we abuse somebody. Your fans will abuse somebody. You can't even caution them. You now go to the person that they abuse to go and beg on their behalf. You're not bold enough. I can't vote for Peter Obi. I'm sorry. He's not a courageous human being that I can vote for. Umahi, Ngozi, So you do, hey, I will vote for those kind of individuals, but not Peter Obi. I can't do it. Not me.
Can I is waiting for Enigmatic to come on so I can
that is
do round two today.
You know, I always confuse the law and life is good. Maybe their voice. Is it their voice? And I don't. Sometimes I get them confused. I don't know who is who. I call the law life is good sometimes.
Mike, what did I do? What did I do?
I say you're waiting for Enigmatic to come on, but come on now, so you guys can fight.
And he never come before.
I did joke. No, I see you quiet now. Normally when you come in talking, storming. Well, you say, man, I just wait. Make this guy come.
I didn't like those. I didn't know Ekene and Life is Good. They have a long history on the platform until yesterday.
Ekene long. You don't know say Ekene had Enigmatic get issue. Ekene so
yesterday, I'm like,
Ekene, why you hate Enigmatic now? Enigmatic is gentleman. He doesn't insult people. He doesn't talk. He doesn't mention your name. But I always wonder why you're going to fight the guy. He doesn't insult you. He doesn't insult your people. I mean, he does make comments. I mean, he just doesn't agree with Obi. But then he come and just attack the guy.
I don't have problem with Babati when he said that he don't like Obi or he will not vote for him or whatsoever. I don't have any problem with him. But I hate people that lie too much. Enigmatic is a liar. Not only that he say he will not vote him or he don't like him, but when he begin to bring things that I know personally that is lie, typical lie from the pit of hell from Anambra State. That is why I became agitated with him. And sometimes the guy, I see him as a bigot. So I'm not
because you talk about Obi.
No, it's not because of. It's because of the lies that he speaks most of the time. I don't have any problem if you don't want to. If you don't want to support a candidate, if you say you don't like him, I will not beg you to like somebody. You understand? That's a different issue.
They are making accusations.
We are giving analysis of what happened.
Maybe we can give us 3 of the lies just so that we can know.
Okay. Give us some of the lies. Maybe we know where he's lying.
No, I don't have that time. If you don't know.
So you don't even know if he's lying.
I know what he's trying to do now. The guy is just trying to.
But the guy always lay down facts, man.
We
verify things he says.
You are even under the educational system of the government during that time.
What do you mean? Because he went to the university in that place does not mean that he's paying school fees. And I don't know why you are talking that way yesterday. I was thinking about
He's saying he's paying his school fees and he didn't know. He didn't know that
you two are paying tax in Lagos. We're not going to tell you to now support APC.
We are reviewed. For the kind of lie built on this platform against things.
Let me put this to you. Let me quickly put this to you. Like you claim, the guy probably went to university in one of the states in the southeast, maybe Anambra, but he paid school fees. We have a lot of your people that also went
I didn't stop him not to go to university.
Listen first. We have a lot of your people that have free education from primary school to university in the southwest. They were born in the southwest. One of my best friends is from the southeast. He was born in Lagos. Primary school, nursery school, secondary school, all free education to university level. So you cannot say something like that. That what you said yesterday makes people think about where they came from. That is why people are. It's a kind of hatred and tribalism. You are in Lagos before you become your own boss. Maybe you also learn under an Igbo person in Lagos that has made his money there. What do you want the people in Lagos to do? The people that patronize you most are also Yoruba people. And they give you opportunity to dwell and make money in that place. But when you guys continue to rub it on their face, they will fight back. And when they fight back, you people won't like it.
There is nothing like see Remy is not the first time. If we talk about that, he is the first person that even told me that I live in Lagos, I do this, or
Well, you are
I
the
should.
first person that
But
accused him that
my problem is not that. My problem
you are
is not that.
telling
My
him
problem is the lie he's
I
speaking.
was
It's just like
listening
me now.
to
It's
him.
just like me now, staying
You
in
just
Lagos,
accuse him
and
obedience in
I begin
education.
to sell lies. I begin to sell lies of what I know that is happening in Lagos today. I will come here and begin to tell lies about it. What is happening in Lagos today? I don't do that. This is a state I reside. You cannot point out any time I've come to this platform and say that Sonwolu do this, which I know that he didn't do.
About
I'll
so
say things.
you have
I know I
badmouth.
say
You
things.
have
I say
badmouth.
things the way they are.
You have
I
badmouth.
know I say things the way they are, starting from the time of Fashola when I started witnessing Lagos. You understand? I know the things.
You have
I know the
badmouth.
things built by Fashola, which I cannot deny him, which I cannot say. I cannot use it against him.
Hey, can I hold on 1 second? This
You
guy in the
understand?
backstage. Can I wait? This guy in the backstage. Shelby, click on your camera. So because I can't, it's not allowing me to hide you because your camera thing is not on. I guess just click on that camera thing. Well, I won't be able to hide you, Sha. Shelby in the backstage. Where can I continue? Whatever is ready, we'll figure it out. Yeah.
So that's my view, and that's how I see it. But his own, the way he talks most of the time, as if nothing has even happened in that state since you become a student in that state. You never noticed anything that happened in that state. So even I was the one that cautioned him. He was anything he refer he to IPOB, he refer Eastern people to IPOB. I cautioned him. I know the problem I have with him that day until he started changing his statement. He's only talking about this and that. So everything that it doesn't make sense. If anything that happens in the Southwest, I refer Southwest people as Oduduwa or Yoruba Nation agitators. Doesn't
Hey,
make any
Shelby in
sense.
the backstage or whatever his name is, or is
But
he
that's
lying?
what he does.
Click on your camera. Click on the camera thing because I can't hide you, man. You have to click on it.
I
This
listen
guy's
to
not
him
serious.
not only in this platform. I listen to him in many platforms.
Just send this guy out, man.
He was the one that was telling people not to vote a candidate that the wife is an Igbo. The guy don't look good. So anyway, let me just leave it because it's just like gossiping when he's not here. I really
But
want to
he
talk.
didn't just say that now. But when he didn't say don't vote because he's Igbo. He just say.
I will not
But
discuss
when all
you.
these
I will not.
Igbo first lady they cause
Mike, you
problem,
are
he just
making me
say.
to discuss somebody that is not here. If he's here now, I would like to talk to him
Let's
directly.
wait till he comes. Then maybe later you come. But
So I will not discuss him if he's angry or people want to fight for him because of what I said to him last night. Let them fight. I don't care.
Let me tell you something, and I want you to listen carefully. When you talk about politics, this last election, a lot of name dropping were used against different political candidates. For me, I see politics as a game, and there are two outcomes you can get. You either win or you lose. When you lose, you move on. You can contest another time. The way your principal is doing this thing is not good. And if tomorrow he continue to favor the hatred, tribalism too much, even the landmark these guys are fighting for, landmark also sublet spaces to other people. And those people, they collected their check yesterday. They did not touch an inch of the property of this landmark guy. He does not lose nothing compared to people that lose a lot. There's one Mr. Boladi that lose all the whole property. You never hear about him. He never complained. The Oniru family, the traditional ruler and the people that own the land in that area, they lost a lot of things. They never complained. And for God's sake, this is a national development. So if I, Remy, have a property in that place, will I go take with a government? If to say we are in a country that they don't care about you like China, who are you to talk like that? You find yourself in prison, for God's sake. And the way you people, some people taking it and fighting themselves, and then Obi also came out, it's a disgrace. This is the person that said you want to rule Nigeria. And you are the one who's promoting hatred and tribalism.
In a country where we have missed.
Thank God that Umahi is from the south.
There is nothing like Umahi. Umahi has his own personal opinion to you.
No,
so
that
I don't.
is not personal opinion.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. In a country where we have missed population. Where the problem is that you will be making points, you will not allow another person to say.
Let me allow him to stop forcing the. Let me allow him to speak too. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, stop. Like he's very annoying when two people are speaking at the same time constantly. Like if he's trying to just let him go and and then you go after him. You know. All right. Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
So the everybody has his view, especially in a country that has a mixed population. You understand? You can landmark project can be a giant project to you. It can be a development to you. But to some people, and to somebody like me, I still stand that it's not a priority. I'm not even talking about the property being demolished or whatever. That's not my concern, because let the government go and settle whatever they want to settle there if they really want to go on with the project. But is it a priority to me with the situation we are in the country today? Spending that amount of money when we know a lot of things are going down in this country today. Yeah, it's just one rainfall today. See what happened in Benin roads today, that federal road. Just see, the video was circulating. People were spreading it, and we're angry with the government. Know how many trailers are for there? Me personally, that I did a way bill to come on Lagos to Ondo, and the one that I did to Port Harcourt, about 2 trailers that my goods were involved, fall on that road because the drivers are trying to dodge potholes and all that.
Okay, can I come in here?
I thank God that those goods were not damaged, but many people lost goods of millions of naira in a federal road. So what happened if those roads are being looked into, maintained, so that when those drivers are traveling, making use of that road, because they have been making use of it,
let me come in here.
They will feel more comfortable
than
spending trillions on what I know that nobody. I don't know when they're going to finish it.
Can you let me come?
That's a misplaced priority.
Okay, thank
you. To me, but it can be a good thing to you. It can be, but living in Nigeria today,
you have to give him a chance to respond to now. I mean,
you have been talking. I stop for you. Umahi said yesterday they met over 5,000.
Remy, can you come close to your mic, please? I think you're a little far.
It's close enough. That mic is loud, man.
Okay. Okay.
You're not hearing him about it.
Okay, what about now? Umahi said yesterday over 5,000 uncompleted projects rose all over the country. That this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a president give them money, and all those 5,000 projects, they were doing it. People should go and check it. And mind you, as a government, you cannot just stop because, okay, this road from Abaliki to wherever need repair. The other things should not be done. Government is a continuum. While they were renovating or repairing those ones, they embark on new ones. And the coastal road is part of it. I do not see any big deal. I don't understand you Nigerians sometimes. To me, some Nigerians just think like they want to be stagnant, just remain in one position all their life. That is why that country is not making any progress. You are just talking about your personal blah, 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 blah. Are you the only one that is doing business in Nigeria? Or Landmark is the only one that have a property in that beach? So many people. And we are telling you the truth. Landmark does not lose an inch of his physical property. The shoreline, the water, blah, 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 that people are playing with. He also sublet it to other people, not his own, making money from it. He's a criminal, for God's sake. And moreover, we might also have to compensate them, both illegally structured and legally built structure. While well compensated, they quote the law to back it up. I do not understand in the history of a person or history of a country that say, okay, before you can build another project, you have to finish the other one first. I don't get it. Where does that one come from? If that is the way, America will have remained stagnant for 40 years now. After look at China as they are beautiful. They still continue to construct new roads, continue to build new train, new bridges every now and then. Why can't they say, okay, oh, we have not finished those ones, they need repair, let's just stop here? That is the layman argument, for God's sake.
Well, it's not a layman argument. It's just that we don't understand principle of development most of the time. Well, it might be to you, but for me, anybody is that said that you don't put your two hands in your mouth when you are eating. You only use one hand. You finish the other one before you start the other. I don't whether they are
I'm
doing
not
it at the
hungry.
same. If you want to do all of them at the same time, no problem if they can do it. But
Yeah, I'm just joking. Though. I don't even know where you're coming from. But guys,
the only thing I know about the only thing I know about Nigerian projects today is that we have the history of abandoning projects. That's our problem. So Nigeria knows that. And so when they are saying, when Nigerians are saying, not embark, finish what we have at hand so that at least we can have a sign of relief in those ones. Then you can go on and build a heaven, you can build road in. You can let me finish now. You can go ahead.
If you can multitask,
you can go ahead and build that road you want to build in heaven.
Answer this question.
Nobody will stop you.
Take this question along with you. Take this question along with you. I will ask you a simple question. Can you multitask? Do you understand my meaning? Can you do two things at a time? Can you? If you cannot, if you can do it, so why are you complaining? So the government is doing so many things at the same time. So why are you complaining about it? So you can see.
That is their own.
Listen. I will push this question to you. As a businessman, do you have only your business in Lagos? You have your business in other parts of Nigeria, which you coordinate and control. Why didn't you say, let me finish my business in Lagos first, before I think about putting another one in Abia or Anambra? Why are you talking that way? So you can see.
We are talking about critical development. It's just like building a house today. You want to start a project, a house. You just, this one, you keep it under lintel level. Then you go and start another foundation. You do this one under, this one, you get to the roofing level without furnishing it. You go and start another one. That's not how to build a project.
Whereas I'm equating what is happening.
But my point, we are talking about the project and whatever. That we have that history. We have that history in Nigeria. There is a lot of uncompleted building in Nigeria, and that's the point where I'm making. A lot of let me just use it like that. There we have a lot of uncompleted building. I still give that fact. Even the second Niger bridge today is still an uncompleted building.
So I would.
So and that one where they have stopped it now, I don't know who is going to complete it. The second Niger bridge is still still an uncompleted building.
Relax. At least you are applying on.
And I ask a question yesterday. The countries that build a coastal, check their history. Did they first of all got electricity, build their educational system? Have they gotten those things before coastal? If that is
I will shock you today.
No problem. But for me, the problem Nigeria will celebrate. There are a lot of things.
You can't be the only one talking forever now. Give other people chance to talk.
Let me give you.
And let me make a quick one so I can have a crown too. And then Prince Daddy, if you guys are there, I want you guys to ask too because
they will make the in year 2000, 2010 or 2011. China, as you see them, they make they call Three Gorges Dam, in which they created about thousands of megawatts of electricity. Before they do that, they have already constructed a lot of coastal roads and so many bridges in their country. Why can't you use that as an example? Why can't they wait? They are still short of electricity and they continue to build more, generate more. So as you are a businessman, why don't you say, okay, my business in Lagos should prosper first before I can go to Edo, Anambra, as you say? Why don't you wait and finish your business for 30 years in Lagos alone I said, okay, now I'm okay now. I'm fine. So let me go to Anambra. I think you should think about what you are. Think about that, okay?
First of all, your business should prosper before you move on to another. Now, you build one before you establish the other. If you don't build the first one, where will you get the capital to to build the second one? So it's just so you have to first of all make sure that what you are doing, you have succeeded on that ground before you think about another one. But that's not my point here. My point still remains that
you are not saying
my point still remains that my point still remains that
very, very
my
simple.
point
Layman. I'm done. Okay.
my point still remains that my point still remains that we have a lot of uncompleted building in Nigeria that needs completion, and is there. So if we're able to complete those buildings, then we can make a new foundation and start another building. So it doesn't make sense when I know that I'm building too flat. You are building this and
let's let Crown come in too.
Oh, okay, Mike. I just joined because of this rhetoric about this coastal road. I think I don't want to offend anybody, but I just see a pattern that if we are not careful, we just go with this rhetoric every day. This second Niger bridge, when Buhari was building that bridge, none of you guys, most exactly, none of you guys say, oh, let Buhari stop that project until when they fix all the abandoned projects in Nigeria. So when they finish it, they should now face the second Niger bridge. None of you say that. And now they said they want to build something because Obi have tweeted about it, and you people are going around talking about as there's a lot of abandoned projects in Nigeria. They should just finish that one first, and after finishing it, then they will not continue the what are we talking about? I don't understand the thinking we a lot of people are thinking in Nigeria. So because they want to build a road, they should now leave other road. They should just fix other roads so that when they finish it, then they should not continue one project. Because whatever Obi's tweet, hold on, please. You have been talking. So whatever Obi tweet is the right thing to do. The same Obi, recently the video is online that he said he want to build a project and he will not compensate anybody. He did it in Anambra. That the hypocrisy is just too much. And when you people come online and talk as if you know what you are talking about, what are you saying? You see now, even a lot of people in South that voted for the same Obi, they are supporting the project. It's only people from the Southeast that are talking against the project. Papa Edwin Clark and all of them are supporting that project. And you come online every day, you say, oh, you cannot eat your yam and have it. You cannot eat this one and have it. What are we talking about? Are you the only one in Nigeria that, okay, or when they finish one project, they should not do any other thing in Nigeria? What are we trying to do?
Okay. Nobody is saying that they should not do the project.
Your second Niger, hold on. Just let me talk what I'm saying. Your second Niger bridge, when they were doing it, they did it about 4 years that they completed that project, whether they completed it or not. Why can't you talk one day and say, no, let us stop this project and let us go and fix all the road that I've been talking about? Oh, Binyore Road is there. So it's today that you know that Binyore Road is there. Every day.
If you talk about second Niger bridge, then it means that you don't know the history of Nigeria. If you are comparing second Niger bridge,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, I stand with that. If you know the history of Nigeria, you should know that second Niger bridge is an abandoned project.
It's an abandoned
it's just
project.
that Buhari decided to carry it on. It's an abandoned project. You should know the level of that project when Buhari started it. The pillars are already there. Let me finish now. Let me, so that you know that you don't know the history of Nigeria or the history of the second Nigeria. Okay, let me say you.
Let's see
Well, you
what
don't.
Ekene
Let me
Samuel
say that you
explain.
don't know the
Let's
history of
allow
second
Ekene
Nigeria.
talk. Ekene, hold on.
Coming online or talking trash every day. Which second Niger Bridge abandoned project? Who did it before? Tell me.
Okay, Ekene, explain what you
Jonathan
mean by
started it
abandoned project.
now.
Let's see what
It's an
Ekene mean.
abandoned project. So if you want to argue that one, you can Google it and know the stage of that project when Buhari started it. It's an abandoned project. It's almost it is almost 15% on 20% under construction before Buhari took it over.
Ekene, are
You
you
understand?
saying? Wait. Crown, wait now. Wait. Let's try to understand what you are saying, so that way we know where someone's like. Ekene, are you saying that they started Second Niger Bridge before Buhari came in? And if
Yes.
that's what you're saying, who started
Yes.
it?
Jonathan started it. Even
And
though
it's
there were
built into how many percent?
a lot of government wanted to, we are talking about using it for campaign, but the person that commissioned it and started it was Jonathan.
Jonathan did
So
not start
he started the construction. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he started it. The pillars are there already.
Don't lie here.
Ekene, you know you
The
told us
pillars
not to
are,
be
you can
lying here.
Google it. You can Google where Jonathan left Second Niger Bridge before Buhari came on that. Buhari, even the money for that project is almost half paid before Buhari came in.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying.
I
know what I'm saying.
You come online.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the fact. Jonathan commissioned paid a lot of money for that project. If you see the video of that project when Buhari started it, the pillars they have already run most of those pillars in that water.
That is why.
Is it not a place I travel all the time?
You talk the same thing.
I'm not lying.
You lie every day.
I'm not lying. Am I lying?
Because when
the Buhari commissioned it. The video when he commissioned it was there. The video when Jonathan commissioned it. The video let me finish now. The video that Jonathan used to commission that.
The question I'm asking you.
The video where Jonathan commissioned that project was there.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me just agree with you that project was started by Jonathan. When Jonathan started, according to you, when Jonathan started that project, does it mean that there's no other project, abandoned project before then? So why can't you tell Jonathan that he should abandon that Second Niger Bridge, because we have a lot of an abandoned project, and don't let Jonathan start it. So that
sorry. I'm reading on Wikipedia now. I'm reading the history of Second Niger Bridge. Second Niger Bridge construction started September 1st, 2018. Now, who was president 2018?
Don't mind the guy.
You came here earlier saying you hold on. You came here earlier saying you don't like liars. And the reason you hate Enigmatic is because he's a liar, he tells lies and things. But I don't know what you did just now. Enigmatic will not tell this kind of lie.
Ekene is a big liar. See, no any construction, nothing started under anybody. Buhari starts that foundation. Go and you see everything is
Because I remember when they started it too. Now I knew it was under Buhari. I didn't know exactly what day. That's why I had to look it up.
All of them, they are just taking picture on the second Niger Bridge, using it to campaign. Ekene, why you always lie? You always come here like you always come here and do like a saint. Lie.
Fashola talk about suku that they used to build that Second Niger Bridge. He talked about it because the funding that Okonjo-Iweala got before then, those things, they canceled that contract and they have to rebuild it again. And this one is telling me that I don't know the history.
Chief Crown, can I ask a question? Because apart from what you guys have asked him so far, he brought up that that we should focus on the most important roads at the level of. He was arguing about the level of importance of the Lagos Calabar road. So let me just read one of the few reasons why they focused on it. These roads connect about 10 states. It connects seven seaports. It's also it connects the southeast to the southwest. And it also has offshore lines to do all these new. They have all these new refineries I've had some of the new names, smaller refineries that will be coming up as well on that ride. That is the reason why they focused on it. So I want again to tell us, based on what I just told you right now, name me a different route that has more value to Nigeria's economy than this one, that you think that they should have paid attention to. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe when the Dangote start.
Do you know? No, Ekene, do you know of? Sorry, Crown. Do you know of a defense road network that has more value right now than this Lagos Calabar route that they should have focused on? Give us an alternative. That way, I can compare and contrast their economic importance. Ekene.
He's busy researching now. He won't answer.
Okay, all right.
He doesn't know until when Peter Obi tweet. When he tweet tomorrow, they will come online. I'll be telling you.
Ekene is covering his face for the rest of the night because we just got online about that second Niger bridge.
Covering what now? Covering what now? President Jonathan
How you come here online saying
groundbreaking ceremony of
Jonathan
second
start
Niger.
construction up to 20%?
Just go and check it now on March.
I just looked at it. I just read it to you now.
He commissioned the groundbreaking and the startup of that bridge on March 10, 2014. What
Why
are you telling me?
Lying now?
Lying what?
Okay, give us your source. Okay, yeah, post your source. Let's look it.
What are you give your? That's my own. That's my source.
Buhari started everything. Buhari started
it from scratch. They can stop lying.
Jonathan did the groundbreaking on March 10.
Now lie, not really groundbreaking, man. Stop lying.
Nothing Jonathan did on that recognize that. They are using it to campaign. Each time they want to campaign, they will go to South.
Mike, I gave you time. Jonathan started second Niger bridge on March 10, 2014.
No, you lie.
Can I stop lying?
There is nothing like that. There is nothing like that.
No, can you send it?
Go and make your own research. Mike said his own. I said I bring my own.
My own. It's not my own. It's record. It's record, man.
Yeah, my date and everything is here.
Each time.
Okay, send it. Let's look it.
Jonathan performed the groundbreaking ceremony of second Niger bridge in Anambra State on March 10, 2014.
I cannot stop lying, man. Stop it.
I'm not lying.
You're lying now. We are looking at record here.
The project was estimated to cost about 117 billion naira.
Mike, if you say
no reason why you are lying. Each time they want to campaign in Southeast,
let me say this. Sorry. If you say Jonathan do it, that means also that Obasanjo also flag up the project. Obasanjo also did the same thing. When they are campaigning, they will go there. We'll commission J, we do this. It's just
they mentioned it during the time of Goodluck, but there was no actual physical start of the project. I think that's what it is.
Nothing.
This is not just it. Even the physical side of it. I told you.
Okay.
The physical side of it.
Let me read it. Hold on. I can wait now. Let me read it. Okay. Second Niger Bridge. Construction started. They say history of second Niger Bridge. Construction started September 1st, 2018. Construction ended May 23rd, 2023. Construction cost 336 billion naira. Inaugurated May 2023. So, what are you talking about? Are we reading lies? What I'm reading here?
You're reading from your news. I'm reading from my own news.
Which news are you reading from? Okay, this is not my. Okay, this is Wikipedia. Bring your own. Now let's read. Now let's read the source. Let's see what's the source of your own. I'm giving my own source here.
I'm using my phone. I would have sent it to the link.
Send it. I will open it up. I'll read it out. So
let me help Ekene here. Let me put the link from Premium Times. I think this is what he's saying from Premium Times. That good luck. I think let me find the link here. There was a groundbreaking ceremony, I believe. Okay, Mike, do you see the private chat? There's a link from
BT. See that one that he's talking about. They just went there. And
there was no construction. There was nothing built.
And he just went there. They said they did but they did not do any project. They did not do anything.
Yeah. You see, Ekene is confused with that groundbreaking.
Groundbreaking doesn't mean you build anything now. You just announced that you're building something.
So he thought that after that groundbreaking, they started the construction.
There was no for 3 years. There was nothing.
There wasn't no construction.
Yeah.
And he will be
had
talking
funding.
as if he's talking to babies. We don't know anything anymore.
We can
They
also
had
ask them, where is the
problem with
money
funding.
voted for it? Where is the money voted for during Jonathan? Where is the money?
They had problem with the funding. That's why they cannot start the construction. So it was an abandoned project.
They had issue with money and design. If you
Yeah.
remember, they were having design issues with that thing.
Yeah, it was an abandoned project as at the time that Buhari came in, and Buhari picked it up, started the construction, and finished the construction of it. So, Ekene, you are not that wrong to say there was a groundbreaking ceremony for, to commence on the construction, but they failed to commence on that construction. It was just that ceremony they did that. Oh, look, we want to do this too, we want to do that too, and that we are ready to do it. But
Babaja,
let me say this. January 17, 2015, premium time. We have spent 10 billion on second Niger Bridge so far, Jonathan.
They don't eat money well.
You pay
nothing like
advance.
eating money. I told you, my own is this. My own.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on.
Yeah.
When you sign a contract with somebody, it's called advance fee first that you pay for without even bidding anything. You already pay money first. Doesn't mean you actually have actual building first. You must pay advance fee.
Even at that, Babati, I told you that even before Jonathan left office, at least there were a few pillars there, and I told you that he has already paid some money.
There. Stop lying, man.
I saw it now. You never travel
you saw it from where?
A lot
This
of
guy
people
lied too much, man. You're hypocrisy, man. The reason you hate enigmatic is because you lie a lot.
Whether you call it, I don't know when you started. When you become an enigmatic lawyer.
No, it's not the point.
My point is this. My point is this. In January 17, 2015. Jonathan said we have spent 10 billion on second Niger Bridge so far.
Mike,
and I'm giving you an instance that
let me tell you this useful information that you are giving us now. How does it sound to you? Does it not sound that they embezzle money there? Who did you yourself when you were, because that is your area, the reconstruction of it, in the real sense of it, who do you think that actually started that, really started building? We are not saying that Jonathan did not. I mean, they prepared the grant.
They voted money, but the money never did anything.
But the money never constructed nothing. They prepared the grant.
I'm not saying that he.
No, can even lie to us that he saw the pillars. He says
it's just the way this guy was putting. I was trying to tell him that even that second Niger Bridge was an abandoned project before Buhari took it over.
Hold on.
You understand?
That is what I was telling you now.
And that's what I want him to understand.
No.
Nobody didn't know. Even me here have commended Buhari on that project.
Oh, you commended
Buhari
on the project, but
yes, but that is not to stay. That is not to stay.
That time you guys did not say it's a priority.
Yes, that's my point. That is my
It has been the project. What I'm trying to tell him is that it's an abandoned project, and what we are saying today is that we have a lot of it in Nigeria today. Should we do it and commission those ones also?
I think we have Buhari to blame. You should have
that was beneficiary to you. That's why you say they should complete it.
Right? Guys, hold on. Do you know that in 2018, due to the way that thing was handled, they actually signed a new agreement with.
Yes, that's what I said.
They canceled the old one because it was so bad. They had to do. Why they had to sign a new contract again?
Which company built it, Babati?
Let me put that link here because they said that because of the kind of issue that they were having with that deal, Buhari had to sign a new deal for 206 billion naira with Julius Berger.
Yes, Fashola.
So you can't count the one of good luck now.
It's
You
not
can't use
any
that one of
abundant
good luck because
project.
this one is a
He
new
started it and he
deal.
completed it.
Hold on, because this one was a new deal by Buhari under the PIDF agreement. So you can't count good luck as part of being this again because that one was already voided because of the corruption in it.
Well, but initial budget was 117, but
The money
Buhari owned
that is the
more
point
than.
I'm making to
So,
you.
but my
The
own
money
my,
never
my
go.
point,
we
whether
shouldn't
Buhari
even, we
signed
shouldn't
whether
even
Buhari
continue
signed
to
a second agreement or whatsoever, the point is that Good Luck has already signed
wait,
agreement
Babati, we gotta move on
even
from this, man.
before.
First of all, I don't
But
even
for
know.
me,
First
I
of
don't have
all,
time for all those stuff.
hold on.
They said
I don't know why we do this. First of all, we shouldn't even continue to discuss with Ekene. Once he already told a big lie from the beginning, we should already just dismiss him and not continue to try
can
to.
you look at the
Yeah.
private chat?
No,
Okay,
yeah,
please.
but let's just move on, man. There's no point. I don't know why you guys spend your
Just move
energy trying to debate these kind of people.
Mike,
This guy here, in the beginning, this is what he said. Now, we're not even helping to shift the goalpost, even help him with, make him look better. Hold on. Damati, wait now. What he said in the beginning was Jonathan started construction, so about 20%. So that's already a complete debunk, complete rubbish that we debunk from the jump. So now there's no point in even discussing anything with him again, you know. The guy already proved himself to be a pathological liar, man.
That's what you said. That's what you said, my.
That's
That's
what
what
started the
you.
argument, and that's already
I
the
just read to you.
okay.
I just read to you what I read. What I
Do
read
you
also
still
in the
agree?
news.
Okay,
You
let me
cannot
talk,
tell me
man.
that your own news is more better than my own news. When I tell
Hold
you that,
on. Let me talk. Do you still believe? Are you still arguing that Bonanta did the construction up to 20%?
I agree now. I traveled towards that road. I saw what he
Okay.
did
Now
before he
I
left
can't
office.
redeem you, man. Let's just move on,
Yeah,
man. Yeah. There's
I
no
know what
point
he
even
did
going
before he
further.
left office. You cannot tell me to not to believe what I saw. I know I saw
You
I
saw it
saw
with
the
your two
pillars that
eyes.
was put on
Jonathan
there.
built the
Even though
bridge
he
up to
didn't do the major
20%.
project, but Jonathan
Wait.
started the project. Jonathan has already digging foundation, putting pillars before he left office,
They
because
can't
that commissioning was at the end of his office.
This
You
guy's
understand?
let's just move on, man. I can't help
Nothing
you,
like
man.
that. Nothing, you
That's
can
one
take it
reason I
as
can't respect
whatever, but that's what I saw when I
is a
traveled
typical
towards
of
that road.
your people,
When
man.
after
You
he
guys
commissioned it,
you were lying and you see
and he has already made it
you
clear
see
that he spent
red
about
and you
10 billion
constantly
naira
argue that it's not
before he
red.
left
What kind
office,
of
whether you call
funny
it embezzlement or whatever. But I saw
what
what
kind
he
of
did.
fun brain do you have, Seth, man? It's like you have no shame.
Let me ask
If you can get it, you are shameless, man. I'm sorry. You know, I like you, but you are very shameless, man.
Mike,
How can you be telling obvious lie? Like, come on now. You are telling me I'm seeing blue. You are telling me
let me ask
you are telling me that it's not blue, it's red.
Mike, let me
Please
ask
just
you.
look at the link, Ekene. Please look. They tell you they even
those
debunk. Hold
pillars
on.
you are
They
referring.
debunk the whole thing from Good Luck. They give you a breakdown of the timeline of how
Hold on,
everything fell apart. It's right
Babati.
there.
Let me ask
TM
you a
News.
question now. Ekene,
Baba, there's no need to be arguing with a liar now. You just Babajali Kuku. How come my parole?
No.
There's no
Let
point.
us ask
When you
him
know
this
someone is just
question.
a liar,
You
there's no
know,
point even.
he saw some things, and we want to, we need more information from you.
There's no information from a liar. Baba, just move on, man.
Hold on now. So, Ekene, you say you saw some pillars. Those pillars, were they on the side of Onisha? Or did you see those pillars across the river to the other side? Where did you see the pillar?
So the Asaba end, Asaba.
I mean, no, not as ahead. Do you see it across the river to the Asaba end, or just on the side of Onitsha end?
It's not on the side of Onitsha end. It's from across Asaba now to where the
Went
bridge we
across
are leading to.
the river
Yes.
into the
Yeah.
Asaba.
Yes. So, but my point is not that those, Mike said I'm a liar. Yes, you can say whatever you want to say, but it's becoming of you
It's
to
not what I
come here
want to
and
say. It's a
confirm.
fact because I already
So,
saw the.
but I'm done. You read your own fact. I told you my own fact is the
There's
news
no
is here.
There's only one
It's
fact.
17
There's no such thing as
January
two facts.
2015. Yeah, premium time.
You need to
17
go back to
January
school, man. I don't
2015.
know.
The
You
man
say, well, your
to
papa supposed to send you go school, send me, they send you go shop. You don't know. You have no education at all. There's no such thing as two facts. There's only one fact.
Mike.
Okay, you can say maybe different truths because people can say two different truths about one particular issue. You understand? Not like
Mike, please
same
let
thing,
us
but
move
fact
on.
is
Let's
there's no true fact. There's only one fact. So don't say I say my fact. Say your fact. Come on, get out of here, man. Come on, stop
let's
lying,
move
man.
to another topic.
Mike, I just want to, because I will leave now. I just want to say that even let us agree that Jonathan started that project, but
are we going to agree?
I just agree. I agree on my own. Like, okay, Jonathan started the project, but my question to him is that when Jonathan started that project, was it that there's no any abandoned project in Nigeria that Jonathan can fix those roads before he now embark on the second Niger bridge? Does it mean that we don't have any abandoned project?
Let's not do this, man. See what you're doing here, and unfortunately, that's why they always do this thing. You guys always help them to make their propaganda look like truth. The fact that someone like don't even say, "Oh, let's agree with you." No, don't do that, because now these are the brainwash people watching. Because when they lie and we help them to expand the argument on that lie, some people listening will not believe that. Oh, maybe he's saying the truth. Don't even don't, when someone tell lie, just don't even.
I don't know why. The reason why I'm saying this is that I don't know why they are the only one coming online talking about this coastal road. They are the only one. They did not see any positive effect on that.
Please. I don't like lying, man.
Mike, Mike, you are in store this night. I will not take it easy with you. You understand?
Hold on, before
you don't come here and start to call me lie or insult me or whatever.
You are lying now. I've just brought the fact up. You are not more
personal. You are not more personality than me. You understand me?
No. You
understand me? If you are not a moderator again, if you come here, if what you come here is to insult an opposition or whatever, or another
it's
people
not about
then you're not a moderator.
Terrible lies,
who
man.
is telling you lie? If you read your
you
own
can do that to one man, but don't do that with me. I don't like it.
Don't insult me.
We are all alive.
Don't be a liar now. A liar is a thief now.
Jonathan, don't do that again. Don't insult me again. Don't do that again.
Then stop lying, man. Don't stop lying.
You still respect yourself.
You
still respect yourself. I'm not taking easy with you.
No, you respect yourself
by
stop being a pathological liar. Do that.
Which liar? You're not
still lying.
If your own news doesn't have any, then you my own. If your own, you read your own, I read my own. Don't call me them again. Don't use such statement on me again. Don't try it again.
Go and speak, my friend. You're a bloody liar, man.
Mike,
don't try it again. Don't be a fool. Be a moderator.
No. I will never respect you if you come here to lie.
Respect you. Am I begging you to respect me? But don't use those languages on me. Don't be a fool.
I understand. Please calm down. Please, I beg of you. Can we stay on the point Crown was making about why there will always be need for big projects? You can't stop those people because there's hunger in the land or there's fun. Can we stay on that point, please? Let's leave good luck and
let's move another topic, man. There's no need to make this about Ekene, man. Let's not be debating.
We can talk about anything.
Let's talk about something more constructive
instead of. Let's talk about what Tinubu just did. 25% to 35% increment in federal civil servant, military, and police officer. This is not minimum wage. They just increase it and they backdate it to January. So they will get additional money from January to April. And by May 27, we are going to have a new minimum wage. At exactly how much, I don't know now. But at least that means for this set of civil servants, including police and military officer and other parastatals, they will smile home with additional 25 or 35% backdated from January to May. So
I they pay them 70% and 70K now as minimum wage.
That is for what do you call it? Edo State is doing that.
7,
but I learned that Tinubu is pushing for almost 100K. But the problem we have now here is the state, because Nigerians they don't look at this thing that federal civil servants are totally different from state civil servants. And every state have to pay according to their
what they want to get the same amount of money.
Yeah, so Nigerian would think, why does federal civil servant collect 100K minimum wage, and why are they not collecting 65 or 70,000 minimum?
It cannot pay 100K now. They might be no, but it can't pay 100K now.
It's really pushing up to that. Which to me is not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. They are pushing up.
Babati, you mean the poorest state in Southwest cannot pay 100 state?
They cannot pay, Baba. They can.
Only if I say poorest state in the Southwest, Babati.
Yeah, they is 100,000. Is 100,000. They cannot pay now. So that's the problem. That's the problem here. First, I think there should be a lot of sensitization and orientation for our people.
Remy, they need to fire half of the staff of all those parasitas. They don't belong in that place in the first place.
If they fight, people like Babajalico will tell you that.
I think more. No, yeah.
Okay, so what can we do now?
And what socialists will leave Abby.
So say you, but at Emma accused, Emma against it. So at the end of the day, that is the situation for now. If the state, most of them, but it's a big wala.
But Remy, how many low only afford it? Give me a number that can afford
I think out of them, maybe 3 or 4.
In the whole country?
Yes.
Rivers can pay.
Rivers, Delta
can pay. Lagos can pay.
That's all.
That's about
it. Everyone cannot even try. Bayelsa can also pay more than 100,000.
And now there's more. They make money now.
Which Bayelsa? Bayelsa only 7 local government. They can afford to pay even more than.
They have money. It's my point.
But they won't, because the political terrain. I don't understand, and that is where that Jonathan came from. I don't understand them at all. A small state with a lot of money at their disposal. I think sometimes our people are so docile. Why don't you look at the wool in your own eyes first? Look at what is happening to Edo and Delta and the rest. These are super rich states like Delta State. And they will be fighting about traditional blah, blah, blah. You have a lot of money. Delta is supposed to be at par, almost at par with Lagos. Even the smallest one, Akwa Ibom, is more beautiful than Delta or Rivers or wherever. A good job by Pablo in that Akwa Ibom state. Everything is well planned there over there. And what are we talking here? And sometimes I just see Nigeria unnecessary dose. Handle this your governors. Now, some of these states cannot pay 30,000. Some of them are still paying, including that your Oti in Abia is still paying 18,000 minimum wage.
So that you want him to go from 18 to 100.
So what I'm trying to say is that everybody is shouting Oti. He's paying 18,000 and they are still owing them salary. And he went ahead and borrowed almost 1 trillion naira.
Oh, my borrow Wakumbe.
And people came here, he paid some backlog of pension, and you started to praise him. 18,000 minimum. Why don't you jack it to 30,000? At least that's what it should be. He cannot do that. And when you come here, you want to be giving all that kind of sermon that they should take care of the people. The people are very important. Don't build road, don't build nothing. Just take care of the people. Where they get to create a enabling environment to generate more revenue if you don't open up your country? Maybe you guys do not understand opening up a country. The 3 best things of opening up a country is your transportation and your logistics. Once you can open up those ones, everything will be fine. Have a lot of access road, have a good train system, have a good network, even aviation also can also help you carry some goods, some cargo. That's how these developing countries are doing it. But you in Nigeria, they are constructing coastal highway. Everybody should be happy for it. And the same Umahi said yesterday, there's going to be another coastal road passing from Enugu all the way to north there, and Sokoto to Badagry. All of these are in pipeline. Instead of you fighting unnecessary fight, why don't you talk to this guy? Can we have another road from your section? But you are not doing that. Everybody is about tribalism and hatred. For who? A politician?
They don't fight any fights because Peter Obi tweeted about
Who is
that.
Peter Obi? Who is Peter Obi?
Can I never come here before saying that
the problem of Nigeria today, is
Peter Obi talk about it. Sometimes
the problem of Nigeria today is hunger and poverty.
Sometimes
you understand?
Peter Obi is not 100% correct. You need to know that. You understand? Many policies Tinubu bring up here, people condemn it, say this is not the right one. You guys just following this man, go like sheep. See, you guys need to wake up, man.
When you also talk about hunger and poverty, look at all the developed countries in the world. Ask a lot of people that in diaspora today, nobody even want to take the support money. How much is it? It's not even enough for you to survive, to live a decent life. Even the so-called developed country, how much are they giving them as support money? How much? If you are thinking about hunger and poverty, and if you want to eradicate hunger and poverty, the only way is to go to production. Create an environment for people to build factories. Make it easy for people to access loans and advances. But unfortunately in Nigeria, the rate of loan or advance is so high. So they are working on it. So if you want poverty to go in your land, push people to agriculture. Not everybody go to container market. People stay at
200
home.
million Nigeria should go into agriculture.
Yes, why not?
200 million Nigeria should go into agriculture.
When you go into agriculture,
Ekene should go back to farm. And Ekene take Ekene to farm.
Argument.
If people
200
like
million
this,
Nigeria. 200 million Nigeria should go into agriculture.
people like Ekene
Just
and
because
the rest.
You know, a lot of you that are
give an
doing this
excuse.
importation, too much over importation. You guys go to farm.
For you, just for everybody, 2 million Nigeria should go into agriculture to make your government look good. Okay, we'll go. No, we'll go.
Now I see. You want the government to fail so that you can prepare your principal to become president.
I said it yesterday. I want to look ashamed of. I want to look ashamed of everything I'm criticizing the government today. I want one day I will be ashamed of it. That's what I said. I've declared it. Everything I'm speaking, everything I'm talking about the government today, I want tomorrow or in the next 4 years, I want to be ashamed of it. I want them to. I want.
Your motive is
Remy, don't engage in any argument again now. Don't start that one again. Hey, you change the topic and let us talk about the topic. I don't like a situation whereby you people will be speaking for those governors and be assuming that they cannot pay that money. I don't think with the present revenue that each of them are receiving now, they cannot afford to pay that minimum wage that we are talking about. They should be able to pay. They are just lying to us that they cannot pay. How much is it? What is their workforce? Can any of them boast of even 5,000 workforce in each state, apart from Lagos?
Even on your state, they have downsized several times.
So if you look at it, let's even say an average civil servant is collecting 300K. How much is that one in a month?
Don't let us even convert it to dollar. If you're earning 3,000 naira in Nigeria with a family of 2 children and your wife is also working, maybe contribute 100,000, you are good to go.
No, when you say, let me tell you, when you say minimum wage, don't let us get it wrong. When you say minimum wage, there is nobody that will earn that minimum.
Yes, I know.
You understand? There's nobody that will earn that minimum. Because so if they are proposing 100,000, I think all of them should go. You know, the problem we have is that, okay, for example, like Canada is talking about, okay, and they should finish all their Abidjan project. A structural project is not the only project that a governor or any leader should do. You understand? Even payment of salary is a project. You understand? You now have governors that will say that they cannot afford minimum wage. Meanwhile, they will be carrying out construction projects in their state. So where did they get the money that they are using to pay for that? It's only that it's not their priority. They don't see it as priority. That is it. We cannot be, even the so-called Ekiti that you people mentioned first, should be able to pay. What is the workforce of Ekiti State? What is even the population of the whole Ekiti State? A state like Bayelsa that is collecting tens of billions every month with a population of 1.7 million. Even if they are paying all the people in their Bayelsa say, as if all of them are civil servants, how much will that one come down to? So we should not be speaking for them. They spend money on a lot of other things, but they just don't see that minimum wage as a priority.
Simba, can you answer this question? How come?
Simba, I think I agree with you this night.
Simba, I want to throw a question to you. How come some states are still paying that 18,000 up till now, and the people in that state, they never even utter a word?
Let me tell you, the problem we have is that we have this fixation about the federal government, as if it's only federal government that can help us. That fixation is the major. Nobody, have you ever seen people in states that are not working that nobody talk about their governors now? We only focus on the federal.
Simba, look at Bello that stole 80 billion in Kogi. People still came out to on his behalf to support him on the street of Kogi.
Even the Kogi people, they are just quiet. Nothing.
He didn't pay salary. He stole 80 billion. Yet he's there to protect him on his behalf. Leave him alone. I said, what kind of humans are this kind of people? I don't get it, man. I don't.
And I must say this: even the people in the diaspora, They are not also helping the people in Nigeria. They are those ones everywhere online, spewing rubbish, garbage every time. They don't know information. They don't know nothing. And when they continue to demarket Nigeria, and where you are living, you obey the law 100%. And when you go back to our Nigeria, you feel like a big man. Nobody should touch you. You want to feel everybody should worship you just because you step out of the country. And then you continue to foment trouble. You continue to instigate the people at home. And some
Remy, let me tell you, after you people session yesterday, Kaizo opened another session yesterday after. Yesterday morning here, it's maybe around that 11 or 12. There is a serious flood in Kenya that kills a lot of people. It affected a lot of their infrastructure, even including their airport were flooded. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, it kills a lot of people. It washed out a lot of houses. Even Kaizo said he was affected, crying. You understand? So I was there, and later on that show, I heard Judy. Now he brought that issue that happened yesterday to that platform. You understand? That happened that Babajali Koko started with him. He brought it, started discussing that they want to turn the one-man platform to Yoruba platform, and he didn't allow him to talk. But it's like the guy refused to understand what you are telling him. I cannot come. Yesterday, I only sympathized with the people of Kenya. I cannot be blaming their government that, okay, this is what they're supposed to do. Even if you understand, I've never been to Kenya. I don't know what their president is doing. Whatever I know about Kenya is what I hear online. But I've never even seen any Kenyan that will come online and be, degrading their Kenya. Kaizo will always project Kenya as one of the best countries in Africa. You understand? Meanwhile, they are having issue. Even yesterday, that I was talking about that. Okay, they don't have good drainage. Even most of the buildings are not built to the standard and all those things because they have a disaster. You understand?
Remy, let me even say this. The only time Kaizu had issue in his country when the police, I guess, over there arrested him. But when he discussed it, guess what he did? He saw the whole Africa. He didn't say Kenya. He didn't even mention Kenya. He said, these Africans are dusty. These Africans. Look what happened to me. This African police. This African. He made it about Africa. I'm like, to the point where I begin to, I went later on, when he started talking about Nigeria, I went back and I said, guys, how come when there's an issue in Kenya, and when the Kenyan police is something wrong, he says Africa, something's wrong with Africa. But when it comes to that country, he specifically talk about that country, don't say it's Africa. When you want to talk about, Kaiser want to talk about Nigeria, you say, look at the Nigerians. He talk about Nigeria. But then when his own country, when something went wrong, he will say it's Africa, Africa's problem. So he's really
2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, there is a huge flood in Dubai, flooded everywhere, including their beautiful mall. You can never see them demarketing their country. Like a simple flood or fire happen in Nigeria. It is your
in Lagos, just say in Lagos. In Lagos,
the president is so good. I don't understand this kind of mindset.
Remy, if you see the level of that disaster, it was a monumental one, no?
Yeah, it's what in Dubai.
More than 300 people dead. There are so many that they are still looking for.
It's the dam now. The dam that.
No, it's not only the dam. It's not only, Baba Jayoko. It was not only in one place. So it cut across the whole of the country, lo.
Wow.
It was huge.
Yes, it happened. That dam that you are talking about was in another town, but we are talking about even in Nairobi. In Nairobi, he showed us a video of. He said that video that was showing us that it was just like some few meters to his house.
Wow.
Even yesterday, he was begging for super chat that they needed money. That in fact, he doesn't know when all the utilities like water, electricity will cut off. That is just showing that. So he doesn't even know how long he will be able to continue with that show. You understand? And it was just sympathizing. In fact, at that time, it was just okay. This is what they would need to do. And when we started talking, everybody was just talking generally about Africa. That is not only peculiar to Kenya. These are sub-Saharan African issues. You understand? But I know that if we should have such a thing in Nigeria, I'm very sorry to say this. Some people will be so happy. Will be so happy
So yes,
to now talking about the negativity.
It's Tinubu's fault. It's actually making it about Tinubu.
That we don't have responsible leader. That is why you see the way they handled that situation yesterday. I was so mad for that. So people can talk about their country this way, but our own is a total different thing.
That's why they take us anyhow. Because the way we are presenting ourselves is not.
It's not good at all. It is the diaspora. They are
it's totally killing that country. Imagine some people we are not pushing back.
Can you imagine an international airport getting flooded? International airport, yes.
And this is all being done because one person lost an election. The blowback of talking down on your country is because one person lost an election. So bring back the whole thing, destroy the reputation of the country. Just because one person lost an election.
Which is just a game that you can win another time.
You can always try again. Why you try
Baba T, you say you always lay it to one person lost an election. So who started propaganda in Nigeria in 2012? When Goodluck Jonathan started? Is it not this current government that started the market in Nigeria? What are you telling me?
Stay with me. Wait. Stay with me. We're not discussing. Hold on, please, Kim. We're not discussing internal politics. We are discussing to the point where you allow people from other countries, you align with them against your country because that's what I'm talking about. I'm not discussing people.
No, there is nothing like aligning with other people because if you're talking about negativity in Nigeria, you should lay it down during the time of APC.
Can I talk, please? Back then, those people we are talking about are speaking against Jonathan's government. Yes. They are demarketing Jonathan's government. They are not going on a Black American platform or African all over the place demarketing Nigeria. They were demarketing Jonathan.
I've not seen worse thing that happened to
and
Nigeria.
They were doing it within Nigerian space.
I've not seen any country in the world where they put their president in a coffee or tie it as a goat and telling them that your country president is the goat has brain more than your country president. All those things happen with this current APC government. Even the current president, most of the things he agitated for, we have it worse in this regime. And you guys say it's because one person lost an election or whatsoever. That time you are agitating for petrol price of 100 and something naira. Today petrol is about 1,000 naira.
Ekene, just hold on. You understand? If you are talking about petrol that is being sold for 1,000 naira, you are right. You understand? You don't seem to understand. Maybe you don't go on those platforms and see what Nigerian says about Nigeria. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't. If you are talking locally, we are abusing ourselves. We are talking about it. Even if you are castigating Tinubu, I say Tinubu is brainless. Nobody will say anything against you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Tinubu will come and go. You understand? Nigeria will outlive any of us on this platform. You understand what I'm saying? Our children are born, will live in that country and they will succeed. You understand? So we cannot just because of some people that okay, maybe you don't like the president that is there, or you don't like somebody, and then you start talking about your country as a shithole country, a useless country, a good for nothing country. You understand? It's wrong. That is what we are speaking about. We are not talking about saying condemning. Even this thing that you are doing.
Simba, I'm not against what you are. I'm not against what you are projecting. But there is something that I used to say. Somebody that don't know why the race started.
Let me tell you this. I know where you are going. If you come here and you say that you have an alternative. You understand? Okay, you present yourself as okay. I want to do something different. You cannot be referring to something that maybe somebody has done before that you think is not good, and you are doing it, and you want to present yourself as an alternative, and you are not giving us reason that okay, because somebody did it before, that's why you are doing it now. You don't seem to get it.
even they are the people that talked about the alternative or whatever, because the argument they presented
Well, let
those
me tell
days was
you,
that
they are not
they have a better option.
present
They
day, they
have
are
a
the
better
one. Let
option.
me tell you, they are the one ruling now. So whoever is talking now, whoever is against them now, is want to give an alternative. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are the one
You know,
there now.
like what I said here the last time, the current president, the alternative he gave that time, what he has been
Okay,
agitating
let's
for
assume their
the
alternative is
centralizing
not
of power
working.
and all those things. Where are those alternatives today? I still marvel that
Just
those
wait.
things he relegated to the ground because those are his agitation
Now
when he was
is
a
the
private
one there
citizen.
now. Is the one
Now
there
he's the
now.
one there now.
It's
And
not
people are
doing
saying
well.
that if people
Let's
start
assume
criticizing him now, people say that we are not getting it right.
We are not. When you are criticized, criticism is even from opposition. You understand? If they say criticize, criticism is, we have a positive criticism, we have a negative criticism. You understand? In a situation whereby you don't see anything that somebody is doing that is good, that means you are too negative.
Do you notice that Kenneth never mentioned anything about
You understand?
Umahi
So
said
what
today?
we are saying,
What Umahi said
forget
today
about Tinubu. Tinubu maximum. Kumi.
Why you didn't say anything about what David Umahi talk about Peter Obi today? What
Kumi, fix your mic, I beg.
did in Anambra when they are demolishing a lot of buildings because
and
they
he
want to
didn't pay
promote
them
it.
CCO.
He didn't pay them
any
anything.
compensation.
But Kenneth never talk anything about it.
Oga, we are talking about your government. You see what this government.
Oh wow!
If I want to talk about that, if you want us to go towards that, we'll go towards that. Then you bring out the videos, we discuss it, because me, I not even start the conversation with you, and I didn't read anything about that. I just saw it on the surface of the news. I've not even bothered to read it. So maybe tomorrow we talk about it when I've settled down and read it and understand what they're saying there. But the point still remains now. The point we are talking about today is the situation. Is the situation of our country.
Let me say it now. Umahi said yesterday, during 8 years of your principal, Obi, it demolished a lot of places. It does not put human face into it. It does not pay 60 as compensation. Yesterday, we witnessed with our kuru eyes. Those people that were
Okay. That confirms that Obi really did some project in Anambra State. At least that confirmed that.
I don't know about it.
Like people that said that he never did anything as a governor, that will confirm that side of it.
You are just
So that confirms today that he did some project in Anambra State. But I will not bring Umahi and I will not bring Umahi and Obi issue together, because I have respect for Umahi and I have respect for Obi. So whatever you want to do.
Umahi said Obi is
minister now. You will attack the person. You see,
you
always pretend.
Umahi said
you guys, let's leave that. I think that co-starting that we are talking about, we've been on this issue for more than a week now. I don't think it's something that what I want to say is that what happened in Kenya, we should be wary about it in Nigeria, because from the news I'm getting from home is also not favorable. There are heavy rains. I don't know if Ekene can testify to that also.
Maybe if you stop building on canals, that will help too, Just saying.
That is one of the major issues. That even let me tell you, the way we construct houses in Nigeria also is like we have issue with maintaining standard. How many people even build house in Nigeria involve all the necessary professionals that are necessary in building their houses?
No soil testing, no drainage system that connects across the area. You just build and you have your fence, and you don't even know how water flows. You just build at the back of your fence. You don't care where it goes. So there's no town planning. Where's town planning? When you are building, you're supposed to involve it's supposed to involve the town planning to know, this is where you put your pipe to for your.
Even BT, where they have a plan. I think I mentioned it on this platform some times ago. Where I live in Ilorin is a government residential area where they already map out. They have areas for school, they have area for hospital, they have area for recreational area. You understand? And the people even in the ministry, even Nigerians, are buying those areas that are meant for public use, not for personal use, to build their houses where they're supposed to put hospital. They've already erected an apartment there for personal resident. Where they're supposed to put school, they're using it for another thing. You understand? And it's not as if we don't know. We know. People know that is what actually those places are meant for. So some people even extend beyond their land. And you understand, the road, they will narrow it down. The road are supposed to be, let's say, 25 meters wide. Some people, they will just construct and narrow that like 20 meters. And it's like we behave recklessly. We don't know the implication of some of these things that we are doing. But when the repercussion comes, we now start shouting. We now start shouting. We start blaming some other people for our own mistake or whatever deliberate thing that we have done to ourselves. So as I'm saying is today is Thursday. Let me tell you, if care is not taken, we are going to experience a lot of flood in Nigeria. God protect our people.
That Lagos, that island, is coming down. I'm telling you, if they don't finish this, and that's one of the benefits of this Eco Atlantic thing, because it saved that place. It literally saved that place of flooding. But you must start rebuilding all your marina. You know what happened about 2 years ago in Marina? That whole area just went on. Their cars were floating. All those banks. And if care is not taken again, if they don't manage that thing, they will have issues again this year.
I think, Babati, I want to say something. It might be very harsh. I think they need to stop inflow of people to Lagos. They need to curtail it. Because every state or every city must be planned in Nigeria. When I look at Nigerian structure, some of these places are not well planned, and you want development. That means some places have to go. They need to demolish. It's an harsh decision. But if you want
Remy, how can you be paying that kind of money, having an apartment under the bridge?
I
see that video. What the hell was that?
I think sometimes we need to start to plan in Nigeria. If that population explosion still continues in Lagos, that place is also not safe totally. Because how can 25 or 27 million people just cramp themselves in that place? It's high time they need to curtail people too. Because sometimes you just see a lot of
I don't want us to even get fixated on Lagos. You remember that it's now becoming an annual thing along this Niger, the states along River Niger banks. You see what happened in Kogi State, was it last year or 2 years ago? What happened even in the East, Anambra State and all those places? What are they putting in place now to forestall all those things? The only thing that the national emergency will do is, okay, the rain is coming, people should start leaving the banks of the something though.
Sorry for the interjection. Mike, there is this one guy, his name is Israel Sukuru or Sukutu, I don't know. He came on this platform one day and I interrogated him. Since that day, which is almost like 6 or 8 months ago, every time he came,
he's a young guy. Is not that guy in Dubai? He's the one. He just leave the small boy alone now.
What happened? Yeah? What happened?
He came on this platform one day, which is about maybe last year or 8 months ago, and I asked him several questions which he cannot defend. Since that day, he never comes to the platform anymore. But on the comment section, he has been bashing me. Anytime he came, he will be bashing me every now and then. See, today, am I the only one in this platform? Can't you bash other people? I beg.
So he lost argument and he's still angry.
Yes, and you see,
after 8 months.
Remy, you will look on. You will look on.
I don't understand though. See these people now. It's very funny. Why only me every time? Is it because you?
Remy, I remember that day now when you embarrassed him.
Just ignore. That means you're doing well.
But at least bash other people now, or come to the platform.
Mike, I'm still waiting for us to have our conversation. No, I just cool down so that everybody.
I don't like having. Which conversation are you talking about?
Don't worry.
Don't, hey, Mikey, hey, don't let him drag you to any issue today. Let us have peace, please.
Exactly. Me, I like that conversation with someone that's honest, so I can have honest conversation instead of arguing over some line
So
of your.
as we are talking
I
about,
can't say that I'll be talking to somebody
So
that we can see blue and begin to argue with me that red.
Simba, let me ask you. Remember when they had the flooding? They were supposed to do something on that Benue River, like to expand or something. Maybe is it dredging or whatever. What happened to that project? They were supposed to have.
No, but you know the problem with that we have when the thing comes now, when there is flood now, everybody will be shouting, and immediately the rain stop, and everybody, even people that left their house, they will still move to that same flooded house.
No. I'm saying, was it 2 years ago that that Benue area was flooding? I think it was across Nigeria. They had all this flooding across the place, and they said it was because down to the Cameroon area, they were supposed to dredge that area and expand it, but it was not done.
No. I think what they were talking is like they want to connect that Benue River to Lake Chad.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But it's not a project that Nigeria can fund alone, because that Lake Chad belongs to about three or four countries.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
But
So
Simba,
I don't know.
You know, if we have flood in Nigeria today, this will not be the first, this will not be the second, and this will not be the third time. And since we have been having it, what measure has the government taken about it? Because if it happens tomorrow and Nigeria come out to start to bash the government, the government again, you say that people are criticizing the government. We had it last year, we had it last few years, we had it, and what are the measures that have been put in place so that it will not happen again? Or even if it happens, we said the government has really done something or did something about it.
Let me say this. That do you know how many states are along the river, the banks of River Niger and Benue? In fact, if you count the number of states, is more than half of the state that we have in the country. Right from Sokoto to Kebbi to Niger to Kogi to Kwara to Benue to even most of the southeastern states, Anambra.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah, they're there now.
You understand? So the issue here is as Remy used to say, the states themselves. What are they doing to mitigate this disaster? Everybody will always be waiting for the federal government, and you get money for ecological projects every month.
Yes.
Every month. I could remember it happened. Sorry for mentioning Obi. It even happened during Obi's regime when he was the governor of Anambra.
Ecological funds.
Yes.
Yes. They get it every month.
They get
and then they will just pocket it, and then nothing. Then when it happens, everybody will be looking up to the federal government.
Again. It's like they swear for them. Actually,
well, during his time, he did a lot of drainage in that environment because I know where it happened in Anambra State.
Drainage is not a solution to River Niger flooding.
I think our this ecological problem is not only state. I think federal government should come out with a bigger solution to it, because if we allow state, yes, you cannot keep on isolating federal government in every matter.
Nobody.
You understand? I know state governors are not doing well. I know state governors are not doing, but there must be a general plan for this stuff from the federal, which I think happened in other states that try to.
If you guys don't politicize it again,
do something about it.
You know, let me tell you.
Even the current everybody, when it happened last time before Buhari left office, they use it as campaign. Obi said he will do something about it. Tinubu said he will be the super highway. And I don't know how the grammar he used.
Let me say this. There are some things that does not even cost money. It's just political will that you need. You understand? We know the flood-prone areas of, or if you go to all the states along the banks of these rivers that we are talking about, the people intentionally buy land and erect structure because there is no place that will get flooded. People don't know that this is a flood-prone area. You understand? It's like because our governors, they don't have that political will to take that decisive action. Because we always talk about we waste life of people just because we want to have human face to most of the things that we are doing.
Give an example of how to reduce flooding. planting trees. Just tree planting alone helps you a lot with flooding. Did you know that? So I think you can. Back in the days in Ogun, they used to encourage planting trees. Every house or every compound had trees that you have to, maintain. Yeah.
Hey,
So
no,
what
let me BT, let me even tell you what is happening these days. Most of us, even when we construct our houses, what do? We put concrete on the floor, on the whole compound.
What happened
Any
to
little rain, if you see the amount of water that will be coming out from each houses, then where are they going to? They are going to the road. Because we don't understand what the way we're supposed to even maintain this ecosystem.
Why do they even allow? Think about why they even back in the day when you build a house, the inside they don't do concrete, so you do the soil with grass.
That is what people does these days. You understand? That's most people.
Absorb the water. The trees will absorb the water.
The next thing, once there's a rain for like 5 minutes, the whole street, you see water on the whole street because there's no water is not going down. It's not going down. You understand? And then you see, they will say, okay, this place, or you see with your koro eyes, or this place is a flood-prone area. Then you still go and buy land, there, put your house. Then when your house is now flooded, you'll be shouting about government. I think what they're supposed to do is to demolish all those.
Sorry, do you know what it's called? Wallet. So when you build your house, they will tell you what is the direction of the water flow. They will now wallet it towards that water flow for it to come out.
Yes.
But now you don't even do that anymore. You just build for no reason. You now have water in the backyard just by the fence. Didn't you know the water flow pattern in your house before you build? You're supposed to do all these things before you start building now. To know where the water will flow before where is drainage. They will ask you. You must flow towards the drainage of the town now. That city tap.
It's like we don't even understand what the importance of even have a green area in your compound. You understand? Why should you put concrete everywhere in your compound? And those are the things that contributed. What do you say, Kenny?
No, finish your talk. What you're saying.
So there are a lot of things that we are doing that is also affecting us. But the problem we have is that we don't take responsibility. I don't do that.
Simba, by the way, I apologize. If you start to disrespect you earlier, may not be say, you think I hate you, I'll be something. You also you're my guy, so I just apologize. If you feel sad to disrespect you, I just vex it. What you do. I don't like people just tell me on your slide, But my apology to you if it vex, Simba, continue.
Okay, Remy. So any response to that?
Even though he said it in a big man way, I accept.
Oh, he does.
What do you mean by we the big man?
Big man, we just big
man. Okay, then. No,
okay, that's good. Mike, thank you for doing that. At least it takes a lot of.
My guy with this platform. We disagree, but I don't have issue with him at all. I don't agree with everything.
The issue with Ekene is that once Ekene believes in something, he doesn't want to reason outside that thing. He just want to follow one way, and he will say, "No, that's what I believe, and nobody can change it." Well, that is his own belief. We can't fault him for that.
After that, I know in my own state too, in the Ogun state in the 80s, it was mandated for you to plant trees when you're building a house. In my own area, you have to plant not regular big trees though. I want only line you have to build in that area. So when you're driving in that area, you will see everywhere just huge trees everywhere. But I went back last time. Simba, they already cut everything down. No more trees in the area. I want to get down. No more trees. They cut everything down. I'm like, what happened?
Babati, when you plant tree in Nigeria, all of them saying they are hungry. Poverty is in the land.
Look, country,
that's what they were telling you. You don't know your people. They are so.
If you see the way Nigerians are cutting down trees to produce charcoal, to produce charcoal.
Unbelievable.
You understand? And if you tell them that this thing that you people are doing, because they will just rubbish you. They will just rubbish you.
Do you know how much trees absorb for carbon emission only?
Even yesterday, I mentioned
it now.
But there are things you know in Nigeria today. Is not everybody can afford gas now. You know, if you see like all this charcoal stove that is raining today, a lot of people, it's a movable market now, that charcoal stove. A lot of family are buying it. So you don't blame them. If they cannot afford the gas, they should go for the one they can afford. So why blaming poor Nigerians for seeking for an alternative?
Let me say this, Remy. I mean, Ekene. I could remember back even in the 80s. This is not the first time we'll be experiencing this thing. I'm very sorry to say, you might not know what I'm talking about. That time, people used to use sawdust to cook. And there is a type of stove that they used to put that thing that they used.
During Abacha time, 1984. It was 86 or 88, Abacha period.
No, it was through, I remember, Babangida stroke Abacha.
Babangida.
Yeah. So,
social adjustment program, something like that.
They should have a pumping stove now. Pumping stove and sawdust. You use sawdust and
sawdust. Yeah, sawdust. You understand? You know, let me tell you, if you want to base everything on people must survive, you cannot survive and forget about the next generation. You understand? If you know the importance of the ecological effect, the complication that can follow deforestation, you will not be saying that people ask you. You can't say because of your survival and you survive and you don't let the other generation to survive. That is not the way to live. So for you, it's not something that you can say, okay, because they don't have an alternative, then they have to be cutting trees. You know how long it takes a tree to grow? Some of these trees are 500 years old, 600 years old, 700 years old. It's not a generation that can plant the tree and then that tree will go to maturity.
Simba, in Finland, we are living with nature. Everywhere there is tree. Every day, I can count more than at night. You can see rabbit. You can see more than 20 rabbit. Big ones, you dare not kill it. In this Finland alone, I've seen fox. I've seen a wolf living with us, and you dare not kill them. They plant trees all over the country. First, is their source of income for them. Source is a good weather. I can bet you, if you come here, every time the sky is blue.
And by the way, Remy, with all those trees, when it rains, how do you feel in that environment?
It's very cool.
It feels good. The weather
is clean air. You can smell the fresh of green leaf, green trees. You smell it. You will notice it's pure here, not polluted. These people have tried, my God. They prepare for generations yet unborn.
Remy, let me tell you this. In my farm, every year at the beginning of the rainy season, I used to have this disaster. You know, when rain starts in Nigeria, you see this heavy wind accompanying it during the beginning of the rainy season, and that is when people will start carrying their roof and everything. I used to, every year, some of my pen will be blown away by heavy wind. As at 2018, I have to plant trees around those my pen. And since by 2021, 2022, those trees have grown above those pen. That I've started having relief. You understand? So what does it cost for somebody, even for one tree per house? You must have one tree in your compound. Every house must have one. I don't think it's too much for us to even put that kind of policy in place that if you have a house, so you must have one tree in your compound. One house, one tree. One house, one tree.
Simba, please. Sorry, I'm taking you away from your, I don't know about nature so much, but there is something that I saw that is bothering me, that
So, is there a state that still collect about 4,000 naira for minimum wage in Nigeria? That still pay 4,000 naira? Because I saw Borno State paying 4,000 naira monthly by
For who?
report of
4,000 for to who? To who?
They say Nigerian pensioners these are pensioners
pension.
earning 4,000 naira monthly. Is that real?
I didn't see that story, and I don't know what is. Let me tell you, you have to also be wary of whatever you see on the social media. You have to confirm whatever story you are
This
reading and see to know the
it's a
source.
made day now.
I
It's
don't
made day
think I
now.
don't think I don't think there's any pensioner
It's
that be earning 4,000.
people's gazette. It's made day yesterday, made day now. So the people of pensioners in the state are saying that what they receive in Borno State is 4,000 naira as pension.
It's not. Let me tell you, that is when you know that even that news is not true.
It's
Because not even pensioner, even pensioner, what they collect varies. It depends on your level, your this thing before you retire. You understand? If you retire as a level 10 officer, what you'll be earning will be different from what somebody who retired as a level 17 officer. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it also depends on your profession. If you retire as a driver, it will be different from somebody who retire as a lawyer or who retire as an engineer. So for somebody to just come and say, okay, they are paying personnel 4,000, and you believe that is what everybody heard across. Is that the way if you listen to some story, immediately you look at it, then you know that this thing cannot be true.
Okay, but away from that one, the Nasarawa state governor was on the news today, and I think that these governors are beginning to wake up because they are commissioning is it a lithium factory in Nasarawa, just as he said. Yeah, and
That
I'm
one,
impressed by.
I think that is not that thing is not a recent thing. We watched something that we watched that in last year, sometime last year from even the minister for solid mineral. That time, the lithium that an agreement that they signed with one Chinese company that they said they were manufacturing a battery in Nigeria, lithium
Yeah,
battery.
that is to show you that when I say in terms of revenue, I think this Nasarawa is about 33 in position from other states. But that is to say that when I say here that many states in Nigeria can survive, it's just that we have our governors are now thinking. But I think I was even amazed by the submission of Adan Soshomole last night. He made a very good submission concerning the minimum wage and the productive system we need to build to move our economy forward. So most of the thing he said, I agreed with him. Most of the time that Adan Soshomole makes some sense.
Babati was talking about, let me tell you, it's only that if we want to be sincere with ourselves, you understand, we have a lot of redundant civil servants. Redundant civil servants. People, even you, if you want to be sincere, you don't want to be on opposition. You see a lot of civil servant that does not even go to work. I know people that are even in the military. I've never seen them in military uniform in their life, and they are collecting salary. Some people are not even in Nigeria today, and they are collecting salary in Nigeria.
Even these refineries that are not working, I had a lot of people is collecting salaries and.
So you don't know that the people that they have workers in those refineries that have not been working for 20, 30 years, and they are getting promotion,
I just
and they are
imagine
getting
the kind of
salary
country.
every
I just
month.
imagine this kind of country. The refinery
You
that is not
understand?
working
And you discover
for
that,
30
let me
years.
tell you this,
People
Ekene,
are
you
collecting
discover
pension.
that the people now, when the governor, the government now say, okay, they want to privatize, and that the Nigeria Labour Congress, the TUC, they now say, no, don't sell it. What is the rationale? What kind of business is that, for God's sake, that you have people that are not doing anything and they are collecting salary and they are getting promotion?
But you know, the steel company in Ajakuta has never, when like
They are their workers now.
they are okay. So when they go to work in the morning, what do they do there? Nothing. They don't do anything now. Are you producing steel? You're not producing anything, but
They're gonna sweep the
So
place now. And
what
they
is the
hang out.
plan now? Are we going to continue? Are we going to continue like that? What is the plan, Simba? What do you think that the government should do to eradicate those? Because one of my guy that was
Why should a rationally thinking NLC or TUC be against privatization of those refineries? Tell me why they should be opposed to it.
Yeah, because I think I find a very big problem in that NLC today, because even one of my guy was speaking to those issues. The guy I used to like too much that speak about the economy. So he was saying that even the NLC, the things they're supposed to be agitating for in terms of production, they're not doing that. They're only concerned about
Have you ever seen NLC now say, okay, oh, the only thing that they fight for is to just fight for the salary? Have you ever seen NLC chastising their workers and say, okay, you people are not doing enough, this is the way it's supposed to work? Have you ever seen them even going to any public institution and say, okay, let us go there and see how many people will resume on time and do all those things? Must they be always it's only about salary and then against the government? Strike.
Well, that is the what I understand is that, for me, I believe for Nigerian to work, everybody must be sincere to themselves for Nigerian to work.
Oh, so you are getting it now. This is what we have been saying. This is what we have been saying.
Everybody must.
Ekene, we have been saying it. If me, I'm a doctor, I do my work diligently. A teacher teaches diligently. Everybody is doing what you're supposed to do. You are in the airport as an immigration. You don't collect bribe. You do your work. You always custom. You understand? That country will be better for all of us. But in the situation whereby I will be doing wrong thing, then I will now be pointing accusing finger to another person. I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. At the same time, I want the best from other people.
You are doing wrong thing.
You understand? You are doing wrong thing. Meanwhile, you want other people to do the right thing.
But my question is this, Simba. Is it difficult for the government to maybe make a law or pass a decree to?
Let me tell you, the problem with us in Nigeria, Ekene, is not we have the laws. You understand? It's the enforcement that is the issue. But you need people to also enforce. You understand? The people that are supposed to enforce, they are the ones that are not doing their work. Okay, you have police that is not doing his work because the only thing he believes, because everybody always have reasons, okay, because I was not well paid, that's why I cannot do my work.
Simba,
everybody will always give reason. Let me tell you, you go try one day and go to maybe a ministry and go and look at the time people will resume and time they will leave. Then you look at what they will do. Some people will not even touch one file a day. The only thing they will do is just to gossip. We will be visiting one office to the other, gossip, and then at the end of the day, will go. And that same person will have the audacity to come back and say, what they are paying me is not enough. What are you doing that you are asking for that salary?
Simba. Some of them even have. They will tell. I've had in the government office before. That person will come to work at 10:30. By 11, he says he's going on break. Do you know where it's going? He's going to the public market to Kuto to go and take on his business. He has shops there. So you go and take on his shop for like 2 or 3 hours. Next thing he come back in about 2 or 3 to come and sign out from work. You don't finish work with that for that day.
You know what?
Don't come work with that though.
But see, what I hear, the people here are very patriotic. And when it's very cold, winter period, you will see some of them. They will go to not the highway, the road, internal road. They will be putting the snow aside by themselves. Nobody tells them to do it, but they see it as a sense of duty to help the community where they live. Nobody pushed them to leave it. Everybody, when you see the local people, they don't throw rubbish anyhow. You can never see them throw rubbish anyhow. They will be looking for where there's a bin, a public bin, to put the rubbish inside. When you see the local people doing this, you as an immigrant or as a foreigner visiting that country, you will be well behaved. But when you go to a country where everybody is saying cut corner, I want exploitation, give me bribe, something like that.
Remy, that is called sense of community. We don't have
Yes,
that.
we don't have that at all. Everybody just want to exploit the system. Look at our country. The dollar is going up. And a woman that is selling plantain by the roadside will tell you, no, my plantain is no more 30 naira.
Dollar
It's
don't
now
go up.
500 because
But
dollar
now,
is...
what did you plantain for dollar now? They don't know.
I'm telling you, everything is by dollar.
And do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny? When the money now come down, say, Madam Alpha, you say, no worry. You think that they come down again, don't jump.
You see, now they come down again. And my stock have not finished. The stock report, you have sold it finished totally.
But the woman, Remy, I beg for leave the woman that is selling plantain. I understand their plight. You understand?
You can't be defending that. You know it's wrong. Come on, you can't be
No, I understand their plight. To forget it, Babati, because in the situation of Nigeria today, you have to sell in a way that you'll be able to meet up your personal need. Now you cannot just go to the market and dash your plantain. And when you go and buy only, when you go to the market and buy only, when you go to the market and buy only crayfish, your money will finish. You will not buy okra or whatever you use to cook that crayfish just because you want to be.
Hold on. Let me call you like somebody. How come that day you vex for the woman who say you malt? We take vex. Why no buying for the price he tell you?
No, I'm not comfortable. The only thing is that I will not beat her now. I vex now. I leave the mud for him now.
Why you vex?
And the most annoying part of it is that it was even the time that dollar came down to about 1,000 naira. I was just asking, why do you take off? And today it's almost all. Malt is now 600 naira. They have increased the price generally. Because I think that woman was joking.
I remember that day you want to buy a yam and you didn't buy it because the price is so heavy at 4,000. So you say, why don't you buy it at
4,800? Not 4,000, 4,800.
Before the guy already put dollar selling his yam also. So what goes around? It is like a circle. You think you are exploiting them, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You go to the secretariat, you also collect.
I don't know. I don't really know who to blame because it's just like Babati, petrol is selling for 1,500 in Ekiti. Go and call your people, know how to help them. Tell them to be patriotic. Yeah. I just saw them on the news. On the news, they were lamenting.
For 1,500.
1,500 in Ekiti. So, but the problem is that all these marketers, it's just like the last time I was listening about this petrol, this thing, they're not telling us the truth. I don't know what is happening. This NMPC. I know that the major people that determines the importation of petrol, how to distribute and all that. So the retailers are saying that they are not exploiting Nigeria. They are just doing based on what the marketers, the principle that marketer, the NMPC laid down to them. So I don't know their next plan. And they're telling us that this thing will last for more than 2 weeks. 2 weeks. What happens today is that when you go to petrol station, they just open for 1 hour. They just sell to all these black market people. They sell to them. That come with a lot of gallon. When they sell to them, sell to few cars, they just close up. And they say we have about 1.something billion liters that can sustain us for 30 days. But if we have that, why not open it up? Why holding it? Why not distribute it? The marketers came up and said there is no logistic issue. That they have more than...
What happened is that there is a 240 million liters of petrol just bought in Lagos. I think they did the wrong calculation by not having enough in stock. But as of 2 or 3 days ago, they have enough petrol. Now, to take it all along to all over Nigeria, it also takes some days. Just exercise patience, okay?
Well, that is the problem still remains that I don't know why a country like us would be suffering for what we know we have. We have it in abundance. If it is something that we go to other countries to import, that would have been a different matter. But this is what we give to other countries. This is what we give to them. So why should we be suffering for it? And this is the only thing that Nigeria saw. At least when petrol was selling for 200 or 180, Nobody is complaining about electricity. If you come back from market, go and start your I pass my neighbor generator. Just put it 1 liter or 2 liters. It will have you for that night. And you sleep. But today, that I pass my neighbor, no electricity. You cannot even power that I pass my neighbor with 2 liters. So you can power it with 3,000 naira per night. Because that pass my neighbor, 2 liters can take you overnight.
Quick question. Did you buy your own meter or did they give it to you for your power? As I heard that they said they want people to start buying their own meter now. Did you buy your own or did the power company give it to you?
No, I buy the one I have in the village. I buy the one that I have here. I don't know how the landlady got it.
But you know, because I know Nigeria back in the day, they used to give it to you now. They will be the one to say, don't touch it to our property. They will put
Nobody is giving you anything. The only thing in Nigeria is that when you want to get everything
Babati, there is no time in Nigeria that this thing has been free, meter.
No.
Because I could remember even in the late 70s when they brought light to our own village, and we paid.
Simba,
I remember that time my father paid 130 naira to get that meter.
No, you apply to get it. When you now install it, they will not put security around it like a little gate, like you can't touch it. If anything happens to it, they must come and fix it. You can't mess with it.
It's their property now. You pay.
So how are you paying for? If it's their property, why are you paying for their property?
That is the anomaly that we have for decades.
That was corruption. Now, normally you're supposed to pay for.
But if you are talking about that issue, you see, there is nothing you get free for in Nigeria today. Even this, my guy was trying to renew his passport because he wants to travel out. Everybody is just tired. He wants to travel outside the country. So he was renewing it. The guy charged him extra 20,000 if he wants to get it.
But Ekene, is the government that is collecting that money?
It's not government now.
Hey, so why do we do
when he said it, and another thing is that if you don't do it, if you don't pay that extra 20,000 naira, you will not get what you want because you will not do it. You just abandon it, and you cannot fight him.
The question I want to ask you: why do we behave like that? Why do we suffer ourselves?
I don't know. So the guy has to pay him
people let me tell you, people that work for government, people that work for government, they use their position. It's not government that asks them to be collecting this one. They will use their own position to make that government money like their own personal business, and they will be making money from it. Why do we behave like that? And this same person that is collecting 20,000, we say government is corrupt too. We'll be blaming the political leaders.
And that is it. And when we are already praising the interior minister,
and then Nigerians are there sabotaging
his effort. This guy now is there building a bad image for him. So, but that's it. Yeah.
But they're even dealing with the guy.
I think you can report that passport office. You can report them. Because, and at the same time, I also want to ask you.
Let me tell you, in bribery, there is a giver and there is a collector. You understand? We Nigerians, we are even the one. Let me tell you, if everybody decide not to give, they will still do their work. But because let me put
it this way. Do you remember that actor that died on the? They were doing a photo movie and they were taking a boat.
Okay, that's Bishop. What do you call this guy?
Young,
something.
People said, they're supposed to have jacket, blah blah blah. When they did the investigation, they said it was even the people that was encouraging the driver to speed up. Now, God, don't worry about the government. Just we are the problem, Simba. We are even encouraging people to do the wrong thing.
Life jacket. He said he does not need it.
Yeah.
Life jacket also. He said
everybody wears. Only him does not wear. It's us that will be encouraging that bad behavior. Oh God, don't worry about government.
And even for me, that guy issue, I blame that guy so much because as exposed as he is, I don't believe that guy will enter water with that life jacket. Even somebody like me, I will not try it.
But the point is,
as dedicated, exposed as that guy is.
Wait. If you're the driver of that, whatever, if by law they have to, that means you should have said, "Oga, sorry, I can't take you that wearing." You should have been, Abi. You should have said, "Oga, I cannot take you." If you cannot wear,
when you come to that River Nine area, it's like they have the government agencies that rent that jacket, even with their own boat. But it's like when they came there, they are saying that their price is too high, so they now have to patronize the other. So that is why when that thing happened, those agencies were reluctant to come into the water because they told them, rent the jacket, do this, these are the policies, and you neglected it and all those stuff. So how much do you have to risk your life? Yeah, it's just like yesterday when I was coming back, the rain was very heavy. I cannot even drive my car again. I just have to park. Slept in my friend's house. Tomorrow I have to continue my journey because I don't want to go and fall inside gutter. You don't have to risk your life just for nothing. So but I don't know how people behave. Yeah, I'm very disappointed in that guy. Very disappointed.
yeah, the report was that they were even the one encouraging the boat driver to speed up, and we are going somewhere. Oga, don't forget, those are big. So be ideal, even the one that will be encouraging people with drive. Oga, may I give you something that Oga, no worry, just take this one, help the children now. You know, so
I don't know what to do. Nigeria, we still have a long way. Is it that our law is not strong enough, or do we have to review the
and
laws?
do you know, I was even talking to somebody. I did my car inspection yesterday. The owner of the oil change place is a Nigerian. He owns one of this lube too. So you need to do, before you do your car registration, before you do it every year, you must first do car inspection before. So they will charge you, I think, about $60 or something. I don't know. So I was thinking, Nigeria, do they have like roadworthiness law? Do they have any roadworthiness law where you must, before they can, do they have any kind of law like that you must do like a yearly car inspection in Nigeria? Because that can raise money for government now at the state level. Every year, if you do car inspection every year, then government can make money from it. Maybe charge you 4,000 or 5,000 naira. Then make sure your car is okay, roadworthy, and you're good to go. But now you just have cars across everywhere in the airport. Nobody's even checking if your car is even roadworthy. Next thing you have accident, you will keep people say, brake don't fail. Oh. You don't keep people, and nobody even checks to know who even checked your car to even know them that it's even roadworthy. So all these kind of things, I don't know.
But with all the laws in America, America still record one of the highest, perhaps the highest road accidents or crashes in the world. It's pretty high. Oh, why do you think that is?
No, because sometimes I think I was reading a study sometimes about road design. When the road is too good, like Simba, you're on. I think you're on. Yeah,
okay,
but
things like go ahead.
Okay. Yeah,
I thought that was saying something.
I was going to respond to it. He asked me a question about how come they still have traffic accidents. I mean, overspeeding is one of the major issues because sometimes when the roads are too good, sometimes people tend to just want to,
So no, in America, more people drive, more people own cars.
Which let me even ask this
younger
question.
people drive. In other countries, before you can buy your first car, you're probably already 40 years old or 30 years old. So,
Mike, which one causes accidents more, bad road or good road?
Well,
probably on a good road, you tend to speed more because the road is good. So you're likely to get an accident. Bad road damage your car, but it depends on if you're talking about the one that the road causing your car to flip or to get damaged.
So
If you're talking about that kind of accident, but if you're talking about collision,
But the accident, the one that you have on a good road is more fatal than the one you have on a bad road.
Yeah, yeah. If you're talking about accident, a collision accident, where you contact, you jam another car or something, like collision accident even from a accident of maybe your
Bad
car.
road now scratch you dey get for bad road now. You
And
scratch your car.
Yeah. The bad road accident is more like maybe you fall into a pothole and your car flip, you get in an accident, you lose control, so that kind of thing.
So can you
Because
point
of,
about anything?
but if you are talking about collision accident, meaning
Can you point here? What is your point? You should just,
no, it depends on. No, I'm trying to give you what create accident on two sides of the two
not you,
roads.
Mike. Not you, Mike. When somebody was making so we just call it bad road then because there's less accidents. So more bad.
No,
So we need
it's
bad
not.
roads.
That's why I said I just wanted to.
But this your question lose this thing, you know.
What is
Do you
it?
want us to continue with bad road?
You're trying to make a point that Nigeria is doing well without bad roads.
Prince, hashtag more bad roads to save life. More bad roads to save life.
Exactly. That's what he's telling us.
The thing about this life is everything comes with good and bad. There's no good thing that doesn't come with bad. There's no bad thing that doesn't come with good. So good and bad is always on both sides. That's just how nature designed everything. Every disappointment is a blessing. Every good thing come out of every bad thing.
But Mike, do they have like car inspection in Nigeria? Like how we do it here every year, where you do your body check every year? Do they have in Nigeria?
I'm not sure. I think they do. Not every year. I know they do registration, things like that, but
roadworthiness.
But that'll be a burden now.
But they collect bribe a lot. They just pass it.
The issue here, every year you renew your vehicle particulars in Nigeria. And
in Nigeria, really?
Yes, every year.
Okay, so they do it then.
I know they're supposed to do it, but what the people will do is that they will just issue the certificate and collect money. They will not even ask for the car to come and inspect it.
Yeah. Corruption is everywhere, man.
So the only thing they do, this VIO, these people that used to wear white and black.
Wait, please. In America here, they find a way around that problem. They will now, government will now, it is the private company that will do it for you. Like where I go do my oil change now, they can do that for you. So government will just give them that whatever it's called, that they can do it on behalf of government. That paper is now you need to go and get your registration or whatever you do. So government can actually make money off that. Is my point. Where you will give it to private companies to do on your behalf, maybe they are mechanic or whatever.
License agency.
Yeah, they will pay you.
But even in Nigeria, government are still making money from it, but they are just making the money without doing the work. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So nobody here.
Every time if you meet police along the road, all these VIO, those people that used to wear that black and white cloth, they will still ask you for that certificate. But the issue is that did they inspect the vehicle before they issue that certificate? No. You understand? Most people will have the certificate, but the certificate does not match the vehicle.
But to be fair, man, in Nigeria, you get high level of freedom in our country. Due to that corruption.
Prince, how do we know your brakes are working? Your headlight lamp is working. Your wipers are working.
It's only when they want to extort money from you. That's when they will not ask you to park. Then they will not be asking you press this, press that to get you to part away with money. Because by the time they start asking you all those things, you get Nigeria, we have this. We don't want to wait for anything. We're always in a hurry. You understand? And that is what encourages corruption. Okay, Oga, just take this. I'm in a hurry. Please take this. And they always use that one, and that's what you get by the time anywhere you go. They want to actually cause some delay. They know that it is not in our DNA to have that patience to do things right. You understand?
So one way to eliminate
that's a good point.
One way to eliminate corruption is to pump money into law enforcement, meaning that you also have to find a way to pay law enforcement. Law enforcers. a lot. Like just make it a special occupation where they just, if you join this force, you make a lot of money. Or people in charge of
Okay.
like people that are in charge of key positions where the corruption cannot happen without them. Those jobs, those positions, those people should be extremely highly paid. It should be a special job. You understand?
Okay,
Or
Mike.
within every agency, you create a group of people where their job is to police that agency, and you just pay them very good, where they're not desperate. Because in Nigeria, I notice a lot of people, man, they're desperate too. Even those police officers, like they don't pay them shit, man.
Okay,
And how can you
Mike.
give them gun and put them on the road? Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
have a solution to your problem, and this is where the Bible comes in.
Hey,
Just take a whole generation and kill
Elodie.
them off. It kill the generation off, and the new generation will be more disciplined and well oriented to do the right thing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I want this guy, man. I want to go to that holy pass.
No,
But the kind of mind they have, man.
see now what you're saying. See, no. See, the reason why in the West or whatever and other places, even China, that things work. Because it starts from a young age, from their schools, their orientation. You see, if corruption is perverse in our society, you know that. There's no way you can easily, isolate a certain group. In other words, you're going to empower that group, give them more power, like the politicians, to oppress the people when they all think the same way. When you're so impatient, you want to get something done, just like you guys are talking about. They want to shortcut and get things done right away. So the people that have the power will always not necessarily manipulate the people, because the people are so impatient, they wouldn't mind paying or engaging in corruption. So you can't just change people's mindset or their life, the way they see things.
Let
Just
me
like that.
ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think if the United States, like, they take away all these system where they, in America, it's difficult to get away with some of these things like you do in Nigeria. Let's say America becomes a system where a society where the system is also as weak, where you can easily get away with corruption, and or even if they catch you, you get away like you get away in Nigeria. Do you think corruption will be as rampant like as it is in Nigeria?
100%. Let me answer the question for 100%. Let me tell you, they're human beings. I know you know. They're not any different. See, people look at, for example, when the Nazi Germany took over Germany, right? Before the Second World War, right? The Germans were the most, I think, in the world, the most educated people. They were well cultured. In their society, and they're very cultured, advanced people. They were smart people, the German people. But when Hitler came and his ideology and spread his ideology and was able to foment hatred towards the Jews and other people, distant Germans, educated people, their mind and their thinking, their orientation changed, and they did not mind engaging in atrocities, just killing people and discriminating on a large scale. Why that is? See, to that point, people can change like in a dime, so to speak. It all depends on the leadership and the value that's proposed in that society.
By the way, Prince, what was the question you were going to ask earlier to me and Prince?
Oh, my question to the doctors in the house: do you think Nigerians or Africans, well, not just Nigerians, are they better better drunkards than Americans?
Better what?
Drunkards, drunk
Drunk.
people.
Huh?
Yeah,
Drunk? Like alcoholic?
alcoholics. Yes, them
Okay, so let's average
white
it
people.
down. So let's think by what is the average? What's the
The reason why I ask the question is because there's always uh, drunk driving is a big deal in America. You know that a lot of people, a lot of drunk driving, a lot of people getting killed from drunk driving. It's terrible with all the laws and the
I say
police
it's
and all
more in
the.
America, man. For one, more people can afford to drink. Two,
It's a lie.
kind of like,
It's a lie.
yeah, more people, you start in America. I mean, when I started drinking
Do
heavily
do
in my younger years
Ogogoro?
was when I came
Is
from
Ogogoro
US.
that expensive? Is a Google that expensive? Is a Google that expensive?
Yeah, compared to beer.
People are not really in Nigeria. Like people are trying to hustle, man. Trying to feed. People are thinking about buying food first before they even buying. You know what I'm saying?
Prevalent, like America here, you can just order. People that drink in Nigeria, they go out to go drink, right? In America, you can have it in your fridge, you can have it in your house.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It is not, people can afford it. But I think in Nigeria, like when somebody they drink one bottle, you buy one bottle for them. That's a lot. One stout. I want they've drank enough that day. They've had great time. But in America, when it's time to drink,
my point I was trying to make actually in seriousness is that look,
right.
Right?
Can you repeat that?
Hello?
Your phone's kind of skipped a little bit.
Oh yeah, because a call came in. I said people do drive drunk in Nigeria, right? We do drive drunk.
Yeah.
But nobody
Yeah.
checks it. Okay, but we have much less accident. Is it because we don't keep the record, or we don't see the accidents happening? People, because you leave the club, you leave anywhere. Police don't pull you over and do a breathalyzer to see if you're drunk or not, if you pass the limit.
There was
a limit.
There was a
The police are drunk too.
There was this stupid bus driver that drove us from Lagos. He was going to Wasango at night. So all I noticed is that this guy he said he parked the bus and he opened the bonnet, whatever, that covered the window, whatever. And he was going for like 15 minutes on the highway. So I'm like, what's going on? This guy apparently had went into the market to go and drink paraga. Only the guy came back into the car, all smelling drunk, and next thing you know, the guy left our own way of our own side and went to the other side and faced the oncoming traffic. You see, because there was hold up and he wants to speed up. I said, man, everybody got down from the car. So you have Paraga, Ugoro are synonymous with bus drivers in that area. So good. They drink a lot of shots, hot shots, a lot of them. They drink a lot of it, and they even take hard drugs sometimes. Yeah, so
they even the manufacturer takes economic situation in Nigeria into this thing. They have these sachets that are very affordable that all of them can afford. They will just, in fact, they can have many of it, and they will be taking it at intervals. You understand? But the beauty of all those things is that they can hardly get drunk with all those small sachets.
No, but Dr. Simba, do you think our weather plays a big role in people getting drunk? I don't know medically how that works, but you think the weather has something to do with it?
Liver?
No, the weather, our hot weather.
Our weather does not encourage drinking because it's warm.
I mean, but in terms of the heat,
I think the people that live in the cold weather drinks more than people that lives in the warm weather.
Yes, but do they get drunk as quickly as, or I mean, do they get drunk more because it's in the cold weather than in the hot weather?
But
no, I don't think
individual, like
exactly because your liver function, the way your liver, because some people, the way they metabolize, actually it's the liver that metabolize alcohol. So people can take maybe, let's say, 100 mils of alcohol and they get drunk with it. But meanwhile, some people can take 1 liter and nothing will happen.
By the way, Simba, if you do decide, Prince, if you do decide to drink, your liver can still function at about 35% capacity. So if you damage it 2/3, you are still okay. So good luck out there.
Okay, Baba T. Thanks for the advice.
But the issue is that do you know the state of your liver even before you start? Do you know the functionality? Do you know a percentage of functionality that it has even before you start adding another toxic dose to it?
It will find out the hard way now.
So Prince Daddy wants to be drinking. I Prince Daddy sound like a guy that drinks a lot too. Yeah.
Look at the way he's been asking questions. And I'm for me not to what's going on with this guy.
He sound like a drinker trying to know more about his.
Pastor Prince
Trying to know
Daddy.
more about himself. Christians, they do their life contradicted.
Mike, no comment. No comment, Mike.
Christians, hey, those people. I fear them.
Oh yeah, you know what happened? Because she tested, what she love belly. Give me my wallet, get the kilo
And actually, the problem with the liver is that whatever damage that is done on the liver is irreversible.
Yep, that's it.
So it's irreversible.
Wow. So let's say alcohol now. Someone drink for a long time, but the liver is not yet damaged, and the person stops drinking. So all the damage the alcohol has done for a while, the little it has done, it's not repairable.
That's it.
It's not. It's not.
Permanent damage. So what's happening is that the more your liver damages, just be looking at your ammonia levels will be triggered. Oh my loss again. Now what happens with that? Over time you're gonna need that. Yeah, so you gotta watch it, man.
The function of the liver is actually detoxify most of those dangerous things that we consume. So once the liver is damaged, then those toxic things, because even when you eat, your body will produce some of these toxic things, and the liver will actually get rid of it. But once it stops working and all the functionality has reduced to the barest minimum, then you accumulate those toxic agents and they will be damaging other organs in your body, and that is the end. If
So
you don't get a liver transplant.
Mental issues, confusion.
Exactly, because those things will be affecting your brain, will be affecting other system of your body.
Mike, they'll put you on lactulose. You must be sitting out ammonia levels every time for you to even function. I'm on lactulose like that.
So the best way to prevent liver damage is what?
Responsible drinking, red wine preferred, or just don't drink at all.
What about other medication, all those things that mess up the liver and bad food?
Oh yes, in fact, that's what I want to say. There are some drugs, not even the over-the-counter drugs, that is very readily available to people, especially paracetamol. Ordinary paracetamol is one of the toxic agents. Toxic drug to liver. Though you have to take certain amount over a period of time before you can get to the toxic dosage. You understand what I'm saying?
The CPY 50, those are inhibitors for half-life for meds. Did they make you guys do it before you prescribe for liver function? So, because basically what happens is, Mike, every med you take has a half-life. That means half the level of absorption. So the longer the half-life is, the more it's going to stay in your body, the more toxic it is. So you want to take so if you take any medication, look at the half-life of that medication. The smaller the
half-life.
That means the time it takes for it to cut into half, that continuity of half. Let's say you take 2, it goes to 1, goes to 0.5 in your body.
Let me explain to Mike what we mean by half-life. Let's say you take a cup of, like the one that you are drinking on your picture now. So let's say you take it off. You take a full cup. What half-life means that the time it will take in your body for its effect to reduce to half. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The effect to reduce.
Yes. Okay, let's say you are taking a coffee, and the coffee is to make you to be awake. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that coffee, it has what we mean by half-life is that coffee has a duration where it can work in your body. Do you understand? That the time it will take for you to now take another one, because by the time the effect finishes, you will now be feeling asleep. Do you understand what we are saying? So let's say it will take 1 hour for it to work and to keep you alert for that 1 hour. So the half-life will be like 30 minutes. So that's what we refer to as half-life of medication. So medication, and that is what we use in predicting how long, the frequency of your medication. Like, you know, some medication they will say take only once in a day. Some will say take twice in a day. Some they will say take 3 times in a day. Some will say 4 times in a day. You understand? Is the half-life that they use to determine the frequency of the medications. Even there are some medication that they will give you once in a month. That medication will remain in your body for that 1 month. That's what it means.
Because they have longer half-life.
Half-life.
You want to keep them, so you don't base it on time. You know?
So okay. So the initial thing about that half-life was that the effect of on your liver depend on half-life. That's why I was trying to understand what you mean by that. You know, right?
Because if you take, let's say you're taking something that only longer half-life, right? But you're taking multiple,
and you're not taking it more frequently.
Then it's gonna be
let's say a drug that is supposed to take once
so
in a
like
day.
that coffee analogy you use now. Let's say you take 1 hour, right?
So you not take, let's say 1 cup supposed to last for 1 hour. You not take 3 cups within that 1 hour.
5. Toxins in here. That means longer half-life for it to break down your body. So
Okay, guys. So
it becomes toxic.
So you didn't wait for that 1 hour one to finish with 1 hour.
Exactly. So you added and added. You understand? That's what you overloaded.
So now you exhaust your liver.
The liver will not be able to handle it.
Okay, so it's kind of the same with alcohol then. Maybe people that drink, the body they drink every day. Like maybe, I don't know how long it takes to have alcohol to the liver to deal completely, get rid of the alcohol, and then people are still drinking on top of it. I mean, is that what it is?
And that's what will lead to toxicity now. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's when you say you get drunk. Let's say ordinarily the effect of alcohol in your body is not to make you drunk, to make you lose your control, whatever. Maybe just for you to keep you to have some euphoria and to keep you alert. Do you understand? By the time you not take as more than that you require to get that Libra effect that we are talking about, then you get to the toxic dose. So at that stage, you will now be getting some other effects that are not actually what you are craving for.
So that's what really damages the liver then.
Yes, now because you are giving more than what it is. Just like if you are a military man, you need like less 100 combatants to go to war. You understand? Then but now you are not getting supply more than that. That means quickly you can overwhelm your, let's say you need 100 minimum to fight. Then somebody now supply you with 300. So maybe it will take you 2 days to actually get the job done. But if you get 300 combatants, it might take you maybe a day. Do you understand what that analogy?
Yeah. So the heavier you drink is the more chance you damage your liver.
Exactly.
So it's not really like say drinking is just what damages the liver. It's just the heavy one.
No. The heavier, yes.
But if you drink less, your liver can still. Maybe you don't drink too much. But let's say you're a drinker, but you don't drink heavily.
You don't drink heavily. You cannot.
And can the alcohol still damage your liver even though it's not heavy?
The only thing that will determine that one now, it depends on your own situation. Do you understand? Because we still have what we call individual differences. Do you understand what I'm saying? Individual differences also
have
comes
any family history, any comorbidities.
How
are you taking it? Yeah.
Mike, you can take the same quantity of alcohol with somebody, and the effect that you have on it's different. It will be different, definitely.
Okay, that was my question I was going to ask. So the half-life you guys are talking about, that's a function of our system, our bodily system, right?
No.
No. That one is an average. They determine that one. They have drawn study on that one. They find that averagely on everybody, that is what's supposed to do. But that does not mean that you can't still have individual variability.
So in your liver, you have what you call your P450 enzyme. That's what binds with medication. So when you take medication or anything, you bind with those medication to process. No, called bind. It can either bind with it or inhibit it from working. So either way, depending on the medication. So
to that point, The reason I was asking because I don't drink coffee. When I did, coffee or caffeine stays in my system for a very long time. In fact, if I drink a real coffee, a cup of coffee, I can stay up for days. I can stay up for days. I didn't know that many years ago. So and some people they drink coffee, you just pass through their system within an hour and they're done. The caffeine is gone, and But me, it just keeps me awake forever, for days. So in my case, that's beyond half life. There's something in my system that's that is retaining the effect of the caffeine in my system to prolong for such a long time.
Let me even ask, is coffee bad for the liver?
Babati, even that cytochrome P450 that you talk about now, some people, the level that we even have varies from one person to the other. Some people don't even have it. They don't even have it at all.
Right. So that means when you prescribe medication for them, you gotta be careful if what you're giving has to do with that, or it's gonna bind with
Let me ask you, is coffee bad for the liver? I don't think so.
Like me now, if I take coffee, it does not matter. I can sleep, but the kind of headache and the way to be doing, I can't tolerate it. I can't tolerate it at all. And here, the people here, right from their childhood, they're already exposed to it. They are addicted to coffee. They can't work without taking coffee.
Guys, did that make sense in my coffee thing? So what do you think that is? Why that huge?
That coffee is a drug of addiction.
I say coffee is actually good for the liver. That's what they say.
No, why do some people drink the
good
same
for
cup of coffee as I do?
For healthy liver, that means you don't have any prior issues. So if you already have
coffee is not one of those things that they consider as being that can damage liver. No.
Compared to alcohol or
medications
or Hep C or Hep B, if you're exposed to those ones, they will F you up real quick.
Coffee.
So
another mistake that people used to mix is Prince Daddy. Anything that has to do with consumption, you cannot be using other person to judge yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? You say, okay, I know of a guy that used to say, my father smoked throughout his life and he died at the age of 110 and nothing happened to him.
So therefore,
he started smoking. And at the age of 55, he had lung cancer.
But Prince Daddy, like if you're like let's say obesity now, fatty acid, that one can damage your liver. Infections, of course.
Okay, that's the fatty liver.
Yeah, infection.
Fatty liver.
Or if you have issues with insulin, your glucose storage. If you're having insulin issue, like you can have liver or issues as well. So, but it all boils down to how your body can manage waste or toxins. That's what it boils down to. Once you start having issues in your body, anywhere
Babati, I think the best way is to maintain moderation in everything.
Right.
People, yes, you don't take risk about your life. You don't take risk and say, okay, and we have this, the way we always say, no, that one will not be my portion. You understand? Yeah. You will be, yes, we have that belief that, okay, no, nothing bad will happen to you, as if you how to do it better than every other person.
Let me add this to very important, Mike. Agbomimu. Yes, that one too. You got to know the kind of agbo you are taking, and you have to check your blood, your CBC. You got to watch it. If you're taking any of agumu, you got to check your
that one is not very common in Nigeria now, and that is why they have a rise in kidney failure now. All these things that they consume in the motor parks, in the market.
They mix agbo with alcohol now.
They mix it all
people drink agbo raw. Every agbo I buy now, they mix it with alcohol.
Oh, a lot of money, Jerry. You're supposed to be.
No. If I order any agbo now, they do now.
But they give you, Mike. No, come on, they give you option now. Okay, or me. You people, you don't like choose or come on, a lot of money. I know.
No. Yeah, right. But most time,
And Ogogoro to come back Ogogoro. They need Ogogoro. Gin, dry gin, have it there.
that's why they're having problem. They mix with so much gin. You know, like.
Yeah, so that one you can always have options of. So I always tell people, please, if you're taking any herbs, check your blood function, liver function, everything, kidney function also, especially. But you can always drink alcohol just in moderation, like Simba talked about. Mamuju. You don't daily thing is not. Yeah, it's not a safe. It's not a safe way to.
And it's even better in the even the medication. People take medication even without prescriptions, and some people don't even know. Even some of these things that people use to bleach. You understand? Some of these soap that we use that we don't know the effect on our body. And that skin can actually absorb a lot of things.
I heard that too.
No,
So what you put in your skin goes straight to the blood, Abby?
It goes to your system. Believe me. Some people that smoke, the way they actually make them not to smoke again is to get this nicotine patch on their skin. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that one will also be giving them that little to still be supplying them little nicotine that they will. So gradually, then they can wean them off from smoking completely. Our skin, is one of the largest organ that we have. Look at our skin now. Look at how big the skin is. You understand? So
it is the largest organ. The skin is the largest organ.
So you cannot imagine rubbing putting some things on it every day, maybe sometimes 2-3 times every day. It gets absorbed to your system. Yeah, get absorbed to your system. So, and that one is especially very common among women.
And also secondhand smoking too. It has dangers as well for your liver.
That's what we call passive smoker now. That one is even more deleterious than the one that is even active.
So being around smokers.
Really?
Yeah, so if you are living with a smoker, you are also a smoker.
Yeah, and they have used that ad on television. I guess they still do, like secondhand smoking kills. And in fact, some people they've had like lung cancer from smoking, and they never smoked in their life. Yeah, never smoked in their life. But
Because
from
they hang around
secondhand
smokers, you work with smokers. When they are taking
Especially if
break,
you have a partner that smokes.
yeah, or a partner that smokes, yeah. Maybe
Like
your
BT
wife.
now, I think BT is presently smoking.
BT smokes? Oh, in that picture, Abby. BT, you a smoker? Or one time, that smoke I don't want us. Like, when we were growing up, especially, maybe you guys are probably, especially those of us around the 90s, when you're a young guy, everybody, they were making smoking as something cool. That was when we started trying to be Americans. I remember that time, all the guys, we all know this is bad now, but if you don't smoke, you never, be G. They will say be G guy. You never,
And the advert now, the advert now, it's one, you put all those people, all those cowboy kind of thing adverts. They use all those
the Marlboro ads, with the cowboy.
I don't even know how Nigeria as a state will allow smoking to be introduced to their society. What benefit does it bring?
Well, we don't smoke in Nigeria.
Now, Mike,
No, they ban it, or they don't smoke cigarettes again.
You have to go to the history of tobacco.
Yeah?
How many people smoke in Nigeria?
In the 90s, are you kidding me? In the 90s,
A lot of people.
Hey, cigar.
No, let me tell you, I think the rate of smoking has reduced
That's
significantly.
That's what we can say. Yeah, maybe they don't smoke anymore.
Well,
I kind of noticed that.
What is the substitute Simba? What is the alternative? Hard drugs that is taken nowadays.
Yes, they now smoke marijuana.
Even I think it's good that they smoke now.
It's good now that they are smoking.
But in the 90s, Benson. Remember Benson and what's the other one?
Those days, that's why they call Igbo now. That you can't smoke it in the public. You have to enter bush. That's why the Yoruba people call it Igbo. But now people smoke marijuana publicly in Nigeria now. Especially young guys. Young guys.
Is that
They,
legal?
they can't do any work without smoking that Igbo. They use it to work.
I don't think Igbo allow you to work well. Man, he's smoking good. That's
Mike,
with you,
so
man.
Mike, is that good or bad? I don't know how to feel about that one.
What do you mean?
He said he hears them walk, Abi. You can walk, so
It doesn't help you walk. I don't think Igbo helps you walk.
And that's what he's saying now.
Mike, are you talking from experience?
When I was younger, Dimaru, for America here. The reason was like I used to smoke marijuana well. In America is that is like cigarette. See, in America, smoking marijuana is like drinking beer. It's like Nigeria is like what you call cigarettes in Nigeria. That's what level of marijuana is in America. Or drinking. It's nothing. You understand? When you start doing like other drug, that's when now you are really doing something bad. Like, in America is the land of drugs, man. You're talking about cocaine, heroin, crystal drug, PCP, ecstasy. One thing I never do is cross that line. And one of the reasons why I stopped the whole Igbo thing. When I came to America, I came young now. So it's everything in the neighborhood. Next to you, any people you are chilling with, they don't come on marijuana. They have different kind of chronic. They have wow. But one thing I had to get away quickly was what I noticed was like it was becoming a gateway drug. Like a lot of them, I started smoking marijuana. They transfer to the next drug, because first of all, it's the drug. The guys selling marijuana, most of them are also selling other drugs. So what they normally do is want to introduce you to move their client to the next drug.
And
So
they got too.
yeah, they will try to find a way to get you to do the next one, and next thing you know, you become a junkie, man. You become a drug addict. So that's why though I was young for a brief, short time, we'll be hanging out. The guy, I don't bring marijuana out, and everybody smoke. And when you see marijuana, it feel good. But that also is good for your health as well. Marijuana is good for your health. It's no medical danger in it. You just gotta, it's not like Nigeria that make you go crazy. I don't know.
So, Mike, would you ever invest in all these weed stores, cannabis stores? I know it's big now.
I won't lie, man. Marijuana is good for your health. It's also
They do the
it's not,
oil.
unless you over smoking and start acting crazy. But the thing is not something I see
Is
as a
it the
bad thing.
euphoria that you are having that you think that is good for your health? I don't understand. What health
No. Marijuana
advantage
is
do you
good
have?
for the health. But am I lying?
For glaucoma, it helps with glaucoma.
Yeah,
And
especially me. I probably need to start smoking it
everybody
later
that will have
because
glaucoma?
Oh, hold on, Dr. Simba, let Dr. Mike talk. He said marijuana is good for your
I
health.
probably
Tell us.
need to start smoking it as I get older because my popsy suffer from glaucoma. My grandparents suffer from glaucoma. So I may need to smoke it as I get older, so that way I don't.
You're
But I
looking
won't
for
like
excuse right
there's
now.
nothing wrong with marijuana. Nigeria just give my bad name. I don't. Maybe Nigeria Igbo. And in Nigeria, I didn't smoke Igbo. I didn't do that one. I didn't touch it. But I don't know. Maybe Igbo is
But
different too. Because someone now
the
one guy
chemical,
is Igbo. But in America, if you smoke marijuana, that thing is good,
No,
man.
it be all that now, but basically, Simba, what it does for glaucoma is like it just lowers that pressure on the optic nerve. It just brings the pressure down, so you don't get that little tingling and high blood pressure and so it
What
lowers
is
that
the
pressure.
incidence of glaucoma in the society that you now use that one to say
I'm
is
only
that
saying that
beneficial?
that's one benefit. I'm not saying that's for all. It's just one benefit amongst many that I've been told.
I don't smoke this guy. Let me answer this guy. The reason why I don't smoke weed anymore. When I used to smoke weed, I used to relax now. See this guy. Me, I don't smoke anymore. Long time ago. I
Maybe
stopped
we
it.
should
Long
recommend
time ago, years ago.
maybe we should recommend that you start smoking weed again or something.
I want to go back to it, but I just don't. The reason why I ran away from it is because people they were doing it, and for one, it's illegal. I don't want to get arrested and things like that. One day, eventually, police will catch you in your pocket, and when you're black in America, they will just say, "Oh, we catch you with weed, that's a foreign case in here," And then two, I realized that the weed drug dealer are trying to use it to turn. They sometimes they will mix other drug with it and mess you up.
Oh, just to bring you and you start asking for that specific brand, like
Yeah, they will mix. They did it to one of my Ghana. They mixed cocaine with the weed and gave So I realized what was happening. I just ran away from it, man. I said, man, I get better things to do in my life than to become a
I know, but on all seriousness, we do use weed for cancer patients, Robinol. You know Robinol, right? So it dries down mucus secretion when they have it. So they use it for, I know, cancer and for seizures. It's pretty good, but it's not like the raw form of smoking it though. It's already processed. So on those ones I know, and maybe some GI issues as well, and of course now anxiety, of course, you're going to use it, and for of course inflammation, but not the weed, not smoking part, but if it helps, then maybe we should give it a try, Simba.
So
Nigeria
you
gonna give
you
marijuana
mean that
bad name.
you
I'm
give
like,
marijuana to your patient? Is that what you
Amubo.
are telling me? Is that what you are telling me, Dr. BT?
The what now? What did you say?
You give marijuana to your patients?
No, the like it's called, like, for Robinol, for instance, it's used for cancer patient. Yeah, for the inflammation. Yeah, we use marijuana here. Yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah, they use for cancer patient. So instead of giving, like, let's say they have like all this nausea, vomiting, and you're giving Phenergan and you're giving Zofran and it's not compensing. Yeah, they will do Robinol. Robinol is from it's a marijuana extract, but it's mostly used for cancer patients. Yeah, we do use it. Yeah.
I don't doubt
How is
what
it?
you are saying, because you know that it depends, or it also depends on the society. You know, in your society, marijuana is legalized, but where I practice here, you know that is illegal.
Yeah,
So
no,
they
but
can't even.
not like, no, for in the medical spaces for extreme, it's like it's really available for everything. But like I'm saying now, seizures, cancer,
It's
some
only for medical this thing though. It's not like it's legal in society. But some states are starting to make it legal now.
But see, how do you? What is the administration of it? Is it topical? Is it what? Do they smoke it too?
no,
Your
no, they
patients?
do like a capsule form. So Robinol is like
Oh,
a little
oh,
bit. So because it's a very great anti-inflammatory medication. It's a good anti-inflammatory med. That form, it's like a capsule form.
oh. Is it possible?
So
Can it
that
be
is one
edible?
company that are manufacturing that now as a
Yes,
medication.
now they use cocaine in America for in medicine. You do know that they have cocaine in some medications? Yeah, they do now. You didn't know that?
But say, is it edible?
You just say cocaine for medication.
Yes, you didn't know that America have cocaine in it.
Well, not to get addicted or high.
No, it's meds. It's not like it's.
But kò ní pẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ máa sọ ẹ́ everybody dàmúgbó àti àmú cocaine nílùú yẹn.
Oh, America. Oh, we got to man for no. I hear say good for people to digging it started from medication before it became.
You know exactly, that's what I want to say. Most people that are taking to drugs actually unknowingly maybe they have an health challenge and they expose them to it, and that is how they will start.
And that's one of the issues. Let me just say, I think we were discussing this a while back. I think it was Mike that brought the whole Philadelphia thing up. That, remember that video of people on the street with acting all weird. What happens is, Simba, somebody goes for surgery, maybe back surgery or leg surgery or whatever surgery. They put them on.
You say I brought a video of which video?
No, it was a long time ago of Philadelphia now. All this weed, this
drugs. Okay, yeah, I remember. Yeah.
We were discussing that day. So somebody goes for back surgery. So post surgery, right? They put them on the PCA pump and they are doing the loaded, right? The loaded PCA pump, and they also put them on PRN, morphine, Noco, oxycodone, fentanyl patches for almost 30 days. They not go. You're going on a gal. We're going to give you tramadol and Noco. Bye bye. What do you think will happen? They will have withdrawals now. They're gonna have withdrawals. They're gonna start taking for stuff on the street. Next thing you know, they are shooting up. Med in their hand. They become hooked. So we've always had argument about this with the medical board. Like, you can't keep doing this. But guess what? They don't care about people like that. Once you go to your surgery, go home. Stay home. Stay here for 1 month. Let's observe you. Won't see anymore. Because insurance will not pay. Once you go past those days, insurance will not pay the hospital anymore. That's it. So they have to keep them out.
And that's what I want to say. Even because this medical legal issues also, people don't even want to have any form of pain again. So the medical practitioner will do anything to at least to prevent the pain from the patient, irrespective of what danger or complication that can follow that kind of treatment.
You know, the medical establishment, they determined that some people are expendable, disposable, really, in America because the pharmaceutical companies, those that make of course, the prescription, like, Oxycontin and these other drugs for pain, right? They are the number one drug pushers in America. 'Cause this addiction you're talking about here, that's how it starts. Um, you know, Maybe a few years ago, I bet it still happens somewhere. The normal people that have pain, normal people that have pain, in the suburbs, like you talk about a stay-at-home mom and just normal people, for whatever reason they have pain, they go to the doctor, they get prescription. They are the ones eventually that become addicted to these drugs and they transition to harder drugs on the street, and they become hooked, and that's how they go down, using hard drugs.
But you can't blame. You see, it's very Prince. It's very tough. Somebody has sickle cells. You know how they are. They show up in your ED. I'm having sickle cell pain. You got to give them whatever they want, and they already know they want.
That's extreme. That's the anomaly somewhat. See, the doctors, they do push. I think I'm not sure for this show. I don't go to any other show anyway. But somebody I was talking to was a doctor that these doctors are complacent in this drug pushing. Yes, doctors many times there are alternatives and they don't offer that because the pharmaceutical companies, just like they have a strong hold on the media to push all these drugs, they do too at the hospitals.
Prince, Prince, do you know this specialty in America that gets sued the most by the patients? Guess. In all medical specialty in America, do you know who gets sued the most? Almost every week. Pain management.
Doctors?
Pain management. They get sued. That's why they give them whatever they want, because you want to be paying money every month for lawsuits, for insurance. Do you know how high it is? So they get sued the most. That's really what they like, almost to avoid lawsuit. What do you want? That's what's going on. The law does not make you say, "Oh, I am your doctor. I must be farm." No, lawsuit, bang. I was having back pain. Did not give me something for my back pain. They will sue you, bang. That's it. So to avoid that one, that's what they avoid.
But when do patients desire overrule the professionalism of a doctor?
Do you know a second opinion? Prince, in America, what is the definition of pain in medicine? Pain is whatever the patient said is pain is. That is the definition of pain.
So it's relative, right? Okay.
If he tells you it's 10, it's 10. You get it now?
It depends what?
That's what I'm saying. It depends. Tells you my pain is 10. Even if you give me everything.
Okay.
So
I get you.
Who wants to get sued because you are taking farm on what is? You don't want to get sued now.
So are you saying the patients are taking the control of healthcare?
No, yes. But Prince Adi, I agree with you. Yes, they have taken over.
Okay.
They are taking over. Let me tell you, because whatever complaint they have about you, you have to go and prove it in the court of law first, and nobody want to pass through that kind of stress. You understand? So patient make demand, and once you know that one will make them happy, you give. It's only in extreme cases that you decline. Most of the time, because it's like this kind of freedom and the opportunity that they give patient that, okay, you can sue your doctor, you can do anything. It gives them opportunity. So it's really affecting healthcare practices. I'm very sorry to say.
So,
and it add to the cost. It add to the cost of healthcare services. It add to it. Because there are so many things that ordinarily you are not supposed to even be giving to the patient, but because they make requests for it, you have to add it to whatever they are receiving.
So okay,
like what Abati just said now, if a patient does not have pain and is telling you that he's having pain, how can you prove it?
So America has a culture of medication. How do I put it? It's a medication, not drugs, or drugs culture. It is because from young age, I think. I mean, this thing it didn't start overnight. The pushing of drugs, of medication, has always been there, really, and that's why little kids, they are quick to to defer to drugs for anything, be it prescribed or not. But I guess my question would be, so you doctors, when do you think AI would take over your practice? I mean, if there's no value for you anymore, if AI can recommend a prescription and it can give whatever quantity or the amount of any kind.
let me tell you, you know the danger of that. Baba BT, I mean, Prince Daddy, if I see you now and I'm interacting with you, human to human, even from your gesture, from the way I look at you, I can make some prediction. It's not only what you tell me. Do you understand what I'm saying? That I will base my judgment on.
Absolutely, just like a classroom, just like instruction from a school and online learning, perhaps. But to the point that if the patients are not taking over medicine, so what is the real value of a doctor when the patient can override a doctor's decision?
Let me add in here. Like somebody is saying, you can actually have, let's say, the most sensitive test you can do for your kidneys, like a GFR, right? Just because your creatinine is high or your BUN is high, doesn't mean you have kidney issues. I still have to look at symptoms. AI can look at your lab and say, look at the lab, it has A, B, C, and D, but it cannot see your symptoms. I can see your symptoms. That's the difference. AI can read lab, it can read all the things, but it cannot read.
Babati, just to support you, Pinzadi, you know that sometimes you will see lab result and you will say, no, this lab result does not fit into this patient. And because you can't be you treat your patient, you do treat lab result. But it is AIT, it's just like garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you input as what it turns out, it's going to be dangerous to healthcare practice if care is not taken.
But you can't deny the capacity for permutation that AI can do on data, especially we're talking about big data, and they have it as a repository, and they can produce. I mean, they can compile all you guys.
What will change it, like anything else, will be farm companies that want to benefit from that. But ideally, humans will still be involved. But if it ever changes, it will be from pharmaceutical company and government, not because it's actually ideal. Okay, so ideally, you still need the human to human interaction. But will it change someday? I think so.
Okay, if AI take over, who will not take responsibility? Who will take the responsibility for that patient?
To Babati's point, that's the reason why insurance companies will probably push for AI, because now it'd be hard to hold them responsible. They can say they try to minimize human error.
Let me give an example. But wait, in where I have privileges to see patients in about 4 hospitals, 2 rehabs, and 2 nursing homes. That's my coverage, right? One of the hospitals that I have coverage in, their entire admission is done remotely. So there's no human in the room. It's just somebody asking you questions about everything. So I go in there after they've done their so-called admission to go and see the patient. Dude, it was all bullshit. How can you see the skin? How can you see what's going on with the eye? Can you see that? No. So just to save money and to do all your tech stuff, you're actually missing out on some critical info here, which I think is dangerous for. You support what I'm saying? It's very dangerous.
I see your point.
That was what I was saying earlier. That's the power of, a message. You say you see. First, when you see a patient, it can say like 30 or 40% of about what is wrong with that patient without even interacting with that patient. By mere looking at that patient, you can make some diagnosis. You understand? But this AI of it, the only thing that you are just inputting some data, which might even be wrong. somebody we know that some people can even come to the hospital and they are not sick and they will feign sickness. They can give you symptoms of even the most deadly disease, that this is what I have. Meanwhile, they don't even have anything. You understand? So it's, to me, is a no thing. It's not something. Medicine is not something. Is not by data.
But you know what?
I agree with you guys, but
Prince, let's put you on the spot. Would you prefer me and Siba seeing your AI?
If you can choose, I rather see a doctor like you, guys. But the thing is that
why are you encouraging this bad? Why are you encouraging?
I'm not encouraging. I'm just trying to see what the future portends. You know, the thing is that, and by the way, a lot of these doctors, you know, many of them they're not that impressive. You know, because can we say doctoring has become the medicine, right? It's become a cookie cutter kind of a profession in a lot of ways. There's no, well, I tell you, there's no what you guys are describing, that human touch is diminishing greatly. I tell you, it is.
Yes,
It is
you know
diminishing.
what? Let me tell you, Prince Daddy. I totally agree with you. You know, the old days training of medical doctors is better than what we experience these days. Do you understand what I'm saying? That time you do everything hands-on. You understand what I'm saying? Hands-on. But now, because of all this freedom, liberality, and even the teachers now, the lecturers, they are afraid of actually interacting with them, because whatever the student even say that you do to them, or they can say you abuse them, because medical training is a very rigorous training. The Babati can testify to the way we train, the way we were trained is different from the way the younger doctors these days are trained. I can make diagnosis of pneumonia by not even doing a chest X-ray, by not even doing a chest CT. But these days, you discover that most of the doctors, the younger doctors that we have now, they don't even interact with the patient. They don't. The next thing that they will do is just to put you to labs.
Copy and paste assessment.
Exactly.
Okay, good. So now you begin to understand when I say cookie cutter approach to medicine. And to that point that I brought it up, this is from my observation, which is also a scientific, you know, means of gathering data or explaining things. Doctors don't, you know, a condition sometimes, you know, if you tell the patient to change their diet, or their diet especially, one thing I realized that most doctors now, they don't. I'm not sure about what they teach them in medical school.
Why would I tell
Prince?
Why would I tell? Do you know what most people would do? This one I have to agree with the doctors here, which I'm not primary care. They're going to say, Simba, okay, your cholesterol is high. Change your diet. They will still prescribe you that high dose of statin anyway. Do you know why? Because they know you're not going to follow their orders anyway. You're going to go eat your bullshit, your pizza and your burger. So just prescribe it anyways. They have put that into consideration that people don't follow their orders. By the way, the man even prescribed.
But you're making an assumption that they actually offer that option. What about they don't even talk about it at all? They don't mention it at all. They go straight to medication.
I'm telling you why. Just stay with me. I'm telling you. Do you know why? The man that is prescribing the medication to you is also fat. No, I'm being honest with you. That what works. It's also fat. It's part of it. So how would you believe a man that is fat, that you should lose weight and eat your greens? Will you believe him? No, you're not going to now. Come on, I'm telling you what is reality. I'm not that. I'm not juicy. I'm not fat. I'm just telling you on the average. So if you tell them, okay, eat your greens, blah blah blah. Okay, by the way, this is some atorvastatin or whatever. Take it and while you are losing your weight. By the way, your blood pressure is high. That is the reality. Now, when they come to me, Prince Daddy, I'm special. I'm not primary. I'm specialist. When they come to me, it's already bad. Remember, when it comes to me, it's already effed up. That means primary care cannot handle their cardiovascular issues anymore before it gets to me. Now, me, I'm very, you can say I'm mean in a way. I'm kind of nice with it. But because now you are helpless, right? When you come to me, I had that leverage to kind of be very firm with you because you've tried your own method. It hasn't worked with your primary doctor, right? So when you come to me, I had that luxury to be, to have that conversation with you. But my point is, at the initial stage where they're still doing their BS with their food and diet, it is very hard to convince the average American to eat right. It is very hard. So that's the reason they don't even bring it up because.
So you think that is sufficient justification not to even bring it up at all?
I'm not saying it's not. They should bring it up, but they not. Their medical school training these days does not even acquire for that. Do you know why I stopped precepting 5 years ago, Prince Daddy? About 6 years ago, I stopped precepting before. Because I stopped precepting students.
Okay.
Because I was accused of working them to death. Simba, 60 hours a week is too much for these people. That they needed therapy, they needed massage. Now those schools they did not have those therapists to counsel them because of the stress. So you went to medical school for 4 years. You want to be working from 8 to working from 9 to 5. The fuck are you talking about? Even when you leave, you are still responsible for your patient.
That's what I was talking about earlier, BT now. During our own training, I spent 1 week. 1 week in the hospital.
Simba, clock in, clock out. What is clock out? Even when you clock out, you are still working. They can call you anytime. Pick up the phone. Don't call me.
They don't. Things like things are changing. They're trying to make medical profession more like a normal 9 to 5 kind of a profession where people have life outside of work.
No, Prince,
why not?
That way.
Why
you
not?
Are responsible for your patient. You are responsible for that. You can't be doing clock in, clock out. It doesn't work that way. Simba knows what I'm talking about, right? Simba, you know what I'm talking about. You can't do regular hours for medicine. It doesn't work that way. You can't do that.
8-hour shift. I mean, 8-hour shift. Well, you're not going to be watching your patient.
I'm not Simba. Prince, stay with me. Unless you are maybe you're a hospitalist, you can do that. But if you're into specialty, you cannot do that. Because you need to know, okay, somebody has cardiovascular issues. They call you 2 o'clock in the morning. How can you just pick up the phone and in real time to prescribe any order for them within 2 or 3 minutes? Because you don't know the patient. You can't do that with like that. Especially
well, can't you achieve that with a coordinated care?
Like, can you hear me? What is coordinated care? What is
working 2-3 doctors and some nurses working together? If you're not there for 8-hour shift, somebody takes over.
They have their own caseload too. Now. What are you talking about? They have their own caseload too. So what we usually do is you have your specialist, you have your fellow, you have your resident, you have your intern. So he moves above that chain. If the intern cannot undo it, it goes to the resident, then you move up. At least you have 3-4 people that are working on that case, right? But they can call. But you can't have one of them think that, I'm tired, I'm stressed out. No, you can't have that. Because I don't want to somebody calling me 3 o'clock in the morning for blood pressure medication. Dude, did you call up the other? Why are you calling me?
BT, I mean, Prince, that what BT is trying to let you know is that the training has been watered down. Seriously. Yeah.
So is it like when a patient goes see their therapist, and after the session, the therapist goes to see his own therapist too? Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah. You and what they accuse him of is not only him. Majority of the old doctors have been accused of that, because the kind of training that they have, they discover that the younger ones are very lazy. They are not ready to learn. They just want to take. I don't know what actually motivated them from coming to that profession. Maybe because of money or whatever.
No, see,
There are legacies.
Now we're talking about generation.
Now. There are legacies to students now. Their dad is a doctor. Their uncle was a doctor. That's why they come in now. You will see all of them. All these now. That's what they come in for. You come into work as a doctor. You are on TikTok. I have never had that kind of before in my life. TikTok. The fuck is that? You're on TikTok.
See, obviously we're talking about a certain age group or what do you call it, demographic in a way, because people like now, for example, all the problems that Boeing is having is being attributed to the quality of work from certain generation not being detailed enough, not willing to spend time to get a job done. That because there's an intersection between DEI and what and the corporate culture trying to balance things. So and there's this Boeing executive. I think he passed away not too long ago. They said he committed suicide. Now, people kind of doubt that, but anyway, the guy was complaining about the culture of quality has drastically gone down at Boeing. And the guy is like maybe like you guys, you and Sinbad is like old school kind of a guy that's like, hey, we work in airline industry, we make planes. This is a really important job whereby the planes fly, of course, in the air, and something bad happens. So he's like really hard nosed kind of a guy at Boeing. But people didn't like him. One second, people didn't like him because it was that too rigid. So they got rid of him. And so the DEI thing kind of play. I don't know if somebody knows what DEI is. But I can explain. So so are you guys saying that actually has extended into medicine also?
I mean,
Simba, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead, Simba.
Okay, what I wanted to say earlier was that when that time before you even enter medical school, there are certain things that they will have put into your brain that you have to cut off in your life. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is why they call it a noble profession. You are dealing with human life. You understand? It's like what BT was saying. How can you be a doctor and be on TikTok? There are certain things that you don't expect from a doctor. You understand? Okay, you can imagine yourself, you are unconscious, then you wake up, then you see a doctor, that your doctor that is managing you with Rasta, maybe he was even smoking and all those things. How will you feel? That is this the person that is managing me? Because you expect that there's some level of decorum, some level of dignity that a doctor should have. A person that will be dealing with life must be responsible. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you see your daughter on TikTok, how will you feel, Prince Daddy?
I guess
you understand? But even all these things that we are still saying that the training has been watered down,
it's like
cannot
see my pilot with a dreadlocks, huh?
You understand? So, but even with the way we said that, okay, the training has been watered down and the level, I mean, the standard is actually falling. You can't still replace human being interaction with human being with AI. You understand? It's like, okay, Babati made mention of something like you have a skin infection. How will AI see the skin? You understand? Even there are some diseases that are systemic disease that manifest on the skin. Once you see those signs on the skin, you'll be able to say, okay, this is the disease that this patient has, and you start treatment. You understand? So, but
have you guys heard about it? Have you heard about the term consolidated medicine? Consolidated medicine. What that is? Is the intersection between AI and what do you call this? what's it called?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine, and there's another word. Okay, but anyway,
I don't know whose side you are on. Yeah, this is your secretary that you are doing. I don't know. Are you AI? Are you? Because go back and I don't know where you are. I don't know.
No. See, that's the thing. With me, sometimes people may have difficulty. Me, I'm just trying to understand what is going on. I already told you clearly. I'd rather go with a human doctor. But I'm looking at the trend that is going on in society, and that's where leadership comes in. Because I don't like something, or doesn't mean that I don't get to know about it and see how it affects people in society. I'm just telling you that's where it's going. For example, are you saying like, you know, a skin disease, whatever you guys call it, using like a telemedicine of some sort, that you are able to look closely onto the skin and magnify the skin.
Let me save you the time. So let's say
I'm talking remotely, by the way.
Yeah. I'm saying that, you know, some are palpable, not palpable. If I press on your skin, if it's something that I know, maybe it's edema on your ankles or foot. Nobody in telemedicine has limitations. If they say anything, they will say go and see your PCP. They don't focus on everything that they see. They might say, okay, maybe they are refilling your medication. They will ask you some questions based on that. If they need blood work, they will say go and see your PCP. Telemedicine doesn't cover everything. They know their limitations. This AI thing that they are coming up with is assuming that they can cover everything. So what if they can cover everything and it comes to your own family member and that is the blind spot of AI? Then what happens? Do you want to be the blind spot of AI and lose a family member?
No, the term I was looking for is teleportation, kind of teleportation, right?
Doctor Who?
No. Actually, it's called telepresence or presence. Telepresence.
Simba, do you guys do, I don't know what.
You say it's like, you know, it's like for example, walking in let's say you're walking on the street of Africa in Lagos, being in America, based on the technology that they have. On the technology, telepresence. You feel like you are there.
Okay. Is it like Star Wars when they beam in?
No, that would be teleportation. But telepresence is like you feel that you are there. But I didn't call it. There's a game anyway. You feel like you are in that place, that particular place that you see, but you're not there physically. You're looking through like a different screen or medium, but your interaction with that environment, it feels so real. Okay, it feels so real, like you're there. So bring that telepresence into the hospital room. Will feel very real, like you're looking at though you can't physically touch the patient, right? But you feel so real that you're looking at the patient so closely to the point that the patient can interact with you, being afar. Okay. Now, if you merge that with AI,
do you know what is called the white coat syndrome? Do you know patients behave differently? But do you know, like, Simba will know what I'm talking about. Some people's blood pressure and blood sugar go up just because they are in the hospital, not because they're actually diabetic or they have high blood pressure. Did you know that?
Yes.
So when you start bringing all this atmosphere or whatever surround system that you're bringing in, what is the effect on the patient? Do we have enough studies on that? Do we know? We don't know. So you got to give me some respect. I don't know.
No, but you know, this younger generation, they feel very comfortable with technology. In fact, they will embrace such kind of.
So we are the old as I be. I get it.
I fall in that category too. But I'm just telling you, they're thinking. These young people, they're thinking. You know, they're like, oh, that is cool, man. They embrace it, you know, readily. I mean, we're talking about the TikTok generation here. So, but anyway, that's just the future of medicine. I think, you know.
I like some features of it. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't like not AI yet. But I don't like, maybe Simba knows what I'm talking about. Simba is still there. The WebMD patients.
Mm-hmm.
that, oh, my leg, I saw it online. Maybe I had some that. Well, if you have it, go and treat yourself then. If you think you know what it is, then don't ask me what it is. So don't WebMD your way into what happens with AI. Is like, so that part I don't like that. Now you can research some prescriptive diagnosis, whatever. It's okay. We can have that discussion. But this is where everybody feels like they are doctors now, or they are pharmacists now. They know this because online it's on YouTube, or it's on TikTok, or it's on Google. No, we're not doing that.
Which one make a quicker impact? AI in medicine or AI in law?
That's a good question. I think more. I would say more in law. I would say more in law because it's more like you're debating to win a case, not based on fact, but who can make the better argument.
I agree. Yeah.
So
That's true.
that is more, which is dangerous in a way, but yeah, I don't know. So no, but don't get me wrong. Today's generation, they are very smart. They're book smart. Trust me. Because they can do more research than you ever did in your life. They know all these things. It's just that sometimes that they need somebody to just push them. That's just the difference. So they are smart people. There's no DEI. I don't think if you went to medical school, you're smart to some level to finish the program. Not because you're black or Hispanic or brown or yellow. You're just a smart individual. And that one I cannot, maybe they had entry barriers to get in. That's maybe you can have the DUI discussion on that one. But having gone to that, they were good enough to pass. So, but just a little push, it's what they need. So, yeah. Foley, are you there?
Okay, so.
Oh, Foley's not there.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, please go ahead, Prince.
No. If Foley got something to say, he can go ahead now. We're just talking about randomly about this.
Listening to you guys. I just do it. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, what's going on, Foley? What's going on? What's up?
I said I'm listening. I'm just joining you guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, come join. I have a family member in med school now, but she's doing more of the DO, still medical school, so they do the holistic thing. So she likes it so far.
Holistic. What do you call it? Natural medicine.
No. It's osteopathic medicine. It's like MD with the encouragement of a more holistic approach. So it's still doctor of medicine, but just osteopathic medicine. So you have you have MD school, you have DO school. So they can also do almost the same thing, but they are geared towards more of primary care medicine.
You can. Okay.
Yeah. They want them in that rural medicine, pediatrics, or stuff like that. So yeah. Foley, are you there? Yeah, Foley's gone.
Is that a future of medicine now?
I'm here, but I'm listening. I'm doing something like that right now.
Okay. No. DO school, they've been here for a long period of time as medical school. They're almost the same degree. They can do the same thing as MDs too. It's almost they're the same. So DOs they're also medical doctors as well. It's just like they are more well-rounded in terms of a holistic approach to it. I have a narrow mind. It's about medicine only, right? Medicine, medications, treatment. They have a well-rounded, so they are more likely to open up to using like herbs and stuff. They are more into that, but they can also prescribe like a medical doctor as well. So it's almost like the same thing. Just so they've been around for a long time. Yeah, DO school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Robert T, can you hear me?
Yes, boss.
Hey, recently I had my physical done. Through telemedicine, kind of.
and then that would be the last time I'm gonna try that. It's not helping. Never. As a matter of fact, when they said I should review, I realized that genuine in my review because I mean some of the method or the specimen that I sent back to them for the lab, I could easily lie on it, right? But I wasn't even sure if I actually did it right. So and when it was time for consultation, I realized that it was I had a number one, I had a limited time because I didn't even see the doctor. I was paired with a nursing practitioner. I was dumbfounded. So I can imagine how much it's gonna build my insurance for seeing a practitioner, a nursing practitioner. Um, even though they wanted, I mean, if I could be having challenges with human being talking to me on the video camera, can imagine the AI powered um, alternative that probably would not, just like you said, me being in the hospital environment is enough to hasten my, blood pressure to a point because I don't know, every time I put that thing on my arms, my body kind of reacts somehow because I feel that something is not normal on my hand, right? And I was always told that it doesn't matter, but now that you've spoken about it, now I see the reason why. Not that my BP is high, but it's just that I feel some reaction, right? Um, Even having needles and being poked, it has some form of reaction. And you're right, there's no way, no matter how AI trying to replace medical practitioner, it's still not going to be like when there's a human being having interaction with a human being. Uh, just mere talking to somebody, you can tell, where, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but you're a doctor. Apart from the lab results and all those tests, there's a way you have that, human connection that you can actually maybe help out. Um, just like somebody who have jaundice or pale skin, probably will not show on the camera, or like when you're seeing that person one on one. That's what I'm trying to say, Baba T.
Yes, yeah, I'm with you. That's
Yeah,
yeah.
So that's gonna be my last time trying it. It's not worth it. I won't recommend it.
So, like,
It's not.
how did they know that was your own urine test or that was your own sample?
Exactly.
Yeah, nobody
Exactly.
knows now.
Exactly. I mean, you can imagine if that was meant for a uh, purpose, and I had to go and get my uncle who has not been smoking weed to come do give me these urine samples and all that. It's not worth it, honestly. No matter how we're trying to replace human um, endeavor with machine or with technology, it still will not be like human being. I understand the precision, the margin of error reduces, but there's some things, especially when it comes to health, it's a little bit complicated. No matter the research, it's still human
Yeah,
touches
but
still have some
Adewale,
effect.
if they reduce the margin of error between AI and human doctors, um, but it becomes really small. Why wouldn't we transition to AI, for medicine? Because I tell you, I think that gap is narrowing. Today's doctor, not in knocking their smartness, but a lot of things have changed in terms of our values. And I think that's going to affect, medicine, or it is affecting medicine. For that reason, and AI keeps improving. I mean, we have this super AI, computing power now, and we get so much data.
Hold on. Okay. Do you know? Did you listen to what Diwali said earlier? He said when he did his whatever that it was a nurse practitioner that saw him, right, Diwali? Do you know what that is?
Yes,
But
yes, it
primary
was not
care
a
is
practitioner.
dominated by PAs. Primary care, you can have your AI, but specialty, hell no. You want to see
Oh,
a
maybe not,
PCP AI?
maybe not specialty. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
not.
but when you
But
go, go and see a neurologist AI. Let's see how that works out. And you see
Even
that.
with the primary care, Baba T, I would still not recommend it. I would still not. It's not worth it, to be honest. No matter how highly the technology has advanced and which I would still not recommend. I guess this solely
You
on
still
my
want that
experience.
human to human interaction, right? You still want that.
Yes, 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 yes. I would not because I believe to some extent that there's some information that the patient will withhold or mere talking to the person one on one. So those information can easily be volunteered.
Do you have Siri at home, or what is the other ones?
Google.
Okay, is it Google? Okay, whatever the other ones are. I think Microsoft
Siri,
has one also.
Alexa.
Alexa, Amazon Alexa. Do you find that interaction rather any of them being being soothing or confident in any way
I
when
think
they
both of
respond
them.
to you?
Both
Okay.
of them were programmed in such a way that they didn't do enough for someone like me, not you, that have accents. It poses a challenge to actually follow through with the command, especially when you have accent. And that is one of the challenges that I have, especially with Alexa. Google, to some extent, recognizes some of these differences, but there's still a lot of research, especially even the facial recognitions uh, technology. It's been reported that people of color were being discriminated against by some of this technology, especially at the airport. Um, yeah, and recognitions of people that kind of look similar with some similar features. It's been some sort of level of challenges concerning that. But I think with time, but when it comes to medical, I'm not going to gamble my health and let that one machine answer me at the end of the telephone.
Prince is willing to take the risk. It's pro AI.
No. I asked that question because in terms of the human interaction we're talking about here, wouldn't that be such a to give like a human kind of a pseudo human kind of an interaction with human beings at a hospital? You're talking to Siri, and it's talking back to you about the weather, asking you how you're feeling.
But let me tell you, Prince Daddy, you are talking to Siri, but Siri cannot see you. If I can, by the time I'm interacting with you, I can notice notice a lot of things in you, your gesture. Even looking at you, I can know whether you are in pain or not. Siri will not be able to see that. You understand? There is nothing that can replace human to human interaction. Then there are some notion that you can have that I can help you to divulge. If you tell me some history about you, I can say, okay, no, this one is important, this one is not important. This one, the reason why you are feeling like this is because of this, because I'm interacting with you as human to human. A computer will not be able to do that.
I see your point, and I agree. But I'm telling you, that in today's world, whereby
let me tell you, if you are drunk, Prince Daddy, if you are drunk, the kind of symptoms that you have, can a Siri be able to tell you that you are drunk?
No. Oh, this what I'm okay. I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying right now is about your interaction with Siri, for example, asking about how your day, how you feeling. Even you can ask Siri, for example, oh, I'm not feeling well today. Siri can talk back to you, for example, say, oh, what is wrong? Could you tell me? It can. You don't. I hope you know what I'm talking about. They can interact with you.
Prince. But if you say you are feeling well, but the Simba sees you and sees that they're not feeling well. Siri cannot see that now, but he can.
No, I'm talking about feeling well as in your emotions, your feeling, not like your medical condition per se.
Do you know what they call it?
Like, how's the day going?
No. Do you know they call it a PQ19, PQ12? It's like a form you fill out for to determine if you are depressed or not. So they just give you that form, fill it out. People will say, I'm doing okay, I'm fine, I'm okay, not too well, and they will pass that test, right, on that form that you give them. Then the same person, you will now call them and have a conversation with them. They will break down in front of you. So the city can't do that. So the city will just give them the test and say, he passed the test, that's it. But you can talk to them about what's really going on. They've not opened up to you now. City they can't open up to city. That's the point he's making to you. They can't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what that point. Some people are opening up to Siri. Some people are.
Who is opening up to Siri? Who?
But I see not everybody has the luxury of having
Who is
human
opening
being.
up to Europe? Who is opening up to Siri? Who? You will open up to Siri. Simba, show boy.
You know the way Prince is behaving like Tekken. He has his mind fixated already.
No, no. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying.
Simba. I mean, I've been saying that they are fine. Then you probe further and they start opening up to you about what's really going on.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying now. That you can even if some patients will come to you to lie, but by the time you are able to talk to them and they will open up to you and they will tell you a lot of truth. So it's to me, it's no things. There is no way computer can replace or AI can replace the effect of human being.
Another thing,
we shall see right here.
Simba.
We shall see.
No, we can move towards it, but we are already telling you the disadvantage, and one is going to increase maybe the money that they are going to be paying to doctors. Okay, that one, but there will be a lot of false diagnoses, a lot of wrong prescriptions that will go with it.
And you can't sue them
because people, I can't sue them. Then people will come and lie. Let me tell you, people. Babati, here we have a lot of patients that and they are on growth hormone. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know that people come to the hospital to come and get prescription for growth hormone just because they want to go and sell it? Growth hormone is about how much. If I want to convert it to dollar, that would be like $3,500 for one ampoule. You understand? And they will come and get prescription for 3 months in the hospital. Then they will go and be selling it to people that are using it to gym, to build their modules and all those things. So that means you can easily get that prescription telling Series or whatever, whoever you are interacting with, that is what you have.
Okay, well, so if you guys can resist, but AI will flame planes from departure to destination, no problem.
Hold on. What is your point? Because hold on. So what if you have racist city or racist AI? I don't like black people. You see, this nigga, what do you
You know, Babati.
Yeah.
You know, in the area of surgery, I think there's a limitation of what AI can do. Even what do you call it? This less invasive surgery procedure where you have an incision, just a smaller opening,
right?
And then you have those two pass through the skin all the way to the where you are.
Or like laparoscopy and stuff like that with the
laparoscopy. So now they also have a machine that can help remotely control the tools while operating on a person. Now, my challenge is on my own issue with that is that there's some development that will happen in the theater that such machine will not be able to handle. So that is why you need the dexterity and the professionalism of the practitioner. I'm talking about the surgery doctor now, who could see things live, without using a camera, because there are some places that the camera won't get into that, human has to be the one to give the feedback. So the limitations are just so many. I wouldn't want to risk my life laying down, on a gunny as the machine is the one cutting me open and all that. I wouldn't want to risk that. At least I would want human being that can easily monitor. I know that it's not just one person, but
You know, there's no way you can completely eradicate
Ideally,
the human.
the machine or AI can react much faster than a human being could in making
I'll give
decisions.
you
You know
Prince.
that, right?
I will give you one few that they are way advanced in any specialty when it comes to that. I mean, I won't mention my own field though, but urology, you have the 5 hand now. Like you can have like 1 or 2 doctors in the surgical room, and the hands will even scan for you, cut right there, do this one, no, move with this. So in that field they've successfully done enough, but not offline, but you have to be in house. Maybe in the future you can do 5G offline doing it, but urology they are more advanced when it comes to robotics, helping out with surgery. But they still have to program that based on the patient on that they are working on that. So, but I agree with Diwali for obvious reasons. I'm a human being. I'm not sure if Prince Daddy maybe it's the AI joining us at this point, but I want humans that look like me, sound like me. I'm not comfortable. So Diwali, I agree with you. Though my mind, but why?
No. See, there's but see, there's limitation to um, human ability. You know, the medicine malpractice in medicine obviously is caused by human doctors or practitioners, and yeah, human beings, that we trust and that which is fine, do make mistakes. They make big mistakes. We know that,
You know,
but
um, Prince Daddy.
yeah.
I whenever I go for my annual physical, I have the EKG and also the one that I hate the most, prostate check down, and none of that could be administered during that uh, weird powered exercise because I mean I couldn't do it myself, so I had to be in the presence of practitioner to administer those gadgets on me. So those are the some of the limitations of using artificial intelligence because a trained practitioner can, I mean, somebody who does I mean, Babati knows what I'm talking about, the prostate checks and all that. Um, no machine can do that. I mean, you wouldn't want anything sticky, anything uh, into your back hole. So a human being has to do it, feel it, right? But machine cannot do it. So that means for
Okay,
this,
those medical assistants, the pre-check, is that what you call it, Baba T? The pre-check. The person you go to see the doctor, they check your blood pressure, they check your temperature, all these things. How many
those
seconds is it
are
going to take
easy.
AI to do
Those
that?
are simple. Those are the simple one. I'm talking
Why?
about having those
Yeah.
EKG stuff hooked up on you. Or
hmm
I don't know if you've done the prostate check before. Um, the
And they were,
doctors.
let me be honest with you. I just didn't want to say it public. There are beds that you can lie on, and that would do your X-rays and do your that they figured that one out. So that those jobs will be gone very soon. So
Sorry.
yeah.
A bed?
Yeah, there are beds that they can lay on that will take your temperature and
Uh-huh.
even they have So
Okay. What
Okay.
about the prostate check?
yeah, no. Oh, they are choosing not to even do that hand fist anymore. They are doing the PSA test now, just the blood.
So those are the limitation, right?
But say that again. I've never done that before. I don't plan to do it, but what's the option
No,
again?
the PSA, unless you're symptomatic, they're doing you can do your blood PSA test like cancer. So they're
Uh-huh.
looking at like the key number is 4. If it's below 4, then it's not anything like unless you're symptomatic, of course, then you can go further. But 4 is the key number. If your PC number is below 4, then you're okay. Above 4, most likely prostate cancer. But for black men, you got to check early, man. If you're peeing at night, if you're having nocturia a lot, I mean, there are signs that you have to watch, and so just checking with your doctor and and see what's going on. If it's not diabetic, just checking with your doctor. But they shying away from doing the fisting of the butthole anymore. People are moving away from that.
Oh, thank God for that, because trust me, I've never planned to do it. I had no
No,
intention, no matter
no.
what.
Unless you have if you have prostatitis, like with his warm, budgie, and firm, and all that kind of stuff, they will still check. But like,
Wait a minute. But
No, no,
which
no,
one
no.
is the Prince Harry says is not doing?
PSA, like the where they put their hand in your
You better go and do it. Let them Bobrisky you for a minute. You better go and do it.
It's not gonna. No, 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 not gonna happen. I believe strongly in non-invasive medicine.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, right.
That one they will erode you. This.
You need it, the Prince Harry. You
I'm not
need
about being
it.
violated. I'm not about being violated.
It's just once in a year. You'll be fine.
And that is
Take it like
above.
What do you mean? What do you mean I do it once in a year? I don't think so.
you take it. You take it like a champ. Hey, look.
They
It's
were
just
never
one
mind
time.
there. They give him his
And
AARP card now. He has the AARP
and
card. So yeah.
and if your doctor is on the fast side, good luck. Because that middle finger can be deadly sometimes.
Bro,
So
stop, stop, stop.
I'm just saying.
Next thing you
And
go in there with the finger, and
I
next thing you know,
plead with
the
my
finger is
doctor.
getting fisted. Or the whole fist.
No, for real. It can be intimidating, especially when your doctor is fat and is telling you to lose weight, and then he has to use his hand to do the test. He begins to wonder, is he using
And then
the
find you
pinky?
maybe female Asian doctor with small hands.
Well, I wish I could have that luxury, but no, I don't have that. My
But
my
again, there's no way I would settle for, if I were to do that, a male doctor, and that is, with big hands. It's not gonna happen. I mean, I have to selectively go. It's even a nightmare to think about it, but I have to selectively go for maybe
no,
an
you
Asian doctor.
negotiate. Prince Daddy, you negotiate for him to use the smaller finger, the pinky one.
It's not
That's how
gonna
you
happen.
negotiate.
I'd rather be a
By the
female.
time by the time it turn you around, it's to turn around and put the pen down. First of all, grab your nuts, examine it, and turn you around and say, "Then time to do it." Put the lubricant in his finger. He begins to
Dude,
wonder,
it sounds like you
are
have too
you
much experience, man. I don't even know what you're talking
look?
about.
But
Are you confessing or lamenting? I don't know which one it is.
I'm speaking to the reality. The first time it happens to me, I was a little bit shocked. I was beginning to wonder, am I an alphabet people or I'm still straight like Harold? And I was wondering, what is this for me? And I said, is it a must? I said, yeah. I said, are you sure you're not doing this for insurance? I said, no, you gotta do it. You know what? You're not getting younger. I said, look, between you and I, you look more older. You look like my uncle. And so you gotta do it. I said, God help me this. I ain't gonna lie, smart going inside, I was frowning like you're going outside. It was terrible, terrible, terrible. Unfortunately, he doesn't have no female uh, uh, doctor,
Well,
assistant doctor
that's a big
there.
unfortunate. That's a big unfortunate. Hey,
I
Baba
ain't
T,
been there for, I haven't gone there for like almost 2 years with him because
what do you
I
call
just
that
couldn't
test
take
that
it.
you what do you do it? You put your stuff on your excrement, your feces in, and you send and mail it in to them for a
Oh,
test for testing.
it's a test for blood in your stool. It's a test for blood in your stool.
Is it got nothing to do with prostate or?
Yeah, I mean, it's checking for that as well, but it's more like if you have, because signs of that is like, let's say colon cancer, maybe you have some internal bleeding. So they will look at, so if the blood is very dark, that means
Hmm.
it's deeper down inside. So the better the blood is, the more it's close to your rectum. So it's looking for rectal issues, maybe bleeding or cancer or something. So they will still do pull-ups checks anyway, but primarily for if you have any bleeding in that area. So it's a primary diagnostics.
Oh, okay. Well, that's less invasive, so not bad.
Like they might like maybe like you mean like the occult tool test, right? So they would do occult tool test. They would just put it in test. So the maybe like for hemorrhoids, ulcers, polyps, and stuff like that. So yeah, which is normal, you know. If you're bleeding down there, you want to see what's going on. But for black men, mostly, you got to pick. We had the highest risk for cancers down in that region, rectal and I think more genetic, I guess. But more so prostate. Yeah, that's our thing. BPA.
Is that black people generally, or black
No,
people as
men,
in?
black men. Yeah.
Oh, okay, black men, or as an African American?
Yeah, African American. Yeah, no, just overall black men,
including African people, Africans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of our, we are predisposed to blood pressure too. So that's our thing: blood pressure, prostate. So
I can a race of people have so much high blood pressure with less production? What is going on?
Hey, Babati, I got a question. You are not living in America, and we all notice, like in certain black populated area, they tend to pump more of the worst kind of food in those environments, and also like the worst things. I know the way America is; they make everything more sectional. Like the more you go to like white dominated area, they bring the best of things there. The more quality food, more quality, even the more quality hair. That's why you see them put trees and things like that. But the more black area you go, you see the difference. Even the food tastes different. Even the fast food there, you could tell like it's just different. Like the supply of things there. So do you think this may be the main factor why blacks tend to be having a lot of these things? Because this kind of this you mentioned, blood pressure, these things, a lot of it has to do with what you how they eat, how you eat. You understand?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the major thing. And in addition to what Mike just said, the food. So you also see the liquor store around that area that you don't see gym. Like you said, the white area. What is in the white area? You will see a gym. You will see like a whole food.
Yeah, more organic food, more quality. You see more quality things. I saw the difference because I used to live in more black area back in the days, and I could see the big difference. The moment I left those environment, I'm like, wow. So do America can be this different? Like I see the difference. It's like almost to the point where when I go back to any black populated area, I just can't live there. It's like I can't live there.
Yeah.
You know?
So that high blood pressure, diabetes is gonna cause. You're gonna see BPH thing. So that's one of the things. So diet is a lot. So you're gonna see a lot of fast foods in the black community. And by the way, do you know in America? Do you know where they also put the dialysis centers in the black? They put it in the black community. That's where you see all your diabetes. It's mostly in the black community. So it's like they're waiting for you to have your kidney.
Exactly. They know. Yeah. That's what they put.
They're waiting for you. So that's just the unfortunate part. So I wouldn't say you should not live in the black community, but we are all humans. You tend to consume what is close to you.
Yeah, what's close to you?
So you're gonna start eating your. So that's
the food, the everything. Even when I go to KFC now.
Yeah.
When I drive, to the point where when I'm driving now, when I'm hungry, I want to grab like something fast food like KFC. When I know I'm in a black area, I just keep going because the chicken tastes different. Like the quality of food is just different. I literally don't even buy anything. Like I don't buy food in any restaurant close to black area. So maybe if I want Nigerian food, I know Nigerian, I get it, yeah. But well, you don't have a choice anyway. The only place you can find Nigerian food is in a black neighborhood because that's when Nigerians open their restaurants, the Africans. But saying American food, like whether it's fast food, whether it's anything, the worst of it is what they dump in those environments, the black area. I just don't hit there anymore. I have to go to if you drive to any white neighborhood, white community. I'm not talking about. I'm not to say maybe there are no poor white community, but those ones you usually find them in those all white states. But we're talking about like a mixed cities, mixed state. Once you go to those white area, get the food there. You can see the taste is different. It's quality food. If the same kind of restaurant with the same franchise.
I mean, what there's fair, Mike. If when black people drink Kool-Aid all day and eat you know the American cheese, you're not gonna get the best of things around there.
But hold on. I can understand that one. But when you have like KFC, a KFC in a black neighborhood, a KFC in a white neighborhood, the chicken are different.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Pay attention to it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man.
No, I think
But
it's
Mike, here
psychological,
you know
man.
these
I
things
think you're
has to
making
do
it
with
up.
the
I'm not, but Prince Daddy, I'm not making it up. I'm
Mike,
telling you. I'm literally telling
Mike,
you this, man. I didn't
Mike,
know this for a while. Until after a while, I'm like, hold on, something is strange here. Like,
Mike. You also know that it depends on the cook and the
no,
franchise.
no, bros.
Well,
The cooking,
those
I don't
food
know. The
testers.
cooking part, I get that. The cooking part, I get that. But I'm talking about the quality of chicken. When
Mike,
what are they cooking to the
Mike,
same degree?
movie, and somebody cloned Tyrone on Netflix.
Oh, no, Paro, this is my experience now. This is what
But Mike, the entire Manhattan in New York, there's no African restaurant there in
you said?
Manhattan, in New
They
York.
have one. They have
No,
one in Times Square, though.
I didn't see anyone when I went there
No,
2 years ago.
I remember one of the biggest restaurants in Times Square is a Nigerian restaurant. In that,
You're talking about the Ennis?
after Nigerian food, they sell amala, all that stuff.
I didn't
That's what
see.
the video was talking about.
I had to go. I had to go to Brooklyn to buy my pounded yam egusi and take the metro subway all the way to down Manhattan. And I'll use the hotel sheet to wrap it so that I won't, so that I won't be spelling it in the subway. Because you know they have a lot of crazes in New York, and I'll wrap it because some of the food that they cook there, I was once refused to service in Fifth Avenue because of the sauce. You know, some of their this thing is always salty. And I told them, look, can you do me a favor by reducing it? They said they can't change it for me. And their server was even having attitude with me how to work out. I knew they were refusing of service simply
Is
because
that
we
you
refused.
know they use that trans fat, like man say that they will imagine, Mike, they heat that thing up to, I mean, to over 500 degrees. They've heated that those oil, so that's heavily, the heat does not increase the oil in here. So it gets into
Baba
your
T,
body.
you also notice, what do they call these people that go to restaurants to respect inspectors, I forgot what they call them. Like, those people that come to check restaurant, they can shut your restaurant down if you don't meet the standard. Do you know that in
The health inspectors.
health inspectors, yeah. Do you know that they hardly go to the black community to, to do the inspections? But if you open a restaurant, talk to restaurant owners. If you open a restaurant in a white area, they come almost every week or so. Man. To come and check you, make sure everything is going well. But in a
So
black area, some of them don't even experience them at all.
Is that discrimination against the white
It's for
establishment?
now. They care
I
about their
don't think
life.
it's more about color. I think it's just the standard of the community. Like some communities, the class of people living there, it's more of like, okay, we have to give more better service to this upscale area because they pay more taxes and things like that. It's kind of the way they design it. Even the school system, we can complain all we want that they already have more quality school in certain area. It's just because that area they pay more taxes, so we have to give them, what they pay for. The service. So governance is more like, we give more to the. I mean, even in Nigeria, what the kind of service the government gives to areas of in the island is different from what they give the mainland. So it's money things, resources. We have to provide more resources for area where they pay more
Somebody's
taxes.
living in Ikorodu. Those my feel level VI. Good job.
Exactly. So that's what I think it is, man. It's just,
That's different, man.
I
It's
mean,
a value.
you pay more taxes.
Earlier, I was having discussion with my wife, and she said that Jonathan signed into law the GMO food in Nigeria. How true is it?
No, I think forget that one. The one Buhari signed with Trump, that one is even the most
Is it
dangerous.
Buhari or Jonathan?
You know when Buhari came to see Trump now, and they did that livestock agreement.
Oh.
They'll be bringing all those mad cows, those milk from American farmers from Nigeria. I'm like, why?
Buhari probably doesn't know what GMO means.
Why are you bringing cow that earth maize instead of grass? Why are you going to bring it to Nigeria?
So of all the deals that it would sign, it was a mad cow contract.
It was for the guns now. He wanted weapons. Remember we had an embargo with Obama and Goodluck. So for
you
know what's funny?
They cannot make guns for themselves, weapons, and they call themselves engineers.
Can you imagine? That's what I always noticed. About the GMO
thing.
You see, you know what's really funny about this GMO thing? The people that will really be consuming those American, they will be really rich because they say, they want the imported one.
Yeah.
That's how dumb they are, man. Those the rural people, they be eating the organic one.
They are the one buying from all those shoppers, and why do you think that they're the ones having breast cancer and all these cancers?
Every time I go to Nigeria, people consuming those foreign garbage and the rich ones, the so-called ajebo, and they be there, they were posing. I'm like,
they're the one having the issues now, medical kidney function, that they won't having wahala because they want to start eating. In fact, some of this food they even use embalming stuff in it to preserve them.
If you go to the KFCs in Nigeria,
for Mother High at Subway, huh?
Subway, eat Subway.
No.
Subway eats fresh because fresh Roshi. Nah.
You know, I was in Paris 7 years ago for my birthday. And, my wife and I were looking for Subway because we felt, we miss America so much. We needed a touch of home. And we asked, Parisians are very proud people. They will pretend as if they don't speak English, and they do. So the lady that we approached in one of the stores, we asked her where we could find the Subway. She looked up from head to toe and said, "Where are you from?" We said, "From America." I said, "Where are you from originally?" They said, "We're from Nigeria." I said, "Okay, I can excuse you to look for Nigerian food, but Subway in Paris, please." You know how they would scoff and I said, "Psh." So go and eat Paris food, go and eat French food. And she pointed us to a place and she wrote it down what we should ask for that we will enjoy it. Only to get there and they put pasta in the plate for us. It's like when you eat, I don't know, I never tasted shit, but it tasted like shit.
Pasta Nikon.
Yeah, they put some bunch of nonsensical stuff alongside with it, but it's just that, no, it didn't sit down well with me. But there's something I noticed about their culture. There's no haste or hurry in their dictionary. When you eat, they expect you to sit down and enjoy that meal. When you ask them to bring the bill, they won't respond. They won't answer you.
Documentary. Go and watch this documentary of this guy, Michael Moore.
Oh,
he went to
that filmmaker.
Yeah, he did it. The documentary he did about it was comparing American system to the European system. Basically, what it was saying is that all the things that they do in Europe today, they got it from America. That because America stopped doing them. And when you spoke about the food part in Germany, for instance, it was showing a part in Germany. The workers there, their break, they literally go home and cook with their work. They will go home, like they will just leave work. They will go home and cook. They will eat then they will come back to work.
Oh wow!
And it was showing the school. So it took some Coke, some canned Coke, and give the kids said no, they don't want Coke. They wanted water and give vegetables. Middle school kids. So and it was not comparing those things to 1940, 1950 America. That was the way they used to do before they changed to this capitalist system. They used to have all these things before that. Basically, those countries were saying that they learned all these things from America. But But America moved away from all those things. It was showing healthcare, prison system, education, the free school, and it will show the time it was free and that the time that thing that was in America that was happening. That's something that was happening in Europe now. It was a crazy documentary, but I could not believe what I was. It was like
you will beg them before they bring the bill to you, and when they bring the bill, there's no tip. You just pay and that's it. Nobody cared about tipping, and I was shocked. Cultural shock.
The kids in French middle school they were refusing French fries. It's like, no, but this is France. How do you refuse French fries? It's like
The French fry in Paris tastes different. You're right, Mike. Their French fries taste different. This the kind of salt that they use in America, and they will season everything with salt, salt, salt. No, they don't have much salt in their food like that. No, nothing of such. I wish I could get a job in Paris and go live there. I like it. I like it. I like it.
There were Americans moving to this country in one of those countries where their school is free, even university is free.
Wow.
And they asked the people like what? How did you get? They're like, oh, this was land from America in the 40s or something like that. They're like,
wow.
So how come people are learning all this from America in the 40s, 50s, and 50s? What happened? Why did we go away from it? And it now went back to the greed factor of the globalists. How they changed the system in America to make it capitalist.
It's the liberal people. Conservative doesn't like change. It's perfect. It's the liberal people. It's the liberal people. Now they're giving us. I'm one of them, though. Giving us.
The French and the British. Who has better food?
Fresh.
The French.
Yes.
Every time I went to England, they don't have good food at all. Like the way they make everything.
They don't have good food in England.
They have English muffin. That's their best food. Are you kidding me?
The only country in Europe I can say have good food is Italy.
I'm sorry, Mike, but my time in UK, London, I don't like that place. It's overrated.
Even me, I've always been there like briefly. Usually when I'm having connection.
I'm like, this is
that place is like a whole
even the Buckingham Palace. I'm like, really? This is it? They run about somewhere.
They will take you. They will
it's so congested.
Boring.
And it's small. The apartment are small.
Everything is so small. Exactly. Everything is small. Even the hotel, everything. I'm like, I'm just American.
They take you to Piccadilly as if they've done something marvelous. I said, so this is your own Times Square. What is this? Because of one big screen and it's called. No, if you give me $1 billion, I won't live in the UK. But we have to do what?
That Europe is not my thing, man. So the two places I can after America, Nigeria, straight up.
The roads were tiny. They drive on the right side of the road.
On the right side.
I'm like, God, I don't believe that.
That is the most annoying thing they do that I don't like. But I can live in Paris.
I can't do that UK, man.
I can live in
the way they talk, I don't even like their English. Like, only last time I understand got them something about him. They're like, I'm like, you don't like that I talk.
Mike, you don't like original English, really?
That is not original. Do you know? Please, I can make an argument.
English has been stolen. It's been hijacked from them, man.
The actual original English is the one that Tafawa Balewa spoke when he addressed the Joint House of American Parliament. That is the Queen's English. All this all this you get me, yeah. That's not English now. That's diluted version. Don't put Jamaican for that thing. Man them things.
Yeah, man them. Man
them things. You get me, yeah. No, that's not English now.
You know what's so funny, right? It's almost like when I listen to other English people, like the other countries where they speak English, I can understand it better than I can understand even the real English people.
Because they have if you go from like Manchester to like Newcastle to like Sussex, let's say Newcastle to Manchester. It's a completely different accent. It's just different.
And you know what's even funny? I can understand an Italian or even a Spaniard or some other European that's speaking English than I can understand the actual English people. when those are speaking English, their own accent, I can understand them.
That's a good point.
Even
But
some
I thought it was me.
Africans like Kenya speaking English, I understand them. They're actual
Even
English people.
Asian people, I can understand. Chinese person speak English, I can understand it. I thought it was just me. It was many years ago. Listen to a British guy speak. I had a hard time understanding the guy.
The English is Scottish.
They also have to learn the Queen's English to speak properly. They have to learn to speak properly because even amongst their own areas too, they speak differently. The one I had the difficult time learning understanding was in Essex. I'm like, there's no way this is English. You got a bloke? What are you talking about? What is this? It wasn't even. I'm like, this is not English. This guy is talking. She said, no, it's English. And English. I'm like, no. So even in their own country, it's different accent all over the place, or it's just different accent all over the place, man. So I just didn't, Mike. I just didn't like the UK. The airport was funny looking. The cars were tiny. The roads were small. The food was annoying and dry.
Exactly how I felt too.
Even at night, the way they had it, the light there, it was like maybe small low current lights, just like dark. I'm like, can you believe I what is all this?
I didn't enjoy that place, man. I didn't enjoy it.
And my question was like, oh, their money. Where are the people? Only trust me, they are inside. Inside where? I don't see anybody. And they are inside. They're inside. Why are you guys hiding at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening? It's supposed to be. I know this is really now. I don't know what is all this. So shit. But Peckham was fun.
America. It's what make America bubbling is because people from all over the world came. The Black Americans made they created the American. What's all the exciting thing about America? To be honest,
they gave it flavor.
They gave it flavor. Yeah. The Blacks gave it flavor, and then people from Latin America, Caribbean, all over the world came and actually created American fashion, American culture. Well, in England, it's the British English people that they control the culture and everything.
That's when people say America doesn't have a culture. It's almost comical.
No.
In America, you get all the flavor. You get all the flavor in America.
Prince Daddy, let me. Is it a question about culture?
The Burna Boy one, Abby.
No. It was way before Burna Boy. What happened is that some Africans are dumb. Like what they're trying to say is the Americans don't have a code of behavior. In Nigeria, when we say someone is cultured, it means like your code of behavior. You understand? Where we are all on the same page. Like I'm saying, the Yoruba culture now. Okay, this is where there's a way we talk in this culture. That's what Africans are meaning when I'm saying culture. But they don't explain it to the Americans what they mean by you don't have culture. Like you don't have code of behavior. But those ones are like, what do you mean you don't have culture? Look at the music. Because in America when they mention culture, they're talking about just a way of life. They're not talking about code of behavior, which is of course it's a right definition. In fact, culture is a way of life. Like whatever your music, your style, whatever, that's culture. But the African, they use the word in the African when they use the word culture, they are talking about code of behavior.
Okay,
so they never explain that among themselves. So the confusion is just there. Like so, the Black Americans just get angry. How can you say we don't have culture? Look at the food, look at the dance.
The way I understand culture is that when the Africans talk about it, like they don't paint their face and dance around in their traditional attire and drumming.
No, that's not even culture. That's not culture.
On, man. Feel like the white man. That's not what they're saying. Come on, I don't do that. Man.
No, but yeah, I'm not kidding. That's what it's saying. They don't have culture. I can't say if people don't have a culture when it did not the different kinds of food they have in America. I mean, with the conglomeration of all this.
Prince Daddy, I don't think you listen to me. The Africans are not saying they don't have. The Africans are not defining culture as food dance, fashion, all those things. That's not what Africans define as culture. Which, of course, they are wrong. When we say when Africans are saying culture, they're just talking about code of behavior. That's what they're talking about. You get it? So that's why I always tell those. There's this guy Kaizo, I come on the show when they're arguing sometimes. I'm like, you guys are foolish because they're arguing on two different contexts. They're arguing on a topic, but on completely different contexts. That's why they are confused. They just find themselves insulting one another because you are talking about, the way one person is defining it is different from the way another person is defining it. So they're arguing on the same thing, but with two different definitions. On a different definition. So that's what it is. That's why that cultural argument between the African people and the Black Americans is just, to me, it's so long. I'm like, you guys are dumb. How about you define culture first before you start arguing among yourself? Because the Africans are not defining culture as food, entertainment, all those things. They are defining culture as code of behavior. But the Black American define culture as entertainment, food, clothes, all those things. And they're like, how can you say I don't have culture when I got soul food, I got hip hop, I have this fashion?
Mike, do you think that also when Africans speak about culture, they're talking about the depth of spiritual understanding that they might not understand, because once
even they themselves, they've lost they're losing their culture. They've always lost it.
But when
we're talking about culture, they've lost it.
Is discussing spirituality. To an African, that it sounds very funny because they don't feel like they know enough to discuss Black spirituality. So for Black Americans to want to define what Black spirituality means in terms of like culture of the African spirit, they don't think that they have enough knowledge to even discuss that. And that's where, because if you listen to like a Dominican or Cuban talk about Black spirituality, they will always refer to the African as where their source, where they should take, they should learn more. They're always very inquisitive to learn more about African spirituality or African spirituality. But Black American, in the same context, we talk about, I know what this is. So there seems to be this back and forth. It's like, Mike, imagine somebody that is Black American talking to you about Ifa, for instance, and he has no knowledge of what he's talking about. How would you feel? Just be laughing. Sorry.
Babati, I would say more Black Americans understand Ifa more than even most Yorubas.
No, but I'm saying that let's say they've not even, like, imagine talking about Ifa without referencing Africa or anything like that. And just like, no, I know enough. Like, come on, that's the source. But those that are African, they don't know enough. They bank on them being African only without getting the knowledge itself. So there seems to be a disconnect between both sides. So, like you said too, it's more than just food and stuff like that. It's code of conduct, the way you conduct yourself. They don't have check and balances, like I always say. Where are the elders to control the kids?
Yeah, those kind of things. Like, there's no code of behavior. That's why it's very difficult to. And why Africans start to say that is because it's very difficult to engage them. Because, okay, in Africa, for example, you want to engage, if you want to engage Northerners, for example, you know that, okay, these are Islamic people. You understand? So you know their culture, like it's more Islamic way. And then if you come and engage Yorubas, you know how they are. You know that, okay, Yorubas, there's a way, this is their code of conduct, this is their code of behavior, right? So you can easily come to the environment and study their culture, study their way of life, and then begin to, know your place. But with the Black Americans, there's nothing like that, man. It's nothing. One Black American is just completely different from the other one. It's just individual thing. It's individual mindsets, and it's difficult to say you want to just learn the code of behavior to use to engage them. It's very
but they also limit it to skin color. Like, one of my best friends growing up is Bukola. She's married in Florida now. I think I met her. We saw her again like a year or two. If you see Bukola, Mike, Bukola is a blue German, half German, Ijebu, blue eye, blonde woman, German looking, but she speaks Ijebu. There's no way. So to me, culturally, we kind of aligned than they having a Black American, right? So they'll feel like, okay, she's white. Why is she African more than me? She's African lady. She speaks the culture. She understands the tradition. You cannot just tell me that you should be seen like more African than her just because she's like light skin and you're dark. So they attribute culture to the looks, the external look of people. So what happens is the gatekeeping of the culture is very weak. So if you as a white guy and maybe you're Eminem now, you show up, you do say yeah, what's up, and you wear the clothes. Oh, you black? No, you're not black. So they don't gatekeep the culture enough. Everybody's welcome.
You mean? What do you mean gatekeep which culture? You mean the Black Americans?
Own culture, yeah, they don't gatekeep it strong enough to fit out who they just look at who sounds like them or who is friendly to the culture. So what happens is, okay, this is what brought up the argument. The argument was that if you notice, when it comes to any political struggle, even if you don't like black people in America, you just add them up, you add them to your struggle to get what you want. So let's say, so you hear the Black Brown Alliance, and they will get
those things are not real, man. Those are just
but that's my point. They get used to get, like, even the LGBTQ now, who is the face of it? They'll probably black people there because you can't accuse them of when they say you are racist. So they get used a lot to achieve other people's goals. And when they
how I don't think they get used, man. Forget that's what they are saying, but
let me give
they don't. First of all, I don't think.
Let me give an example now. No, let me give an example. So
the achieving of other people's goal. Whose goal? There's no really that thing is not real. It's something they are making up themselves. Like, oh, they're using us.
Let me give an example. You know, prior to maybe there was this what is this thing called? The Harvard thing that they removed recently to get into medical school.
Are you talking about affirmative action?
You know, they used to have a Black Asian alliance before for minorities.
No, there was never any alliance.
No, there should be that against legacy admissions. There used to be that before.
It never existed. Forget this. I know with Black American probably make up something like that and posting it out there. There was never anything like that. There was never anything like that, man. They just make all this thing up, man. Now what they do now is just they see other people succeeding, so they're beginning to say, "Oh, we are the one," because the way Black America, they're still stuck with the old American. You know, how America started. It was more of a white only.
So that coalition is in
Black stay in slavery and things like that, and Native America. It was only three, kind of like in the beginning of the foundation of America. It was like three group: the white, the Black, and the Indians.
Right.
The Indians were just being massacred and being pushed away, and then the Blacks were kept on plantation, and then the white just ruled, right? But time has changed where the world has changed, where it was really just evolving, and society have become. It's no longer the case of white, Indian, Black, and the law only recognize white. But since the law recognize everybody,
we have more.
Blacks are still stuck. They are still stuck with the mentality, but that time is gone. They're stuck with the mentality of a whole era.
Okay,
where they believe that we politically we go and march, we talk, you know, all those things. It's just it's not real. Man.
Wait, we have more Hispanic than Blacks right now, right? There are more Hispanic than American than Blacks, right?
Yeah, way more. Yeah.
Yeah, but they see allies half and half, like, oh, it's Black versus white. They don't discuss like the Asian part.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. They are stuck in the old way.
Like the Black and Brown coalition was in the 80s now. They used to have a Black and Brown coalition.
Okay, coalition to do what? To achieve what?
No, that's what I'm saying. Coalition, they were fighting white people.
Like, fight them for what? Fight on the street on what?
No, look it up. You will see Black.
It's just all this marching and talking. It's just that's not what's solving anything or creating anything.
Well, I'm saying no. My point is that the people that are claiming that they claim that they are marching with, those people don't really give a fuck about them.
Exactly, because those people don't see the thing they are claiming they are marching about something.
But they think they do. And those ones we just use them as numbers.
But those ones don't even use them at all. Those ones don't pay attention to them. That's the thing. Black Americans believe the way to achieve things is because we are marching, we are talking about it, we are making some speeches. But that's not where you get anything done. To get things done, you actually go and go do real work.
Do you know what's funny about that Black and Brown coalition? So if you know when George Bush first won this first election, I think 84 is right. If you notice the Hispanic vote, they never go one way all the way. They always split half and half.
Hispanic don't stick to.
They don't give you everything. Black people just
Yeah.
give their vote. Like no,
No, nobody's doing this. In fact, I will be honest to tell you, no one is doing this group thing like that. Like we, the entire group of people, this is what we stand for. No, everybody is just figuring their way in America. They are the only one that always stuck box themselves in a bubble.
and they
They
go after
put themselves in a box
if
of this is what black is. This is what black should do. Blacks supposed to vote this way. Hispanics don't do that. It doesn't even there's no even thing called such thing called Hispanic. It's just a bunch of people from different Spanish speaking countries. And we call all of them Hispanic as if they are one group of people that meet up and uniting under some ideology. No one is doing that. Even the Asians, they're not united under any ideology. No one, everybody's just being Americans and living their life.
you know
The
what?
only
So
thing closest to them doing that, the only thing closest to Black American doing this boxing ourselves in the group is just the racists why they don't want to see anybody else. That's it. You know?
You know the affirmative action fighter we say it's like, oh, for minorities. They're like, oh, we thought it was for black person. They said, no, it's for all minorities. So I can apply. So because maybe the way maybe they didn't understand the law. It doesn't say for black minorities. The law says for minorities. That means anybody that is minority in the society can apply for those things. But fortunately for them, those getting it are like the other minorities, like Asians, Africans, Jamaicans. So they're like, no, this law is for us, or for us only, nobody else. Like, no, sorry, the law is not just for you only, it's for all minorities. So I'm like, when was that law to say, oh, in the 70s we fought for you? We fought. I'm like, you didn't really fight for me, actually. It was the white people, they were the one that gave the power away. Like, if they want to keep it, they will keep it. But the argument is they want to now go against legacy admissions, which is funny to me. Let me give an example, Mike. So Ngozi Owejuela, whatever her name is, the one in the world, I think she gave Harvard. How much did she give them, Mike? Was it $3 million that she gave to the school? And her kids are going to the school. Legacy admissions are for alumni and people that fund the school. You can't say because they are mostly white. So therefore, just okay, how much will they bring for Harvard? How much are you contributing? So this letting you because you're black, but
in fact, someone is even telling you, the Asians are the one fighting this black affirmative action.
That's my point. That the fight for affirmative action to the blacks, they thought it was for black minorities, but the Asian argument is that it's for minorities of everybody, excluding white people, not just black. So that's what they did not.
No. I don't think that's what the Asians are fighting. I think they are fighting against that idea of affirmative action. I mean, I may be wrong, but I think that's what Asians are fighting against. Meaning that you don't qualify to even attend the school. You don't score, you don't meet the criteria. You can't score high on the test, but they have to put you there because you are black. Whereas an Asian guy or Asian lady that go and study, score high, and fight hard to get into a school, they will now tell that person that you can't come in because of an affirmative action. That space that's left, you have to put a black person there, and they will put a black person that didn't score anything. I didn't work for it. So those ones are like, come, if I'm working hard for something, why would you put someone else above you because of the color of their skin?
Okay,
I think that's what those ones are fighting against.
Let me ask you, if that is true, then why people are still getting into Harvard with lower grades? Because if the law was truly changed by what Supreme Court declared, then that will cover legacy admissions too, right? They will say, okay, sorry, even though your father is an alumni and they give school to give, people are getting into Harvard with not even 3.0, they still get in.
So you're saying like people that maybe generation, they have alumni.
Even for even for the medical school I went to, half of the slot is for alumni and legacy student admission. That's the way it is. Because they're the one that fund the school, they're the one that the alumni, their uncle went there. It's for them, and they are white mostly.
So is it because you are just an alumni or an alumni that is a member of people that are funding
funding the organization?
Funding, okay, so people funding, so they give them respect because they pay for it.
They are on the the university, they have board, they have each university have board that would get them money.
Okay, so it's not just like, okay, for example, you like the university you've attended now. If you are not funding them, you are still an alumni, right?
Yeah.
Even though you are not funding, right? So are you saying the alumni they never funded the school, they give them slot too, or it's just the one that are fund, they are putting money.
If down the road, if my kids want to go to my school, if they apply, I still have influence over that my kids getting in compared to everybody else.
Even though you're not being funding the school, you are putting money.
No. If I'm funding is extra, the more I give money, the more I
but
have.
I'm saying, what about the person that's not giving money, but still that's an alumni that's not giving money to them?
They have a leg up when it comes to admission. So let's say it boils down to the kids of my own kids that I went to my school now, and somebody else's kids. If they have the same grade, they will go with the kids of their alumni. If you meet that,
even if the alumni is not an alumni that funds them.
Yeah, it's funding and alumni. That's a two criteria too. So let's say
both alumni that doesn't fund, that doesn't have any connection.
Yeah, you have a seat now.
They still open a slot for you.
Yeah, they do. Like Dr. Bell is an alumni of UT Southwestern.
Even if your kids call low, he doesn't meet the criteria, they will just let him in.
Are you surprised? Mike, I'm telling you, people that not everybody that went to Harvard is getting that got high grades to get in.
Mike, you need to wake up.
I'm telling you.
But then Harvard are not helping themselves.
Judge Bush.
I'm telling you that's the way it works now.
They went to Yale, right? Went to Yale. Okay. Do you know
there's this billionaire that is in India, one of the richest billionaire in India. His daughter is in Harvard because the billionaire that went there that gave them $10 million. That's the reason she got in.
And sometimes, you know, do you know the Harvard, for example? Do you know how much money those guys have? They have billions and billions. And by the way, they still get money from the government. They have their foundations. And exactly what Babati is saying is absolutely correct. You know, these people, you know, by the way, my question to you, Babati, so what happens to the quality of education?
And that's what I'm about to get into. Because
Harvard overall, for example, as an example.
Babati, let me please, Daddy. You know that the way these schools compete, right? You know they do rankings, right?
Right.
You know the factor that determines how much they will rank will be based on the quality of student that they bring in. You know.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Smart. No. Think about what I'm saying. If your father went to Harvard, that means when you were going to high schools, whatever, you probably went to the best schools.
Yeah, but exactly. So you're not going to be one dunce now.
No, but I'm saying that regardless of that, you have it. So let's say you get a 3.6 now, and somebody got 3.8. You can still meet the minimum requirement of 3.5 to get into their graduate program.
Yeah, okay. The base of this argument, you still have to meet that minimum requirement as far as on the test score. Right? So you got to say that now. So you meet the minimum requirements.
Not
now.
Always.
They of course they set that minimum requirement, so everyone meet that requirement, and then they start looking at other factors. Like, okay, are you alumni? Are you this? You know, but the affirmative action one we are talking about,
right.
Like you don't meet the minimum requirement as far as test score. You can be one girl, you just call, you know, maybe 2.0 something like that, but they will say because you're black, they have to just admit you, even if you just don't qualify to be there. They have to admit you. That's what this affirmative action is about.
Yeah,
they just have to admit you because you are black. They have to put you in.
They're not going to admit 2.0
and I'm telling you, go and
actually, I don't disagree with you. Again,
what's the affirmative action all about?
Just like someone like Judge Bush.
No, but that was not. Prince, wait. That was not actually, Mike. To be honest with you, that was not. It wasn't meant to be that way, Mike. To be honest with you, if you remember when Obama did the law change when he was in office, it was that let's say 100 people apply for medical school now, and only 4 blacks are applied, but they're going to pick 20 students. What are the odds of them getting the black person to get in if everybody has the same grade? So it's just to say, okay,
no.
You will still meet the minimum requirements, but that will give you a slot to get in, but you will still meet it. That was what it was meant for. But down the road,
no. Affirmative action was not meant for that. It wasn't meant for slots. It was literally meant for. It wasn't just meant for slot. Like, okay, if let's say all 20 people score meet the minimum requirements, and you pick you left out the blacks. No, that wasn't what the affirmative action is about. You understand? If that was what it's about, no one will have the moral right to come out and be challenging that. Like, or you must put the slot for the blacks. What affirmative action is saying is that they have to admit the blacks that don't even meet the requirements. You understand? I didn't even spot this thing. They just got to put them in. They have to fill in this. Hold on. No. Hold on. Okay, the affirmation is basically is a slot actually, but the slot is that you must bring these blacks in, even if they don't meet the requirements.
No. I'm telling you that at the initial stage, what happened was that it was supposed to be, let's say the minimum requirement is 3.2, right? Let's say 3.2. Let's use 3.2. But the black and let's say the Asians are getting 3.5, white are getting 3.4, but the black guy gets 3.2. He still got the minimum requirement, right? So it gets it's sort of getting. What happened was that even the blacks were struggling to get that 3.2. So they were replacing that the GPS number that they could not meet with their color because they couldn't even meet that minimum requirement. That's what changed. But the initial reason was that, okay, don't forget the 3.5. Even that 3.2 that you met is okay. That will get you in. But the issue that they couldn't find enough to even get those numbers. I want to replace number and skin color.
Okay. So the initial idea was better then.
Okay, at least meet the minimum requirement, because remember, even in medical school admission, they will tell you 3.2 is the minimum requirement, but there's no way you can get to 3.2 because that is minimum requirement. The average score for medical school is 3.5 GPA. So they were like, okay, at least the black people are meeting the 3.2 GPA. They met the minimum requirement, even though it's not competitive to get in. So let's make a lot to say, okay, they met the threshold to get in, no. But the issue was they were even having issue with that 3.2. I want to replace the 3.2 in skin color. Regardless of what, I'll still put them in there. That was the issue.
I
mean some again. It's so ridiculous.
Because they have a quota system.
Yeah, that was the issue. But it was not meant to be
a slot reserved for
it wasn't meant to be okay, by force, so we must put it there long run. That was what
exactly. So yeah, that's what went wrong, you know. Because I would have supported it too. Like if black minimum requirement, you can't just leave them out. You have to let them in, you know, and do that. I believe in that quotas thing too.
Somebody got 2.8, but Mike, to the other point, the legacy admissions, you can't. That one is part of American life because that's the way they fund the school now. So so we just see one Indian billionaire will just say, I want someone to go to Harvard. Who do I call? They say, guy, just donate 2 million to one research in that university. One Shanganshin, $2 million from India, Mumbai. That's it. You pay to play. Doesn't mean the kid is not brilliant in whatever they went to, but that gives that person a slot to get in. So
to me, I don't buy all these give me because I'm black. I think black Americans should stop doing that.
Yeah, what she load me.
They need to stop it. To me, the whole fighting, the way they do their so-called fighting is just ridiculous. The idea of let's go and protest, let's cry for something.
Let me make it live. The Prince, do you remember the firefighters in Philadelphia that sued that the test was too hard, that it was racist?
Can you imagine?
And they won that case. So
yeah, I mean, they're just embarrassing themselves. You just having to forward the stereotype like you're dumb.
Please, I'm sorry, go. I'm sorry.
Come on, man. You know, just step up your game and what they should be spending their energy doing, especially those their leaders, those they always go and be talking to the people on how to get things, how to do things, how to do like others, how to put in work like others, how to organize yourself, how to change the mentality, because a lot of the problem is just mentality. A lot of the youth, educate your people the mothers how to get your kids to be.
They don't focus
on that. You ignore all that. You keep degenerate culture going on in your community that's destroying everything, and then you start crying to people to give you success. I can someone give you success.
How do you finish high school and you cannot read? America.
Exactly. Those are the issues. Those are areas you start fighting. That's where your fight should be. Fix that. So that way, your children you can make your children compete with other people's children, rather than other people's children have a Chinese man and a white guy or other people spend energy raising their own children, investing in their children, and their children grow. You didn't invest in your kids. You didn't raise them right. And then your kids grow now. He's now fighting the government, saying no, they must create a law to give your kids. Come on, man, give yours. Asian person, you just look at, are you crazy? When me, I spend all my sleepless nights raising my child. The money, the time I could be going to club, I spending the money I could have spent on clothes and club and party. I spending sending my kids to tutoring, putting my kids in special things. I've spent my energy. I put in work to raise my kids.
But I want here they are making the wrong argument because you know why. If that is true, then they have to go to court to go and remove legacy admission by. You can't do alumni anymore because just get the best of the best. That would be the argument, right, Mike? If that's what really what they want to say. Okay, we want the best of the best, so you can't do legacy. That means remove legacy admission by. Don't
The
put
alumni thing doesn't make sense to me. That one too is just as ridiculous as
it does though. It does.
the affirmative. You know, I mean, it's just like if you just saying because someone is.
Okay, yeah, let me chime in here.
Do you know what they call
The
a
alumni
booster?
thing
Mike?
is
A booster.
Unless maybe I don't fully
alumni
understand
thing.
it.
To buy my booster. Google the word booster when it comes to American college football. They have all those college sports. They have what is called boosters. They are all school one that fund their program. We want to hire this coach. How much? 10 million. We want to buy this player for this college. I said, give his mom $5 million.
But at the same time, money talks. So the alumni are
Exactly.
putting money. You got to cater for who's paying. But you that you're not giving anything and you want something, you know,
you can't
affirmative
fund, Mike, look at those universities. You can't fund those universities with school fees now. Look at what they're building. No, seriously. Look at what they're building. They will build a stadium like look at their stadium for look at their stadium in those universities. There's no way school fees is funding. There's no way it's by school fees now. These are boosters and alumni funding those programs. Swimming, all this TV that you see, it's all boosters. You see, you can't, if they want to get in, they will get in because they have the money. Prince, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everything costs money, real money. Just like you said, those arenas and stadiums that they built, it costs a lot of money, and and for the most part, only football and basketball majorly makes money for the colleges. All the other sports, what do you call it? They don't make money. They all lose money. But football, basketball, keep the lights on.
Prince
So
Daddy.
the alumni, they are extremely important, regardless of how you see them, how that children get admitted to the schools. But on the issue of affirmative action, right? I actually believe in it. Okay, but the liberals they've abused the system the way it should work. It is true that the Chinese or the Asians they study more. They're more dedicated to their studies. No doubt about that. More than the black counterparts. But I believe at the same time that we have qualified black people that can compete at the highest level. You know that, but like too much medical school.
Yeah. So those are the people that we should be fighting for to get in if they had been denied.
But that's the problem. But those people are not sought after. You see, they get people that can't really compete, but because of the color. See, when you reduce, marriage should still be the core of these programs. Okay, but when you reduce it or you remove marriage for black people and use the color of their skin, that's where the problem comes in. Really.
That's why I have problem too.
Yeah, so I believe that they should reserve spots for black people. And wait, but when you
They
do
can't
that,
find enough of the Prince. I told you before.
I don't believe that.
They can't find enough. No. In some programs,
enough. They're not those that are qualified now.
I believe in some programs. In some programs, sure.
Prince Mike knows this school because he lived in Houston before. Do you know Palm View? Palm View now in Houston.
You mean
Palm View?
Oh,
Perry View. Perry View has a program for computer science that is for black people. It's almost free to MS level. They can't find enough black American people to get into the program. It's been you see them Nigerians and the Americans doing their
Prince Daddy, do you know in the HBCU schools, right? Which are the historical black colleges, they usually have one or two programs, which is quality, right? Just to make the school relevant, right? Either a pharmacy, they will have one program which is just special, right? For quality. So you have to get in that program, you have to be that quality. And they still won't find enough black Americans who get to fill in that in their own school. predominantly black American school.
Because
They will
he
have to
did
go
it
look
that.
for to the point where the recruiter of that school, we have to fly to Nigeria to go and like trying to recruit people to come in, because that's the only thing that's given. That's the only program that will keep that make that school even give that school any form of relevance, because they have to have some kind of program where they are top out there. If not the whole, you understand? Because they have to, most schools they have, it's just across board that they have great programs, but they they cannot get to that standard. So what they will try to do is like create one special program in their school where they will be known for that, and they still can't get enough quality black Americans to fill it. So they have to go look for the Africans and Nigerians, or then sometimes they will sneak in some filling a little bit of Indians, and so they have to find how to get people to come in, and it's all black school.
Mike, do you know
Who do you blame for this, Prince Daddy?
Even their engineering
Well,
program
because
is
again, to be the
Nigerians and
best,
Indians.
you have to challenge the best. So the black kids, they rather go to Harvard and Yale and Stanford,
And that's the thing.
and
That's
compete.
another thing. Yeah, the quality one among them, they don't want to have nothing to do with their own people, their own
I
community.
mean, because would you rather have a HSBCU whatever on a diploma or an Harvard or Yale? I mean, that's where the difference comes in.
Morehouse is
So
HBCU is a good school.
No, some of them. I mean, the program is what matters. But at the end of the day, like you said, what I do notice about the Black American community is they are top-notch people. They don't even see themselves as black. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Black Americans are the elite ones.
Bourgeois, baby.
They don't. The bourgeoisie. They don't want to have nothing to do with their community or their people. You know? They don't want to have nothing to do with their people, man. They strictly just go find a white community that accept them, and they just stick there, raise their kids there, and just go far away from their black people as possible.
I felt bad though, because I went to that graduation. Their computer engineering art sciences were all black and Indians in the black school.
Even Nigerians and Indians.
Yeah, Nigerians and Indians. Like, geez, like, dude, don't you have anybody? Give me like push out.
Even in that Houston, they have one school, Texas Southern University too, TSU. So those ones they are known for pharmacy, and I think the law is also okay, but the rest of their program is you can't get a job with that. So if you go to their school of pharmacy, it's African, Nigerians, and then Indians. You know, the Black American, they are the majority in that school, but they are not in that program at all. Like you maybe find one or two, but
once you go, you start hearing funny programs.
Yeah, School of Black Studies and
somebody did that PhD in researching what happened during COVID-19.
They just have a kind of program they can't get a job with. So they get that degree, they don't have a job.
Ridiculous PhDs that you never heard of the name before. What is
you know, see this comment.
But, but I tell you guys that
let me address this guy. Yeah, and this kind of thing they always talk about. Oh, without black, come on, man. All this without this. So what do you want? What is the relevant of this comment? So come on, battle you now, battle Black Americans now, and all these things about. And they need to stop all this mentality of we fought for you. This, dude. How can you say without the couldn't have attended school? Are you kidding me? So all these other top universities all over the world, the Nigerians that I attending, was it because of your struggle too? I mean, this oh my God, man. You know, without this and that, you wouldn't have been here. Without this, who else are you telling? And I always find it when the Black Americans tell me that shit, I always find it very insulting. It's almost like you see me as a slave that don't deserve anything.
They also go against the Caribbeans a lot. To me, put your worst line.
Yeah, they go after the African and Caribbean and see we are slaves that didn't deserve anything to be anywhere. Is anybody telling a Indian or even another white person from another country that comes to America that without this you wouldn't have done this so they should come and bind to someone? Are you kidding me? Destiny take everybody where they end up in life. You know, people end up everywhere.
Without this, I like to have I don't know if I want to call it a soft spot for the African Americans. Well, you see, they were part of the foundation of this country, no doubt about it. Your point well said or well stated, Mike. Yeah, Nigerians go to other places where African Americans are not, and they do well, they get admission fine. But in this country, there's no doubt that there's an imprint of African Americans, contribution to the
Yeah, that's
development
the
of
imprint of
America.
everybody, man.
Huh?
Just imprint of everybody. What we doing here? Are we here sitting around eating for free? Are we not contributing? Are we not working every day building the country for them?
No, but the
Exactly.
foundation,
So that's what we
the
all doing.
foundation
We all
though.
the reason, hold on, the reason the government bring you here anyway is called to come and use it to come and help and develop their country. So it's not like they develop and we just come here and be sitting down eating and just eating something. Like we are not doing anything. We just
But quite frankly, let's quite there's no doubt. See, there's kind of do you call it a reverse discrimination against African Americans using black people from other parts of the world? See, sometimes
How?
so in some corporations, for example, they target a quota for black people. But those black people, majority of them, I don't know, over 50-60% are filled by non-African Americans, like Nigerians.
and why is that? Why is that?
Why is that? Because you said it before yourself, Mike. The African Americans, they've been stereotyped.
It's not stereotyping. It's what you earned. You earned your way to things, man. Gross.
They stereotype in
Equality
a way
black
that
Americans, they will accept you. They're not gonna see you can't equality African American. We don't show up somewhere. They will say because you're African
Mike,
American,
no,
we won't accept you.
let's not deny
That's
the
a lie,
discrimination.
man.
I'm as conservative. I'm not the one to hold on to discrimination and make excuses. But me, I'm telling you from a clear observation. For example, see, if a Nigerian, of course, black. Okay, I don't know if they have white Nigerians, but a Nigerian black and an African American apply for the same position. For example, if they both equally qualified, I think the white man or the American would look to choosing the Nigerian worker over the African American. So there's
And
really kind of an
okay.
internal discrimination amongst black people.
You can't call it discrimination. Yeah, you can call it okay in life. You no matter what,
Is
you have
it
to do
preference?
some. You have to discriminate at some point. It's
I
natural,
agree.
you know.
I
Like,
agree.
but the question is why is it discrimination? Then you got to put in factor of
That's what I was
is it
bringing up,
because
the
of their
stereotype
race
of
or is it because of
African
reputation?
Americans.
Please hold on.
That's
Please hold on. On that same topic, let's do this real quick. Between that same field though, that say that they will choose African over American over black in that let's say engineering field. If there was an Asian over Nigeria, what are they picking? No. This now, what are they picking?
But this, I'm talking about black on black, not black on Asian.
Between a Nigerian that they said that they chose over a black American, that's in black. If he had an Asian, what are they picking? They're gonna pick the Asian.
If the black person
it
was
depends on the
Ola, they would
environment
choose
as
Ola.
well. Hold on, please let me say this. There are some places, some environment communities where the Nigerians are proving themselves better than the Asians. So the reputation you're giving yourself in that environment is what they will go by. Sometimes it's not really like skin color. It's okay. Maybe 10 Nigerians work there. I've been a better engineer than the 10 Asians that worked there. So the next Nigerian that will show is say, oh, there's likely going to be this will likely be a better engineer.
So that's a stereotype.
It's reputation that you
stereotype,
give
right?
the people give themselves. Clowns and groups give themselves reputation. So that's why they always say hold on. That's why people always say you are an ambassador to your people. So go out there and represent your people well. So a lot of time you just need to recognize that hey, sometimes it's just it's a reputation, image. Like me, for example,
I agree with
when I'm
you. So
employing, when sometimes I employ people because I own a business. I always want to look for the Hispanic guy because doesn't mean I know that in the back of my mind I think all Hispanics are hardworking. Hold on. Yeah, it's natural. It's not. Hold on.
Mike,
Calm down.
Hold on, Mike. There are some lazy Hispanic people.
Exactly, and that's where I'm going. If you allow me to lie, you know where I'm going. In the back of my mind, I know that, of course, there are lazy Hispanics and there are people, even African American, that work harder than Hispanic. But the fact that there's a higher chance that the Hispanic guy will likely be more of a hard worker. In the back of my mind, I look at it. Okay, Hispanic. Okay, if I have like now, I'm like blank, not too sure. I'd like to try the Hispanic guy because I know there's a higher chance it's going to be more of a harder
no, Mike,
worker than.
you're only choosing Hispanic guy because he's an immigrant.
No. I'm not talking about. I can't hire a legal immigrant. I can't do that. I'll get fine. Yeah.
I think guy Alexander just came in. If he wants to chime in.
Good morning. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I was going to watch play back the stream, and I realized that you guys were still live. I see that the after hour stream is usually very topical. I like that. Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing today? I'm preparing for work, so
Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, we were just talking in general, but we kind of got to the affirmative. If Gravity explaining, I think you better explain.
No, it was just more of the recent I think court ruling about removing the affirmative action law that the Asian community sued. I think it was the Harvard University that law needs to be repealed. That I think it went to the Supreme Court that people should be able to get in based on merit. And my argument was that if that is true, then you need to remove legacy admissions. Then you cannot just go against affirmative action for for black admissions, then not focus on legacy.
But they're not symbiotic, though, are they, Papa T?
No, but it's still based on qualifications, right? But people that I can go to a university if I'm a legacy admission and necessarily not have a high GPA. I can have the minimum requirement, but I will still get in because my parents were maybe alumni or boosters of the university. So if you want to just stick to people having high GPA scores, then you have to get rid of legacy admissions. Then
I think I get your point. Usually, I don't know. I've been here for over 20 years. Usually, I don't get tripped by American matters, so I don't really get involved in it. But I think everything should be based on merit. That's the way I see it. If the most qualified for the job, you should get it. It doesn't matter whether you're black, white, or Asian. To me, it doesn't matter. And that's my position on that. My main goal right now, my main concern right now is this high increase in fuel in Nigeria. I hear it's going for 1,250 per liter. I don't know where this country is heading for, but it doesn't.
So what happened to Dangote with his refinery? I thought it was.
No, he's not producing. He's not producing gas for vehicles right now. Liquid fuel, whatever they call it. He's doing JP aviation fuel and diesel. So those are flight fares have come down considerably. But he's not producing. I don't know what's going on with the Port Harcourt and Kaduna refinery, because they're not active yet. So that's why we're going through what we're going through right now. And people are calling me and complaining, and there's no light in the whole of the country. I don't understand what's going on.
The government, they have to privatize. You can't. It's clear the government cannot.
Hold on, RT. So for why? Okay, I don't understand the technology behind what you call it is refineries, but does it have to produce jet fuel first to pass through the refineries before producing local gasoline?
I was in the oil and gas in the 70s and 80s, so I know that field very well. The most difficult byproduct of crude oil is JP1. So not a lot of refineries in the world produce JP1. So if he can produce JP1, I don't know why he's not producing. I think it's just a priority thing. He hasn't gotten there yet. So,
and that's where the government comes in. See, I don't buy that. See, sometimes private industries, though they're for profit, they serve a role in society, in the country, to improve the welfare of the people.
It does, by the way. It supplies diesel, right? Doesn't it supply diesel right now?
Diesel. Yeah, diesel.
Yeah, so that is the number one fuel for big trucks across the country, and it's doing it at 750 right now. It came down from 1,200 to 12 to almost 750. So that is
but it needs to be compared to also make gasoline or PMS, as you call it, right? Make PMS.
Yeah, but I don't think he's prioritizing that right now. Maybe because
it should be compared to do it. That's my point. It should be compared by the government to do it.
You can't compare it. It's an independent space. You can't compare a businessman.
By the way, what they do compare in America, they can compare them. I believe they can compare them to do it.
Do we still have shares in the company? I thought we have some shares in that refinery.
Your $4 billion or dollars.
Yeah, I think so. You have leverage to influence.
I think what happened was, I think they must have had an internal agreement where the local refineries, i.e., Port Harcourt and Kaduna, would produce spirit for vehicles, and then he can go for the higher boys, which is JP1 and the diesel, and he's doing his bit. I don't know why those people can't start producing. It doesn't make any sense. I need to do they were supposed to have started production last month or something, especially at Port Harcourt. I don't know what's going on with that one. So I don't know. I don't know.
By the way, Chief Gomez, before when you're done with this topic, please can you briefly talk about that landmark? Maybe you named it a landmark beach, the resort that was that recently had the beachfront closed down by the federal government, and they have
you're talking about those displaced people that they're going to pay, right? It's heartbreaking because I had a conversation with Ajay Lekoko, and Ajay Lekoko is he might not be an indigenous Lagosian, but he was born and raised in Lagos. He knows that space very well, like I do. And his concern is that a lot of people, those people that are going to be displaced right now, they've been there thousands of years, and they're just going to take their natural properties from them, their land from them. I don't know. It happens. It's happened before. It would always happen. When they were building Echo Bridge in the 60s, they did the same thing. When they were building the Third Mainland Bridge, they did the same thing. But the good thing about it is that they're being compensated. I think they've earmarked $2.7 trillion, and they started making payments from yesterday. So that's a good thing. I would have thought that they would compensate and then give them lands to relocate to. Let me say this, because not a lot of people know this, because my mom told me this. In the 40s and 50s, when Lagos was getting real congested, what they did was they moved some people away from there because the place, especially the Saleko, Dumota area, was getting so congested. They had to decongest. So what they did was they relocated them to a place called New Lagos. And guess what New Lagos is? New Lagos is Surulere. So I'm thinking that if they're going to decongest that area, for lack of a better word, because they're going to have this bridge go through it, they'll find a land for them in Lagos where these people can relocate on government and still compensate them. I think that was what I think was going to happen. But no, I think what's happening now is they're giving them compensation. Go ahead and go buy another land and build. It's a shame because it's like saying you want to move Owu people from their space, or you want to move Akeki people. These people they've been there for years, centuries. So I don't know. It's upsetting, but what can we do?
Do you feel like because people are opposed to this? I think it's a good project, but those that are opposed to that, they think it's not top. Do you think it's top priority right now that Lagos to kind of?
I don't think it's top priority, but more importantly, I think it's way too expensive. $4 trillion per mile. What is that? I mean, that's loading. That's budget loading. $4 trillion.
It's 4 billion naira, not dollar. 4 billion naira.
Yeah, 4 billion. I beg your pardon. You sure it's 4 billion or 4 trillion?
4 billion.
4 billion naira
per mile.
Per kilometer.
That's. I mean, that's way too much. That's. I don't know.
No. They are using the concrete. They're not doing the asphalt. It's
still very expensive. It's still very expensive. 4 billion is still very expensive.
I think that's just for the first. I don't think that will be the cost for the whole of the 700 kilometers. I think what happened is that that first phase of the job requires a lot of sand fillings and stuff like that. So that part of it is going to be super expensive.
But isn't it for this is Akeem, right?
Yes, speaking.
Okay, so isn't it 4 billion multiplied by whatever mileage they're trying to construct? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, that was what they were trying to calculate last time. But according to the minister, he said the full cost has not been. They've not come up with the full cost yet. It could be lower than that.
Okay. So that's my major concern. I feel sorry for the inhabitants because like like Ajalekoko said, they've been there for that's their ancestral home, and they're just gonna move them away from there.
Those close to those close to the ocean, yeah. I saw the video of those villagers. They're gonna be in the half now. But what about landmark?
Don't forget they did the same thing to the inhabitants of that Dangote space too.
Yeah.
They did, so it's sad.
But T, what I don't understand is how is it possible for someone to go and buy a land in front of the beach? Like, basically, if you look at the development there, it's just few meters to the sand, like to the waters. So first of all, you need to understand that what you are buying is that, for me, that is illegal anyway. You cannot. That's a government property.
You mean you talking about landmark, right? Landmark beach.
Yeah. Those landmark, they are property. Look at where they constructed.
He needs to be picked up, honestly, because the guy's a criminal. I've said it on this platform.
Who needs to be picked up, Baba?
Landmark, the beachfront guy.
Yeah, look at the
Lebanese guy. The Lebanese guy.
Pure encroachment. I've never seen any country.
Hold on. Akim, hold on, please. Dr. Alexander. This guy bought land, not the beachfront. That beachfront is man-made. He's sandfielded.
You know, Babati, let me say this to you. Yeah. This I know people would not know if you're not from Lagos. My father said when in the early 900s and 1900s that do you know Bar Beach very well?
The what? Can you say that again?
Do you know Bar Beach very well? Mike would know because Mike is a
I do. I know the Bar Beach.
My father said when they were younger, Bar Beach was where we call Bar Beach was they could walk from that Bar Beach on land all the way inside, that the water just naturally found its way over there because of digging and drilling and all that. Right. So it's sad. It is really sad what's going on. That guy's obviously taking advantage of us. And the sad thing about it is that he is in cahoot with Tinubu, their business partners. We're talking about the Lebanese guy, right?
No. Landmark.
No, not the chocolate. The guy that owns the landmark.
That is Kaguri.
Who owns it?
There's somebody else down the street behind a hotel.
Who owns it? What's his name? Is it Nigerian?
It's a Poluwani guy. It's a Poluwani guy. So this guy bought property. He now sandfilled the back of his property. He has about 20,000 people that come every week to that beach, and he charges them an average of 600,000.
No, that's illegal. That's illegal.
And he's been making Chief Gomez. He's been making 12 million naira a week on property for 10 years.
You
so
see,
the government said just leave the place, and this guy has gone on a tribal campaign against the government using this new channel, Arise TV, to make it look like they are going against an Igbo man, and he's been doing it for weeks.
Oh no!
Like, dude, you encroach on public property.
I'd never heard of this story.
You can look it up. Poluwani Bay, landmark beach. They never heard of property. It's a
pure encroachment.
This man even leased out that beachfront to other people and was making money off of them for over 10 years.
Wow.
And they said, leave the place. We will not. And this guy has gone on this media campaign against the government, making it look like it's some kind of tribal. And guess who?
Our problem in Nigeria is really our mindset. We're so warped. Anything goes. I mean, we don't have scruples. There's certain things we shouldn't even not be seen doing. I don't understand this. This doesn't make any sense. This is the first time I'm going to hear about this. And on my way to work, when I get to work, I'm going to have to do some research on it because that's my space. But I've never heard of it. I know about the Lebanese.
The reason why I know Chief Gomez is because I have some properties in that area. Okay. Yeah. So I'm kind of, I'm not saying it on the platform, but I'm kind of interested in.
Yeah, you're a rich man, or if you have property.
No, it's not like it's not the front. It's the back end of that place. It's just some.
What's that neighborhood called?
Don't, no, never mind. I'm not saying that.
Okay. Anyway, listen. I don't know. Mike is gone quiet. I have to run now. I just wanted to call in, but I'm going to do some research on this. This is out of order, and I would speak to people that matter in Nigeria so I can get a clear understanding of what's going on. But I've never heard this before.
Yeah, thank you so
All
much.
right, y'all have a good day.
All right.
Yo, guys. So, Baba T, I was listening to you guys on that Dangote refinery stuff before I came in.
Yeah, maybe
right?
you know more about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the reason Dangote is not producing petrol is because the government is still subsidizing petrol. So there's no way Dangote